And welcome everyone to the Gaming Stadium Collegiate Championship Series. This is our League of Legends finale. My name is Rare Adam. Alongside me is Flarfels, and we are so happy to bring you action here on what is our last tournament for League of Legends for 2021. And what a year it has been, Flarfels.
Yeah, I'm just super excited once again. I feel like we on the September 20th tournament, we saw a lot of action, a lot of young talent making their mark and showing their stuff, and we are right back in it today for another great tournament ahead of us. So on the Swiss bracket right now, we are entering our third round. Rounds 1 and 2 have been played, of course. And what do we feel about this match coming up right now? We have UBCB, if I'm not mistaken, as well as Juegos del Equipos.
Yeah, we've got ourselves Juegos del Equipos, not necessarily affiliated with a single post-secondary school, of course. It is a little bit of a scrambled eggs mixture of some players from UBC, from SFU, as well as from Langara. So, the whole Monty there for them. But, of course, UBCB, they're looking to pick up their second win here. Both of these teams currently sitting at 1-1, and with the smaller bracket this time, if you are 4-1 at the end of the Swiss bracket, you still have a chance to make it to that playoffs.
Yeah. We saw last time in the Swiss bracket that unless you were 5-0, your chances were pretty rough towards making it towards that finale spot throughout the rest of the playoffs and the knockout stage. But obviously, yeah, you mentioned that we have only 16 teams in the Swiss bracket, and that's going to make it feel a lot more competitive right here. And looking towards the game side of things, we did do a pro draft earlier, so these picks and bans are coming down pretty quickly. How are we feeling about the overall picture we're seeing here?
Yeah, by the looks of the bans, I would not take them for what they are, as we see Aatrox, Ari,
Right.
Akali, Akshan. I'm pretty sure that's in alphabetical order, but thus far, Jax, Nocturne, and Silas is picked up by Juegos del Equipos. I will get that right by the end of this. Whereas on the flip side, we have the Shen, Graves, and Kassadin, followed up by Jinx. Arcane season 1 is now done, and Jinx is getting picked up.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard around the rumor mill, it could just be people mad that certain champs are more meta right now, but it feels like arcade champs have slowly snuck back into the popularity of things. I've played against a lot of Vi's, a lot of Jinxes. Anyone from the Piltover Zon cities, you've been seeing him on the Rift here, and it feels like they pack a punch. So throughout the rest of the team, it looks like we have Ninsassin and Cobb, some familiar names there, going a Senna Blitzcrank route. I'll be honest, I don't know if I've seen that particular combo. Jinx Braum seems a lot more standard, but throughout this lane, it's going to be interesting.
For sure, and looking at the bigger picture of things, yes, there's Arcane and everyone, coming in here, learning about League of Legends, actually what competitive League of Legends is right after seeing, all the lore and stuff and being, yeah, this game's so cool. And it is cool. Right now it is, because we've just reached a new season. 3 days into it, there are a lot of new items that we have to keep in mind, Flarfels, and some of these new items are going to come through, I believe, this game, especially on some of our tankier champions.
Yeah, well, I do unfortunately I've not had the time to familiarize myself perfectly with all the tank items. I do play ADC myself. I appreciate that you mentioned that we are in the preseason here. Well, the thing is, the meta, it just sort of feels almost all over the place. It's been difficult to try and wrap your head around everything. New itemization, all these new dragons coming in, trying to prioritize. Should I go for these? Should I focus what's on the map now? Objective bounties, making it easier for teams to come back in the game, or for teams ahead to cement their lead and fully create a stomp here. There's just so much you have to focus on. The new information being thrown at you, and oh my gosh, it's just a lot to handle. So I feel like if you're in this tournament, you sort of have to make your own meta, play your own style. We said that with the previous tournament, that you can't afford to let anyone push you around, but it's especially true right now. There is just so much you have to consider here. And yeah, there's a lot.
Yes, and one of the things that I wanted to point out, especially because we have a Jinx picked up, as well as a Jax, new lethal tempo. This rune was reworked to not be like not lethal at all. That's sort of how the case was beforehand, where you'd get that burst of attack speed, but you'd either already be dead or it would be way too late in the fight. So now it does ramp up slowly over the course of your fight. On melee champions, you gain 15% attack speed per stack, stacking up to 90%. Range champions, of course, you get 5%, stacking up to 30%, but you get extra range. So now, all of a sudden, Jinx in the early game, level 1 with her rockets, has 700 range.
Whew. Oh my god, just hearing that sounds scary, I'll be honest. Oh boy. And yeah, it's like you say with Jax, Conqueror was sort of the primary focus right now, but maybe you want to get those autos in really quickly and chunk down your opponent early. So yeah, there's going to be a lot we have to look at here. And once again, appreciation to our broadcast team, always showing us these lovely visuals and this beautiful cinematic of our lovely Rift here.
And honestly, we will get to see some differences on the map. As you said, new Dragon Souls are twice as likely actually on this patch, but only this patch. And while that's great for learning the new season and everything, for competitive, it brings a little bit of an interesting twist. It means that we are twice as likely to see those Hex Gates come through, or we get the Chem Fog billowing over the Rift. And Flarfels, walk me through what these new Dragon Souls really bring to the table.
Well, oh boy. So when it comes to the Hextech Dragon, I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't had the chance to look at a lot of them, but when it comes to the stacking, the individual dragons, I believe you get some attack speed as well as ability haste, which is a pretty solid deal you're getting, especially for the price you pay. But one thing to note is that these dragons, I think, are much tankier and they'll pack more of a punch when they hit you. You can't just solo it as an ADC like you might be able to with a Cloud Dragon or a Mountain Dragon per se. You do have to get your team to rally behind this objective, and with objective bounties and everything, it's going to be a lot more team fight oriented playstyle on the map. And then with the Hextech Dragon, it does come with Hex Gates littered throughout the map that allow you to essentially take a Bard magical journey throughout different key locations on the map. Always fun to just travel through, even if they're not exactly the best way to get to where you're going. And then we look over towards the Chemtech. And I believe what these do is they provide more damage on champions that have higher health than you, sort of almost a executioner's type of deal you're getting there with the Chemtech Dragons. And what I really would love to see on some of these games here are the Chemtech Fogs, as you mentioned. And I haven't actually had the chance to see them yet. I'm really excited. I've been very busy with my schedule. I feel like a broken record saying it. But yeah, these are going to definitely change up the way team fights are even happening, the way that it's essentially a gigantic bush. It's similar to Valorant with a Viper ultimate. You can't see very much inside of them until you make the charge and press into this zone, but there's just so many opportunities for flanks and everything. Oh my gosh. Oh boy, I'm getting ahead of myself. Well, we should be hopping into game here. I would like to thank one of our sponsors, the Collegiate Championship Series. Obviously, without them, we wouldn't be able to have our stream here today. The Collegiate Championship Series is Canada's first major collegiate esports program that combines massive scholarship, professional skills development, community events, case competitions, and internships. Wherever you are wanting to take your esports program, looking for a community, or wanting to test your esports skills in or out of game, this is the program to get you the W in life. And we thank them for sponsoring our show.
As soon as we finish that, we are right into game. A little bit of a 5-stack going on from UBCB here on the red side. Of course, Juegos del Equipos going to be on that blue side, and opting not to go for the invade with the Blitzcrank. I want to point out some interesting rune choices, however. You can see we have 3 lethal tempos on the side of Juegos del Equipos, even on that Senna as well as the Nocturne, and we've got Predator Blitzcrank for Cobb here, so interesting rune choices. On the flip side, not as interesting. Phase Rush on the Graves, but 3 lethal tempos. I think this rune's pretty strong.
Yeah, I think all of our players here definitely have a read on the meta, and they know this Keystone is feeling pretty overpowered, especially Senna, too. With that attack range, she's already so buffed up with the souls she collects. And imagine just improved attack range that an assassin is going to be able to collect here. He is going to be poking people down from a distance in his own comfort. And just going down throughout the rosters here while we are in the early laning phase, we have Diopa on Jax, Ricky on Nocturne, Shupian with the Silas, Ninsassin, and Cobb on the Senna and Blitzcrank, and then Winnable on Shen here for UBCB. I believe Chiv there on Graves, V Flower with the Cassidon, as well as Epic on the Jax. We do have Diopa wanted to go it a bit early here, and last but not least, Saren with the Braum.
I love the pronunciations of those names, of course. Epic is my favorite player in this game, but regardless, as it stands right now, Force Pull going to come through, and Cobb going to land that onto Epic there. Will be able to walk that out. Unfortunately, no Arcane Jinx skin yet, so unfortunately you're not as strong as you are, but Project Jinx is still pretty nice. Great pull from Cobb to start this lane off.
Yeah, that was a nice needle to be threaded there. And something to note, I feel like throughout the course of the 2021 season, we saw a de-emphasization of Doran's items. Normally, you would start Doran's Blade no matter what with ADC, but now we have seen more of a priority on that longsword and three-pot start. And what it offers you throughout this lane is a lot of early sustain, while yes, the Doran's Blade does come with some Omnivamp, it's not going to be enough on that 3% hitting those minions to really get you back up into lane. Ninsassin is still able to stack all of his pots and go for those daring, risky trades because he has around 450 health just sitting in his back pocket. We see Epic here. He's already had to use his as a result of that pull. Obviously, it was great by Cobb, but now Epic is sort of out of luck here with those stats.
Yes, and as we are a little bit out of luck as well, as we get a pause before the pause, that's a new one for me. But of course, with the new spectator and everything is just a little bit out of whack. So
It
regardless,
happens.
very early on into this game, not a whole lot to talk about, but we can
Yeah.
talk about one thing, which is one of our sponsors for our tournament, Wilfrid Laurier University. We're so kind enough to be one of our major sponsors here. Their Brantford campus is pleased to collaborate with the Gaming Stadium on the Collegiate Champions program. Laurier's Brantford campus is known for its innovative programming in subjects like user experience design, game design, digital media, and business technology management, programs that challenge students to explore and improve the world around us in an inclusive and human-centered way. For more information, check out wlu.ca.
Yeah, we
But
thank them. Thanks, guys, for sponsoring our show, making sure we have lots of pause times here. I feel like it wouldn't be just an esports collegiate tournament without some pauses, some spectator issues. It's sort of it wasn't a matter of if, it was sort of a matter of when this sort of deal would happen. We will have more information about the status of the game and the cause of the pause pretty shortly, but while we do have the chance, I would also love to shout out University Canada West for sponsoring our show. And they believe that education goes beyond the classroom. They focus on inspiring an innovative community that promotes collaboration, creativity, and play. Through their partnership with TGS Esports, students can participate in tournaments, virtual workshops, case competitions, and other fun ways of learning new skills around gaming and competing. This partnership brings together educations, gamers, and friends. In a post-pandemic era, both online and offline connections need to be created and cherished throughout their community. And we thank them, of course, for sponsoring our show. University Canada West, check them out.
And hopefully we'll be getting back into games. Still waiting on word from production about what is going on with that, but just want to talk about the tournament as a whole. And looking at our standings here, we have some very familiar names up at the top of our standings already. York University, as well as their junior varsity team, both 2-0 going into round 3. As well, St. Clair College going under the pseudonym That's It Gaming today, as well as Western University. Those round out our top 4 of the teams that do have or that are at 2-0. Of course, UBCB, Juegos del Equipos, as well as Jaegers, UBC Premier, University of Alberta Academy, and Amber. Mommies, Casual League Gamers, and UBC Onyx, all with one win under their belt. And Jackie Gaming, UAB Misfits, and CSGO still winless, looking for their first win there. So that's sort of a rundown of how this tournament's going. Of course, a couple of odd names in there. We're going to try and find out who those teams are. But yeah, really interested to see how these Ontario schools stack up. Once again, we've got a couple of those Ontario schools, and by the looks of it thus far, all four of them are actually sitting at the top of the standings right now.
Yeah, we saw in the last tournament, the finals was a showdown between Western and, ironically, the much farther Western team of UBC, and UBC ultimately did take it in a long and grueling series, but they were able to take it home. And now it seems like Ontario maybe wants to fight back a bit. We said last time the fact that this was an early tournament throughout the school year and throughout the collegiate esports scene. I don't believe it would follow a typical standard schedule. It does go with the school season. So it was an early tournament, and it was sort of the breeding of fresh rivalry, fresh fighting, the taste of blood on your fingers, the desire for competition. And yeah, York University, they were able to have very few exciting games. They were able to have a few exciting games, and it looks like they're ready to pack a punch once again.
Yeah, and one note before we head to a short break here is Western University did get their revenge. They took down UBC Premier in their second round matchup, winning that game. So they've already got their revenge, at least marginally. But for the time being, we're going to throw it to a break while we solve some of those connection issues we seem to be having. But when we're back, we're going to be back on the Rift with UBCB versus Juegos del Equipos Academy.
Take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back onto the Rift here with UBCB versus Juegos del Equipos. A couple of spoilers showing up on the timeline there, but thus far, happy to be back into game here. And thus far, nothing too crazy has come through. Once again, very early on into this one, as it seems like we've solved some of those connection issues we were having.
Yeah, so of course, happy to be back into the game here. We do see a split map in terms of the crabs, with Ricky going for top side, Chiv going for the bot here. And interestingly, all three of the Juegos del Equipos lanes are pushing in pretty nicely. So yeah, Ricky has the opportunity to do whatever he wants, get a pretty solid back while he waits for his camps to respawn. Headed right back down bot side, and it's just some pretty solid lane domination we're seeing here from Juegos del Equipos. Tanking the tower shot, Diopa. All right.
And for the most part, it's just sort of pushing in these lanes. As you can see with a lot of these matchups, Senna has that range advantage over Jinx in that early game. Jack's going to generally deal a little bit more damage than the Shen. But under this tower, Shupian going to go in onto V-Flower. Will not be able to get away from that Ignite last tick. It will be first blood for Shupian, but it will be Chiv replying with that flash auto to get the kill, and it's all tied up.
Whew, okay, that was pretty close there in terms of Shupian making it work there. It could have gone sour, but here we go.
Predator Blitzcrank running up to that top side as Cobb and Diopa link up to pick themselves up a kill. But here comes UBC V-Flower does not have the Rift Walk up and available. Going to be trying to chase down Diopa here as they run for the hills. Cobb going to get the knock up onto Chiv as Cobb will be able to meander their way out of there. But Diopa now all of a sudden trying to run through mid lane. Winnable has teleported in. Will not be able to get those auto attacks down, will get rooted up, but it will be Diopa going down after the taunt from Winnable lands. And that's a 2-for-2 across the map after some great map play from both the support from Huevos de Equipos as well as the teleport from the Shen.
Oh boy, yeah, we're going punch for punch, tit for tat here. Yeah, as soon as the nice Predator roam up from Cobb was able to complete the kill onto Winnable there, immediate response from V-Flower, great communication that must have occurred from the teams there, and eventually they were just able to split them up. Diopa tried to make the great escape possible, but ultimately is caught out by the teleport from Winnable. I believe that is a teleport advantage over to the side of Huevos del Equipos, the eggs, as it were, the eggs of the team. So they will have that advantage towards later fights, obviously with the dragons coming up. But oh, Shupian getting a little close there.
Yeah, Shupian has a Rift Walk to be able to get out of there, potentially looking for an aggressive plan to V-Flower, but will use that one charge as a sort of extra flash to potentially get out of there. Drops down some vision, but Shen might be looking to find the cutoff as well as Zarin. V-Flower has just hit level 6. Shupian gonna go in, get the Abscond Abduct, but it's onto the Braum as V-Flower strikes, hits that level 6 mark, and is able to pick up that kill. So UBCB able to strike back, albeit missing out on a lot of gold on that bot side of the map while Saren was mid lane.
Yeah, that was just a great pincer from the side of UBCB. They knew that, well, Shupian's on the wrong side of the map here, but ultimately, if you're Epic, you're saying, good job, team, but you're feeling worse for wear, getting pulled in.
Yeah, Epic gonna get pulled back. They get the Stand United out. Flash forward from Saren, gonna try and slow down Ninsassin. The zap will not land. The exhaust is down onto Ninsassin as well, but they are going to be able to get out with the puddle. Here comes the teleport in from Diopa. They've got the route down onto Winnable. Counter-Strike gonna land onto 2 of them. Diopa doing all of that damage, stacking up that lethal tempos. Ninsassin gonna strike, pick up one of those kills on the bot side. Route onto Epic once again, but will zap to dissuade the rest of that engage. It's a 1-for-0 for the side of Huevos del Equipos as they strike back.
Oh my gosh, they're making up for the pause in spades here. 3-for-3 at a measly 7 minutes 45 seconds here. Importantly to note, the side for Huevos del Equipos, they do get that early Ocean Dragon off of the advantage from bot side. Ricky didn't even have to do much. He was just able to roam down there, and he is going to secure that up nicely for his team. And all of that off the back from another great hook from Cobb. I believe that was a good weave, and the action's not over.
Here comes the Paranoia, gonna go in. Flash behind that turret range as Ricky picks up Epic. Gonna be the Dawning Shadow trying to come down onto Saren. He still has that Unbreakable up there, trying to hold it for as long as possible. Get out of turret range. It's gonna be the double kill going into Ricky's pocket. But Chiv is here to pick up a double kill of their own, and Ninsassin trying to run for the hills, but this Graves is gonna have that dash in just a second. Ninsassin still walking towards that tower. Here comes the Q. The collateral damage will land, and Chiv picks up their 4th kill of the game, and this Graves ends up being the difference.
Yeah, Graves. Oh, boy. Oh!
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Hopefully this heads away soon. I believe this would be in response to Epic leaving the game, or that might have been earlier. However, it does give us the opportunity to chat a bit more about what's been going on the map. So, obviously with Diopa teleporting down, he had to go back after the skirmish was over, head back over. But all the while he was fighting, Chiv was able to take down a bunch of minions and crash them right into topside so that Winnable had a nice even laning state when he returned to lane after using the Stand United. And then he was able to roam back down after getting the red buff and pick up that triple kill, making it much nicer for his team in the end. We did see the Dawning Shadow from Ninsassin miss, and it just felt like Huevos de los Quipos, they had to pull the trigger a bit sooner. They knew Chiv, the nail in the coffin, if he made it in time, was approaching, and they were just not able to hit, obviously. Of course, it was difficult in that scenario. You can't always just attack right away, and then you'll be stuck under that tower, and it's a difficult situation. But now, Chiv's sitting pretty at a 4-0-1 score, red buff enabled. He is feeling fine, and it looks like he's going to be one of the main drivers, especially with all that gold in his pocket for his team. So, yeah.
And we'll have to keep in mind that with all of these West Coast teams playing in this one, there's another West Coast school, at least, that is quite important in our production here today, and it is LaSalle College, Vancouver. Of course, the #1 game design school in Canada, according to the Princeton Review. Students will learn all aspects of the game design process. Understanding how and where people play games is an important part of the creative process, and esports is a great example of how people enjoy gaming and the different experience gamers are looking for. No matter if you are interested in level design or game programming, LaSalle College, Vancouver has a program to suit your needs. You can learn more by visiting their website at www.lasallecollegevancouver.com. And we're going to get some more notes from production here. By the looks of it, it seems as if that pause that we have hit is a little bit worse than we expected. Seems like one of the members of UBCB, would be Epic, has not been able to reconnect themselves to the game. So because they have expended most of their pause timers. Unfortunately, Huevos de los Quipos is going to get a little bit of a freebie win there, but we saw some good flashes from both of those teams early on.
Yeah, that was, for what we got, that was a lot of action. It could have easily just gone 0-0 for that entire time span, and I'm glad we saw 11 kills, more kills than minutes in the game throughout the pause duration, I guess, but yeah, it's always unfortunate when we do have to see a stop in the action, but yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get right back into game eventually. I'm not gonna jinx it or anything or put any pressure on it, but while we have us here, I would like to thank another sponsor of our show. Of course, we have to remember Memory Express. They are Canada's premier destination for computer products since 1996. Now with 14 stores across Canada, and they're ready to serve you in-store and online. Check them out at memoryexpress.com. And we thank them for sponsoring our show.
For sure, and we're going to be right back after this break. We'll bring another game at you. Don't go anywhere, though. You are watching the Gaming Stadium's Collegiate Championship Series finale here for League of Legends.
Game design and development is a growing field. The 4 years consists of learning how to design games from the ground up. You will be making games, not just sitting there learning about them. You get small class sizes, which means your professors know you by name. They actually go out of their way to find contracts for us to work as game designers. Having that work-ready experience has me already working in the field.
Study at University Canada West and experience everything that Vancouver has to offer. Discover our new campus, Vancouver House. You'll be studying in the heart of downtown Vancouver. Explore Vancouver during your studies and see for yourself why it has been named the 3rd most livable city in the world by The Economist. Known for its perfect balance between city life and outdoor spaces, the city has something to offer for everyone. Vancouver has an incredibly strong economy. Canadian students are drawn to the city to pursue exciting career prospects. A recent 2020 survey of our graduates reported that 100% of our graduates find employment within 6 months. As a business and technology-focused university offering undergraduate and graduate programs on campus and online, we are dedicated to providing the most up-to-date knowledge required for today's fast-paced industries. Our dedicated Career Development Center specialists will help you prepare to enter the working world with your best foot forward.
Have you been wondering about blue light filtering glasses? Stop searching and take a look at this. Check out Clearly's Blue Reflect and Blue Reflect Plus blue light filtering lenses. This is them protecting your eyes from harmful blue light and UV rays that are constantly emitted from the sun, your digital screens, and other light sources. For reduced eye strain, maintaining your circadian rhythm, and better eye health, period. So, to answer your question, yes, our blue light filtering lenses work, and your eyes will thank you. Add Blue Reflect blue light lenses to any Clearly frames.
Memory Express, Canada's premier destination for computer products and services since 1996. Now, with 14 stores across Canada, we are proud to announce 2 brand new locations open for business in Ontario. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with new product launches, sales, contests, esports tournaments, and much, much more.
Think you know Return It? Think again. With Return It Express, there's no sorting required. Lineups are a thing of the past. It's fast and easy. With refunds deposited right into your online account, you'll be in and out in a flash. Sign up today and go Express.
tomorrow we could see things differently, but the way it's going right now, we better put it on hold. It's your 17th message in 17 minutes. I can reply no more, my head's not in it. Don't mean to shut you down, but I'ma put down this phone. So patiently, I'm listening. I know that you've been up waiting for me. Alright, I'll tell you. Before you go lay down, unlock the door. As soon as I get home, I'll be all
And welcome back, everyone, to the Gaming Stadium's Collegiate Championship Series finale for League of Legends for 2021. Did you miss us? That's the real question, because we're back here ready to give you another round of League of Legends here. This time we've got two of our juggernaut teams going at it here, York University versus University of Western Ontario. Once again, my name is Adam, alongside me is Flarfuls, and walk me through these teams because they are very interesting teams.
Okay, so the long and short of it, these guys have felt very dominating through the Ontario collegiate scene for as long as I can remember. It's always been Western, York, Toronto in there as well, but it seems like these guys have been quite the powerhouses, and we saw last tournament Western in the finals, pushing it to 3 games, ultimately falling to UBC, but they are back with another punching attitude. They are here to fight. And of course, York University throughout the tournament, I believe, have gone undefeated up until this point, and they're looking to keep that record alive. So of course, we have a lot of rich, raw talent from Western, as well as just a lot of fighting activity from York. We are going quickly through these picks and bans here. Obviously, Pro Draft was performed once again, and yeah, this is one of the Ontario heavyweight matches, and we are seeing it right up front and early. Of course, apologies for the previous round. We did have some connectivity issues on Epic from UBCB, so unfortunately they did have to forfeit that match. But we are back into the action. York University and Western Legends. How do we feel about these teams so far? Any notable picks or anything?
I think that a lot of these champions that we see picked up here are relatively meta, except for one here that I've got my eye on, which is this Elise picked up by Monka here. A little bit confusing to see why that is picked up until you realize that Monka is just another IGN for Wail or Sugar Booger, whichever one you want to put it, known as sort of an Elise one-trick in some ways, but you're going to have quite the interesting matchup here between these two teams. And, you know, the Elise pickup here, definitely interesting considering the new items, and there have been some changes to AP items. Flarfuls, Elise hasn't gotten any direct buffs recently, though. This is what sort of confuses me. Why Elise still?
Well, if we look back throughout the history of LoL esports, I remember in my younger days watching the world streams or a lot of high-level professional play, and Elise was often picked very frequently during those high-stakes, high-level matches, and I feel like a lot of it is due to her outplay potential. The raw, just her kit essentially has a lot of potential and a lot of skill expression, high ceiling level that we can see here. Yes, she has not had as favorable as a position in the meta in recent years, but if you're still able to know the mechanics, get stuff done, all of those tools are still there for you, and you might not be able to pack a punch as much, but you can still have a lot of damage output as well as CC potential, obviously with the spiders. With the cobweb is launching at you, is a super effective stun with the dashing into the spider form. There's so much potential for these plays that Monka, or Sugar Booger, as we may know him a bit better, can perform here. And yeah, I'm excited. I've been a vlog fan of Elise, just the way she roams around the map and plays all the way throughout. Her ganks are especially fun to watch. So yeah, I'm really excited to see a return here, and I hope Monka can put a good showing up here.
For sure. It'll be definitely interesting to see how they play this Elise, because as you mentioned, it isn't a champion that we've seen a whole lot in the current meta. It is sort of I don't want to say a newer pick, but it is a little bit of an old school pick in that sense, where since we haven't seen it for such a long time, it's hard to know exactly what to expect. But of course, we'll have to see what they offer on the stage here. Meanwhile, on the flip side, we've got another interesting, another notable member playing here. Actor. You're wondering, who is Actor? I wonder who that may be. In fact, that is former TSM Academy jungler, and I'm trying to think about who they've played for recently. Wildcard Red, at least in the most recent split. That is Winston playing there in the jungle. And, you know, this is going to be a really interesting matchup because Sugar Booger or Monka, whatever they are going by now, they are a very high level jungler. but not to the level of Winston.
Yeah. Obviously, Winston, TSM Academy, I feel like that name alone is enough to bring shivers down any collegiate player's spine. That is just a high level of play that we can be seeing here. And yeah, Winston on the Hecarim, if I believe I saw the pick correctly. I could have the roles mixed up here. But yeah, this is going to be one heck of a showing, especially considering the fact that with the Elise pick, you really got to know your stuff and be able to get those advantages in order to balance out the fact that your kit isn't so meta anymore. So against a player like Winston, against a team like Western Legends, this is going to be quite the tall order for Monka here.
I think we'll have to definitely see some interesting strategies coming out from York. In a lot of ways, they have some very strong lanes to play around, though. Logia and Plus Ratio down in that bot side have definitely been, some players that you have to keep your eyes on if you are the enemy team or if you are watching this game, because they are always potent. They always come out showing their best stuff, and I'm going to be curious to see how they do in this one. But Flarfels, it's hard to say just off of the bat, but I want to try and get a prediction from you. Who do you think is going to take this game one?
Oh boy, I knew you'd throw it at me at some point here. Okay, well, if we're going purely throughout the history of the league, I would have to give my slight edge over to Western. They have been able to perform at these events, in these tournaments, exceptionally well and put together such a strong showing. And of course, looking at the champion side of things, they have a lot more easy to execute style. And that's not, of course, saying they can't play higher skill ceiling champions, but you see things like Jax, Hecarim, Orianna, Ezreal, Rakan, pretty standard picks across the board. But then when you look at the top side of York University, Camille, Elise, and Yone, these are some champions that if you are not up to snuff, if you're not up to the standards that this gauntlet will put you through, you're just going to get spat right out. So I don't know. I think I have to give an edge over to Western Legends, of course, not trying to curse anything, but that's just going purely off my intuition. Of course, throwing it back to you. What do you feel? How are you feeling about this one?
I'm really interested to see how Western comes out here, because of course, being sort of the expected favorites with such strong players on their roster, like Lynx, who has Lynx and Skytech, both of them have also played for amateur organizations. Not to mention Winston. I'm going to have to get used to seeing actors Winston. They're playing for Academy. It is a little bit of a different. It is a different look for them, so really interested to see how they play this one out, but looks like we're just going to be starting off with some standard blue buff starts.
Yeah, pretty, as you say, just standard stuff that, well, they're not looking for a lot of action. Obviously, it is better for pathing. As Elise, you are going to need that blue buff right off the bat, or those early camps are going to prove to be a tough time for you. It does provide a bit of early advantage for Logia and Plus Ratio, but they actually opt to stay in the bush, providing no real information for Lynx or Skytech about where Monka has actually started on the map. They can make an inference that Sweet Tangerine was caught out on the Orianna ball there earlier, but we could actually be seeing Monka go to the ward. It expires! Oh boy. Okay, undetected so far.
Able to sneak by, and Monka going to be going over to that red buff, trying to get an early gank off potentially. You can see the ping on the Raptors. They feel like this Elise is over on those Raptors, but you don't do Raptors if you're Elise. That's sort of the point of your champion. You just go around and gank. So going to be curious to see where the next course of action is going to be for this Elise, because you want to see her gank early. It's sort of the point of that champion. You want to gank. As up on the top side, Grovey getting a pretty good trade there onto the kill, getting that counter-strike down and making it a little bit closer than maybe it should have been.
Yeah, we are seeing lethal tempo over to Grovey again with the changes we mentioned in the previous round. This could provide to be a bit more favorable in these early trades here. Lakill with Grasp with the Doran's Blade could prove to be quite the opponent, but obviously you have the Corrupting Potion and the Biscuits, so you don't really need Grasp or anything, or Conqueror if you're Jax. You can just focus on raw damage output as actors here. Possibly for the dive. It looks like they're going in.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for the dive. Loyal is showing up as well. The teleport going to come down, as does the ghost come out. Grovey going to try and get that stun down, but Loyal is here as well. Sweet Tangerine looking for the trade. You're going to be the Cocoon missing, but it's going to be Monka picking up first blood, and Actor goes down as well. That's a double kill. Loyal is next on the agenda, as I just realized this is a press the attack. Elise looking for all of that isolation damage, as Sweet Tangerine will pick him up, as Lynx on the bot side able to pick up a kill for themselves, as this Ezreal moving forward. Logia going to be under tower, takes that last auto attack, tries to flash away.
It's a double kill.
And it isn't enough, a double kill for Lynx.
Okay, I was wondering where the 3-1 on the scoreboard had came from, but it looks like Lynx in the bot side, they wanted some of the action as well. Great work there from Lynx and Skytech. Ezreal Rakan not really being known as the most aggressive lane, but you obviously have a lot of playmaking potential. Back over to the top side of the map. I feel like Grovey and Actor, I don't know if they were able to get enough damage out. Oh, it looks like early trade here.
Grovey going in, trying to win this trade, but that's a Sheena on the Camille. I don't think you really want to take that fight if you are the side of the Grovey there. But on the bot side, Actor looking to try and make a play. Did prop that Predator, won't be enough, but in the mid lane, Cocoon going to come down onto Loyal. One last little bit of damage, and the Yone repeat damage will end up picking that one up. Plus Ratio going to get knocked up. Glacial Augment. Rakan for Skytech going to pick up another one into Lynx's pocket, but Logia has them on his side of the map. They're going to try and go for the dive here. Does Logia have enough damage? Will pick up one. Will get excited. Will get two, but will get taken down as well. But now Lynx is on the wrong side of the map. Sweet Tangerine looking to chase this one down. Lynx is going to try and get out under tower. You cannot dodge away from this Yone, as that's a shutdown going into that Yone's pocket. And that's starting to become a little scarier if you are the side of Western, as York already out to a 1,400 gold lead.
Oh boy, yeah. Lynx was stuck in between a tower and an undead samurai swordsman. Just not the place you want to be in the end. I feel, once again, the ganks with Actor, Winston, they're just a little too ambitious. I feel like they were all too low to perfectly execute on Logia, so excuse me. And ultimately, with the rockets coming down, it just ended up being a double kill over to the side of Logia. You'll take that, as you know, especially that Monka and Sweet Tangerine are coming up to secure the kill. The janitorial crew are able to get it there. And yeah, 7 and 4. Some quick caster math. It's a 1.7k gold lead as it rounds out to 10k nicely for me. Yeah, York University, they're making it look good, and you would never doubt that Elise was out of the meta. Looking at Monka's performance here, he's been doing exceptionally well in these first few minutes.
Yeah, getting around the map really well, and that's sort of Elise's power point. You want to take advantage of her early game, because that is where you get the most out of your champion as well. Briefly mentioned that press the attack. They're interesting rune choice. You're normally used to seeing Dark Harvest, Electrocute, but obviously Monka knows something that we don't, as didn't know that there wasn't a plant on the other side, so repelled for nothing.
I think there is a plant. It's just he wasn't able to get it in vision, maybe. I don't know. Well, Monka, they are able to secure the first dragon of the map. It is a Hex Tech. We're going to have to get used to those new icons. But they do secure that pretty uncontestedly. There is a bit of a CS disadvantage from the bot side, but I guess it doesn't matter off screen. Sweet Tangerine. Light work over here for the 402 Yone.
Yeah, just a really easy pickup there. Didn't even really break a sweat, but overall, this is just looking really good for the side of York thus far. They've picked themselves up early objectives, picked themselves up some early kills, but Actor going to come down to this bot side again. Plus Ratio going to go in with this one, but a perfect dive this time around. Skytech tanks that perfectly. So does Actor, and that's going to be 2 kills picked up once again for the side of Western. And all of the eggs are going to be in this Lynx basket. He has 6 of his team's 6 kills.
Yeah, I was going to say, if any hope is lying with Western Legends right now, it is in the hands of Lynx. Throughout the game earlier, he was able to get that double kill, pick up the extra kills in the unsuccessful bot dive. Well, it went back over towards the favor of York University earlier, but this time they have enough damage around. Loyal. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Loyal's just taken down with a solo queue. Sweet Tangerine goes all the way in there, and that's not looking good for this Orianna thus far.
Yeah, we did mention that it is more of a standard comp from the side of Western Legends, but the advantage of York University, if you can perform on these high ceiling champions, you definitely perform Yone 502 at this point. These scorelines from the top side that we mentioned might have been a bit iffy. They're looking fantastic.
Yeah, they're looking great on this top side. 5-0 and 2 for Sweet Tangerine in that mid lane. That's the second solo kill, at least that we've seen come through for that Yone, and has been everywhere on the map as well, just everywhere at the same time. And that's sort of the power point. If you are the Yone, you want to try and push your advantages, and thus far has done a great job of doing that.
Yeah, and oh gosh, Sweet Tangerine wants some of the spotlight.
That's not going to be enough damage. Used the Fate Sealed, but was not able to get everything at the end of that one. Unfortunate for the Yone there. Had a chance, but just was not enough.
Yeah, and we didn't really have a chance to mention there was a bit too much spotlight on the Sweet Tangerine here. Monka did pick up the Rift Herald, and could be looking to place that near the mid lane. Sweet Tangerine might be going for this here. Loyal's in a dangerous spot, especially considering, well, there aren't any objectives up, but there are a lot of York University members towards that side, and we've seen that you can't really count distance between you and Tangerine out. He will always be able to close that gap.
He'll always be able to clean that up, and all of a sudden, as soon as you think you're safe, you are not safe. That is basically exactly what this Yone is saying. As you can see, Sweet Tangerine already going under that turret, getting a decent amount of damage. Barely takes anything from that tower, as well as you can see sitting on those Berserker Greaves, the Zeal, as well as that Vamp Scepter. So feeling pretty good about themselves so far.
Yeah, when you have a nearly 20 CS lead, it is difficult for Loyal to try and find any leeway in these fights. You see, you're under 2 towers, and Sweet Tangerine just does not give... well, honestly, he doesn't care, I'll be honest. So, yeah, he is going to go for the recall as well. Loyal is going to be looking for the roam here, could be looking for the honey fruits, but yeah, this is... It's calmed down on the Rift, as Dragon is spawning in the next 45 seconds. Both teams most likely looking to keep their teleports, keep all their summoners available in preparation for that fight that's going to ensue. Infernal Dragon coming up next.
Yeah, Infernal Dragon going to be the next objective that both of these teams are looking at. But even after the explosive early game coming out from the side of York University, Western still keeping it close. They are actually within about 200 gold, so very close in terms of those objectives. But looking at the scorelines, you can see all of that gold is on Lynx. All of the onus is on them to make the plays as Sweet Tangerine goes in and leaves just clean and simple. Use that Fate Sealed, but honestly, like, I don't even know how to cast that because Loyal just died.
In the blink of an eye, Sweet Tangerine pulls the trigger, and it is just over. We do see another dive potential. Monka going up, the flash.
Yeah, Monka forces the E out of Link, still lands the cocoon, but all of a sudden what must come up comes down. Skytech gonna pick Logia up there as plus ratio for the hills. Double kill going over to the Rakan here, so this bot lane has all their kills after trying to 1v1 this Yone, but that's not the best plan. Link's still looking for more. No summoners or no flashes available on anyone here. Actor's gonna try and go under this tower. That's gonna be a Rift Herald popped, a little bit odd there, but Monka gonna be trying to get that back. Onslaught of Shadows gonna come down. It's gonna be the Elise who ends up picking up that kill at the end of it, and unfortunately, the Hecarim cannot fight the Spider. Meanwhile, on top side, Groby looking for a little bit of a solo kill, flashes forward with the empowered auto attack, and that's gonna be a kill for the Jax. In the end, ends up, as Ezreal picks up a shutdown on the opposite side of the map, that ends up being, I think, a 4-for-2 in favor of Western Legends, but Loyal might be the next one in trouble. Plus ratio looking to pick up more. Logia trying to chase this one down. Powder might be turning into Jinx after this one. Gonna drop the shockwave though into plus ratio. Do they have the ultimate? They will stay alive with the wild growth, but Loyal flashes forward with the Q and the auto attack. That is enough as Western Legends have tied it all back up, but they have a gold lead.
Yeah, Western Legends, they will not be made fools out of by York University here. I feel like a lot of the team was looking at Sweet Tangerine and wanted to pull some triggers too. It all started off the backs of that bot lane dive. Lynx flashing the cocoon so critical as it enabled him to be able to continue outputting damage, landing that true shot barrage. Suddenly, if you're York University, I'll pause for a sec. Hold on.
Yeah, Skytech goes golden as Monka has that Everfrost. Sweet Tangerine does not land the ultimate on to Lynx, but the fight goes all the way of York University. They pick up 3 kills there, and that does increase their kill lead at least back up just a little bit. In the end, not too consequential though, as the Dragon goes to Western. And if you look at the Rift here, we have the Chem Fog billowing across the Rift here. We've got ourselves a nice little Chem Tech Dragon Soul.
This is actually my first time seeing the Chem Fog, and in a match like this, where it feels like whoever gets the first hit, the first punch on the other side, is going to be the one to take those massive fights. We've seen Sweet Tangerine have such a field day with the fact that Yone can close any distance he wants to. It's just a matter of whether he does. And yeah, the rest of the team has a lot of gank and flank opportunities as well. So the Chemtech is favoring whoever is going to be able to get these first fights. And that's what it's been looking like for so far.
Oh
Skytech.
my goodness, Logia gonna get taken down after Skytech and Loyal link up. They're able to pick themselves up. A nice little play, and gonna be a good kill going once again over to the side of Western Legends. But in the mid lane, Loyal still cannot quite line themselves up against the likes of Sweet Tangerine. That's a lot of damage that ends up coming down.
Yeah, and if you're looking for things to be hopeful for Western Legends, the gold lead is actually back in their favor again, and not all of your kills are on Lynx again. We saw earlier in the mid lane, Loyal had a great outplay with the Shockwave, bringing plus ratio back into the tower. Now 2 and 6, redeemed himself quite a little bit after those difficult Yone moments is what we could call them. And Grovey as well with the solo kill, bringing these scorelines quite up nicely for the side of Western Legends.
They have been able to recover quite nicely as we get into the later stages of this game, but if we look across the map here, 7-1 and 2 on this Ezreal is pretty scary. 6-0 and 2 on the Yone as well for Sweet Tangerine. So there are some very important members to keep our eyes on as we get into the later stages of this game.
Yeah, again, it feels sort of like Monka has taken a bit to the backstage. Oh, that is a big Q there from Lynx, and he is a force to be reckoned with. The Manamune stacking slowly, and it looks like we have most of the mythics coming through, pretty standard itemizations. Of course, you're going to go Divine Sunder if you're both Camille and Jax. Everfrost from the side of Monka, looking to once again lock down that single target damage with the help of the PTA as well. Of course, you're going to go with the shield bow for Yone. It's just the pick you want, especially if you're 6-0, but we're seeing a bit of pressure here on the mid lane.
Yeah, pressure coming through from both sides as they look to try and get an engage off. Actor was behind that turret but wasn't able to find the play. Skytech gonna pop the Shirelias to get everyone out of there safe and sound, but a little bit of a sketchy situation to say the least in that one.
Oh, Grovey does have the dodge, but of course with the hook shot, the kill can get to safety there. I feel like this is such a volatile matchup. We've, of course, seen that the Camille Jax matchup is one of the most infamous in the top lane role. But with the addition of the lethal tempo, it's hard to tell exactly who's going to be taking those early skirmishes. And as we get later into the mid lane, who's going to be able to chunk out who? Second Rift Herald going over to the side of York University, and that a lot of it is thanks to their vision control. If we take a look at the top side of the map, it is just complete blue vision. The Western Legends team, you can barely see anything past that river there. It's walking into darkness, and especially with the Chem Fog, that is a scary sight to behold. You have a Yone, you have a Camille and Elise already that could just be behind any corner you're lurking in. So they do clear out the vision right there just to give a bit of security. And of course, with a bit of mirroring, we do see that the bot side is littered with red trinkets as well.
Yeah, just absolutely covered on that bot side of the map as Grovey and Lakil keep going back at it. As it stands right now, this is exactly what we were expecting, though, out of these two teams. Extremely evenly matched throughout this early game as Grovey taking a big chunk of damage. That's going to be the Counter-Strike going to try and dodge out on it. Lakil, though, going to be able to find Lakil in that one. Gets the solo kill onto the Jax. A really well-played fight there.
Yeah, and while resources were drawn over to the top side, Actor and SkyTech, they wanted to help. They might actually be able to come back in time and get this Herald. All right, solid pit there.
Able to pick up that Herald before it charges, but looking at the rest of the map here, still a couple of things to keep in mind. With this Chemtech Dragon taken down, going to be another one, looks like, in the pockets. Oh, but a great shockwave going to land on it too. It's going to be the steal coming through from Actor. The knockup down onto the backline there. Plus Ratio and Sweet Tangerine are running for the hills. But Logia and Monka have no chance of survival there. Great play coming out from Western Legends as they find the back end of that fight.
That was Western domination there. It looked iffy once Sweet Tangerine found that double knockup, but a beautiful double shockwave from Loyal, able to get the security for the team fight win. Of course, Actor.
Hold on. Trouble. He's gonna give a kill over to Sweet Tangerine. Once again, the Yone able to get the repeat on that damage. Has a double kill. The kill moving forward here. Loyal taking a bunch of damage, but now Lynx is here to try and supplement the damage. Loyal gonna flash away. The teleports are gonna come in. Grovey is going to join this fight. Can Lynx outplay the Camille? Will jump over the wall as a super mega death rocket gonna go flying into the abyss. Oh, and the long range true shot barrage picks up both of them. What a shot from Lynx.
Wow, that was exceptionally placed, the true shot barrage. I don't even know how much vision he had. That could have just been a very good guess there. We'll have to see. There might have been no, I don't think there was an igniter or anything. That was just exceptionally placed from Lynx there. And just as I say it, just as we mentioned that there was some Western domination in that Dragon fight, York decides to punch right back. And yeah, Western Lynx is able to pick up some of the slack here, and it looks like they're going to try and translate that over to a Baron. Loyal does have teleport in the bot side, so can be available if needed. This is going undetected right now.
This is an interesting play as no vision here for the side of York as Western going to be able to pick themselves up a very sneaky 21-minute Baron. Might have been right out of the textbook of one of those academy teams that all of these players are affiliated with. So really well played from them to pick that up. But as it stands right now, gold lead finally going to start to be a little bit more defined here. 1,700 gold over to the side of Western Legends, as they also have Mr. Game & Watch Dragon on their side. That was a joke I made. Chemtech Dragon, the icon looks like Mr. Game & Watch, kinda.
I feel like you need the reference image right next to it.
Yeah, we'll pull it up after, but what we need to reference is how dead Lakil is. So much damage coming out from Lynx. Monka taking a whole bunch of damage on the back end. And off the back of Baron, they pick up a kill, and they continue this siege forward. They're looking to pick themselves up this second top lane tower, as SkyTech getting a little bit too fancy, but Sweet Tangerine isn't able to land anything onto Lynx, able to dodge away from that with the Arcane Shift, but everyone's just going to back up and reset as the Super Mega Death Rocket once again goes for 3 points, but 3 points doesn't matter when in the game of League of Legends. Actor going in and out with that onslaught of shadows as Lynx is so fierce, stepping forward. Logia not able to get enough damage to pick that one up, as now plus Ratio is going to be on the run, but those low health bars. Now the teleport coming through from Lakil may mean doom for the side of Western. They're going to hide in the bush. They're going to try and pick up the kill onto plus Ratio. They might have overextended here. Monka goes up. What comes up? What comes down? Though Lakil trying to pick up one. That's going to be a kill picked up for the Camille. Plus Ratio going to be next on the agenda. Burns down from the red buff, but that's 2 kills for Lakil. Might be a third one picked up here. That's a triple kill picked up for Lakil. SkyTech is on the run. Drops that Shirelia's battle song, and fortunately that will be enough as the Rakan is much too quick, but Lakil picking up 3 on the top side, and that does put a dampener on what was a great push from Western.
Yeah, what happens with Western is as soon as you think you're going to have a moment to breathe, they decide to pull the trigger again after going deep onto that backline of York University, able to pick up the kills in the end, but ultimately, Lakill with the flank teleport, they don't have enough health resources to be able to make it with those extended pushes out alive, and they are able to clean up the fray a bit there. Everyone was so low from the side of Western, and at what point do you have to call it and just say, okay guys, good push? No, they keep going in, and York ultimately capitalized on that in the end. However, Western, they were able to get a few decent kills and pick up a tower as well as maintaining their gold lead. They're perfectly fine with how that went.
Yeah, in the end, you give up some pretty big and hefty shutdowns, specifically the one onto Lynx, as now Lakill sitting on 2.5 items compared to just the 2 items for the Jax. Hasn't had as much impact, but Skytech might be overextending here. Gets ulted on with that Hex Tech ultimatum, plus Ratio taking so much damage with the shockwave in the back end. That's going to be too big now. Oh my goodness, Actor taking so much damage, gets sniped down with the Super Mega Death Rocket, and York is trying to turn it, but Grovey has come in from the side. Counter-Strike gonna pick up a kill onto the Camille. Loyal is trying to move forward. Monka trying to take down Lynx as well. Oh my goodness, the Volatile Spider-Link gonna be able to pick that one up as well. Sweet Tangerine goes all the way back to the Shadow, but Grovey is on the side, dodges away from the Cocoon, is looking for more, has a Counter-Strike, but Sweet Tangerine goes golden for the time being. Grovey gonna try and pick this one up. Needs to stack up that lethal tempo, but you don't have as much healing down, no Conqueror on the board, and York picks up the ace. They're able to find everyone. 10-0-4 for Sweet Tangerine, and this Yone is cracked.
York find their fight through the chem fog. Sweet Tangerine with a huge ultimate, and ultimately Monka starting off that fight with the Elise Repel, able to juke out Skytech a bit there, and they were able to just land all of their blows successively. It looked for a second like Grovey and Lynx might have been able to turn it around, but they are picked off one by one, and that is a chem tech drag on the board for each of these teams here. It is going punch for punch throughout this entire game. I love to see, I don't want to see some stops, I want to see back and forth. Great play from both of these teams. And the gold lead, I feel like it's been around 1.5k the entire game. Actor wants to make a bit more action here.
Might be Actor getting caught out, though. The action is brought to the stage, and the Actor's going to be the one falling down there. Unfortunately, just a little bit overextended. This Hecarim has not panned out the way that we expected it to be. 2, 8, and 9. Not necessarily the best of clips there for Actor, unfortunately, but looking at the state of this game right now, York University have once again brought this gold to so close. Skytech, oh my goodness, tries to get the knockup, but Sweet Tangerine's in the back line. It's going to be Jinx following that up with the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Logia going to get that last kill with the Zap. And this Jinx is getting real excited. You don't want to make her mad, because she will go psycho on you.
Oh boy, Actor getting caught out again. We had highlighted Winston, the player, on the Hecarim, and it felt like early in the game, he was just sort of taking a backseat of Shockwave!
Oh my goodness, Loyal able to pick that one up onto plus Ratio, and Actor going into that backline once again, right out of the fountain. They come forward. Loyal survives with a sliver of HP. That has to be double digits there. 26 HP after some regen, and now Lakill is on the run after an insane turn in the 3v5. Like they want to find more. Grovey gonna keep chasing just for a little bit as they end up backing out.
And I'd like to highlight, this has been only 26 minutes here. It feels like it's been a 50-minute banger of a game, but honestly, look at the kills. Both sides have at least as many kills per minute as there are in the game, and you can never count either of these teams out. Well, as soon as you think, oh, York is going to take it, they've just got a crazy fight. Western punch back. Loyal with the humongous shockwave, translating it all into a Baron here. Sweet Tangerine.
Yeah,
if you wanted to close the distance away.
Run for the hills as Skytech gives chase, but unfortunately it won't be enough as Sweet Tangerine still 11-0-5 on this Yone, has had an outstanding performance. But I don't know if it's going to be enough at this point. While Western are able to pick up the Baron, their gold lead is virtually indiscriminate from the other team's gold here. It is so close, this game.
Yeah, at this point in the game, if it's been 2 minutes, a 500 gold lead is pretty good. But if it's been 27 and you're within 1,000 gold of each other, that is essentially neck and neck throughout this game here. Obviously, Western does have a bit of advantage with the Baron in these next few minutes, but look at the way the waves are pushing. Throughout mid, it's forcing Loyal to push back, and York has been able to keep up the push, even despite this Baron from Western.
Despite the Baron, they have been looking to make some more action happen. Moving forward all throughout this camp fog, it is so difficult to find any sort of vision when there's so much fog on the rift. And one thing to note is that normal wards will not spot anything out in the fog. You have to use that pink ward. So you just have a normal ward, and no point even putting it anywhere close. But regardless, they are going to start to stack up here for this Baron push. It is only... the Barons is halfway done already, and it doesn't look like they have made any strides, but with that Chemtech Dragon up in 50 seconds, they are going to start to prep for that objective.
Yeah, and Lynx is starting to reach the point in the game where he can just true shot Barrage for fun, basically, clear out that wave. He is Baron, he doesn't need to push, but he's going to do it anyways. And of course, the big objective, another Chemtech on the Rift in the next 30 seconds here. Both sides trying to push out as many waves as possible, get those resets in before the big fight for Soul Point. Obviously, this isn't going to be the end of the world if you do lose the dragon, but you do want to have it. So both sides looking to get as much pushing effort out of their base as possible before the Fated Dragon fight is going to occur here. And yeah, neither side has a lot of vision advantage, so it could be dicey.
And if we look across the board at how these kills are spread out, this Jinx has still managed to stay rather relevant despite being 7 and 9. Having those 9 deaths definitely not helping our cause, but not necessarily hindering at this point, as looks like Western will just be able to clean this up for themselves. Oh, Lakill and Grovey gonna go toe-to-toe here. These bruisers are going at it. Lethal Tempo is stacked up, but Lakill is coming down with that Hextech Ultimatum. Cho'Gath Q ultimate on the Q. Gonna be coming down. It will be a prediction on the Fate Seal. The Sweet Tangerine able to clean up that kill. 12-0-5 for this Yone. Did burn the teleport, though, to pick up that kill, as we are dead even in gold at 30 minutes into this game, Flarfels, in terms of the gold.
Oh my gosh, you can't get much closer than, well, of course, as they get the waves. But when you said it, it was like 100, 200 gold. Sweet Tangerine, I swear, anytime he's unbound, he could just go in like that, but oh, it makes your heart skip a beat every single time.
Yeah, no ultimate, so didn't want to pull the trigger quite yet, but when you are this fed as a Yone, more than 100 CS up on your lane opponent, the Flame Horizon, 12 kills, had... Oh! That looked scary for a second, but here they go. They're going to pull the trigger here. Going to use that Hecarim ultimate to move forward, but Loyal's going to take down Plush Ratio. Great shockwave. Going to land onto two of them as Logia now running for the hills. After goes Golden for the time being, as here comes the teleport from the Jax from the side here. Grovey is looking for a little bit more. Doesn't look like they're going to find anything, but Loyal finding a couple of kills there, and Western now have that advantage that they need to try and push down these inner base turrets.
I feel like there was a bit of a miscommunication on both sides there. Western pulled the trigger,
oh my
but
goodness!
Hold on.
Green's pulling the trigger, going right in there. Skytech gonna get those freeze ray downs there as Lakill forced to back off, but Sweet Tangerine once again finding the engage and finding a kill, gonna take down Actor, and just like that, evens the game right back up here. Still only within 1,000 gold are these two teams.
If Yone got added to Smash, his tagline would be Yone closes the gap. No matter how much distance is between you and Sweet Tangerine, you can never be safe from this guy. Oh my gosh, he is able to put so much playmaking potential through to execution. He's able to get those fights started off perfectly for York, and as we mentioned, that is a 3,000 gold lead. That's a full item at that point if you are Sweet Tangerine over Loyal. And he's just able to get these fights that are so crucial on the Chemtech map. You need to be able to shoot first. You need to get your shot in immediately when on your own terms. And Sweet Tangerine is doing that. 12:06, a highlight player on the side of York University here.
Yeah, and effectively it's the solo lanes versus the bot lane here. As you can see, a massive gold lead as well for this Ezreal, but the later we get into the game, the closer Ezreal's going to get to that full build, and all of a sudden your gold lead doesn't matter as much. Jinx is sitting on 3.5 items. Once she gets that Infinity Edge, she is probably as strong as a full build Ezreal because of how strong she can be. If she gets excited, gets those resets, as Lakill going to be jumping forward as the tactical sweep, but not going to pull the trigger yet. We're going to get ourselves a little bit of a Baron dance here 33 minutes into this game.
Yeah, I didn't have the chance to mention it earlier, but there was one moment where Logia, with the lethal tempo, I guess Actor doesn't want me to mention anything here.
Yeah, Actor's going in. They're going to bring the whole squad right on top of Lakill, but he's able to get out of there. Gets the wild growth. Only going to fear up the Lulu in that backline. Logia has taken down Actor as Grovey tries to jump into the backline. It's a shotgun from the side from Loyal, but it is the shutdown picked up on to the Camille. Sweet Tangerine still has that Guardian Angel. Going to be a triple kill picked up for Logia, though, as Jinx continues to get excited. It is going to be a team fight win for the side of York, but just barely. Lynx is dishing out the damage on this backside, trying to deal as much damage as they can before they turn over to this Baron, but with Actor down and with the extra member, looks like York is going to take their first Baron of the game. Unless Lynx has anything to say about it. Sweet Tangerine taking a whole bunch of poke damage. Wonka is going to pick that one up, but Logia has double-digit HP as well, so low, and this Jinx is going to have to try and get out of here as soon as possible. They get the Baron, and somehow, someway, Logia does not fall.
Oh my gosh, Loyal should have taken Scorch, I guess, at that point. Logia able to make it through, and what we were seeing there was excellent zoning from Sweet Tangerine on Lynx and Skytech. They were not able to get any damage output in the fight, and of course, if you're Sweet Tangerine, you have the Death's Dance, the Shield Bow, you're going to be healing. The Ezreal Qs are basically a tickle at that point, and if you're able to keep them off, then Western really doesn't have a lot of consistent damage output. They have, of course, the Jax, but if you're able to pick them off early in the fight, like we saw with that previous Baron skirmish, then there's not really a lot you can do. Loyal can find something, but alright. 3 dragons from each side, about 1,000 gold, less than 1,000 gold lead from each of these teams here. Towers, they've basically all fallen at this point. It's just base versus base. The rest of the map is a no man's land. I don't think you can get much closer than this.
This game is on a knife's edge. It is quite literally the gap. The gap here is almost indistinguishable, still within 1,000 gold. You know, I've heard Waterloo is a pretty good math school. Would you be able to graph this gold graph? Because I feel like we've had about 12 lead changes throughout.
Well, if you're familiar with any graphing terms, I guess you could say it would be like a sinusoidal, to say it's going up and down and up and down and up and down. The lead between these two teams has shifted throughout the course of the game so frequently. It felt like York University dominated the early game. Throughout the mid game, Loyal had redeemed himself and brought it back for Western, and now it is punch for punch, but Grovey looking a little caught out perhaps? No, it might actually be York.
Yeah, drops the Grandmaster's might, but Monka's the one who's in trouble, gets flashed on with the quickness, and Loyal goes unstoppable. Somehow goes from 0-5 to 10-8 as Western look to push down the base. This is against the Baron. Skytech, though, gonna get stunned up, taking a whole bunch of damage. Sweet Tangerine is legendary, going right in there. Grovey gonna go on top of Lakill, but it's a shutdown there for the Yone as well. This Yone is untouched. He's still going hard. Relogia on a rampage, firing on all cylinders. This Jinx is so strong at this point. She is excited. She's popping up. She don't care if she's called Powder or Jinx at this point because she cleaned up that team fight. And that is an ace for York. They only lose Monka, and they are marching down this mid lane, trying to end this game.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the game. These death timers are just too large with the Yone, with the Baron. They're going to be able to march right through into this Nexus playground. And once again, York University with Sweet Tangerine, you cannot kill this guy. 1409, making it look easy.
Says, who needs Guardian Angel? That's just so that I can shove it in your face that I never had to use it. That's gonna be the game picked up by York University. In 37 thrilling minutes, they move to 4-0.
Yeah, and while if you're a Western University fan, you may not like that outcome, but that was a banger of a game. You have to admit, both played excellently well throughout the entire game. Of fantastic execution on the plays, the setups as well, with pulling the trigger on particular targets, able to find those plays. Loyal with his shockwaves, Lynx with his double true shot barrage snipe down the jungle, great work from both sides. York University ultimately able to take it, but I think we need a minute to cool down there from that one.
For sure. I think that a minute to cool down is quite necessary. And honestly, what better way to do it with Return It Express? Actually, we don't have to do that one. We have to do the other one, which is for, of course, getting involved in the Durex Canada game on Gauntlet with at Gaming Stadium CS. Join us on December 11th and 12th for a shot at $2,000 in cash prizes in League of Legends. Registration is open now if you go to tgs.gg/Durex-LOL. Are you open to play? Are you open to play, Flarfels?
Might be a loaded question, but I feel I am always open to play. We thank them for sponsoring our show, and we will have a bit more information about the next matchup. We might be following York as we get into, I believe, the fifth round of our Swiss bracket, if I'm not mistaken. More bangers to come, and we should be right back with you guys shortly here.
Yeah, we're going to be right back after this quick break as York, they have qualified for the playoffs, if my math is correct. We're just going to see who else will be joining us, but don't go anywhere. If that game was an indication of what's to come, you don't want to miss it.
Game design and development is a growing field. The 4 years consists of learning how to design games from the ground up. You will be making games, not just sitting there learning about them. You get small class sizes, which means your professors know you by name. They actually go out of their way to find contracts for us to work as game designers. Having that work-ready experience has me already working in the field.
Study at University Canada West and experience everything that Vancouver has to offer. Discover our new campus, Vancouver House. You'll be studying in the heart of downtown Vancouver. Explore Vancouver during your studies and see for yourself why it has been named the third most livable city in the world by The Economist. Known for its perfect balance between city life and outdoor spaces, the city has something to offer for everyone. Vancouver has an incredibly strong economy. Canadian students are drawn to the city to pursue exciting career prospects. A recent 2020 survey of our graduates reported that 100% of our graduates find employment within 6 months. As a business and technology-focused university offering undergraduate and graduate programs on campus and online, we are dedicated to providing the most up-to-date knowledge required for today's fast-paced industries. Our dedicated Career Development Center specialists will help you prepare to enter the working world with your best foot forward.
Have you been wondering about blue light filtering glasses? Stop searching and take a look at this. Check out Clearly's Blue Reflect and Blue Reflect Plus blue light filtering lenses. This is them protecting your eyes from harmful blue light and UV rays that are constantly emitted from the sun, your digital screens, and other light sources. For reduced eye strain, maintaining your circadian rhythm, and better eye health, period. So, to answer your question, yes, our blue light filtering lenses work, and your eyes will thank you. Add Blue Reflect blue light lenses to any Clearly frames.
Memory Express, Canada's premier destination for computer products and services since 1996. Now, with 14 stores across Canada, we are proud to announce 2 brand new locations open for business in Ontario. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with new product launches, sales, contests, esports tournaments, and much, much more.
Think you know Return It? Think again. With Return It Express, there's no sorting required. Lineups are a thing of the past. It's fast and easy. With refunds deposited right into your online account, you'll be in and out in a flash. Sign up today and go Express.
And a warm welcome back to each and every one of you back here with the Gaming Stadium's Collegiate Championship Series, our last one of 2021. My name is Rare Adam. Alongside me is Flarfuls, and we had quite a game in our last series there. York University versus Western Legends, given us such a banger. And we're going to get another one right after this with UBC Premier going up against York University JV. These two teams are definitely up there when we talk about some of our best teams.
Yeah, UBC Premier, obviously the previous tournament champions from back over in September, up against York University JV. This is, just to clarify, a different team than the one we just saw in that gauntlet we had earlier. But of course, this is going to be another banger. I'm hoping for another slaughterhouse of a match, just more action all the time. We saw last game a lot of unorthodox picks, so it's going to be up to these two teams to whether or not we want to bring it back towards the meta. And I think we might actually have a slower in-order ban phase. So how are we feeling about, well, Nico, okay, could be a one trick. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll find out what comes through with this draft. Of course, the Rumble and the Lee Sin going to be taken away by York JV here. Xin Zhao, Nico, and Blitzcrank going to be taken away by UBC Premier. So obviously some target bans there, as well as just banning out, an Arcane champion, because, you have to do that apparently. But regardless, UBC Premier here on our blue side here for the game, and curious to see how this works out, because thus far, technically, blue side has an 100% win rate.
I guess that's true. That's a bit of cheating when it comes to the numbers. The first one was a forfeit, but the Juegos del Equipos were performing quite well in that match. I believe they're 3-0-1 right now, so here we go. These picks right off the bat with a Maokai Graves Echo and then Gragas Trundle LeBlanc. Interesting picks here from each side.
Yeah, looks like the Gragas going to be going to that top lane for Aquanthony here. Lazy Bear picking up that Trundle. I think they did do pro draft first, and then they just are doing the right bans, which is odd. But regardless, you can see Maokai actually showing up here, and that is one of those champions that sort of got shadow buffed with the new items.
Yeah, well, obviously a lot of these new tank items, they do give you a lot more options in these team fights with the bonus health, with a lot of different stats. I'm not too familiar with all the nitty-gritty details, but a champion like Maokai, who's just intended to be a CC beefcake of sponge ball of health, basically, he is going to be benefiting a lot from this new itemization. And then the rest of his team, we see the classic Aphelios Thresh combo, as well as a more recent development, the Lucian Nami, up against them in the York University JV side. Echo LeBlanc, two picks that might be looking more towards comfort. We see LeBlanc is more of a situational champion if there's a lot of picks that you need to execute. With Grace getting in and getting out, exploding someone, that could be Izuru on the Aphelios there. And then Trundle Graves, I like it. Those are just two fun, go in, get the kills type of champions. And yeah, this draft is looking like a banger.
Yeah, it looks really interesting thus far. Of course, Maokai getting some real nice changes, of course, getting Fimbulwinter, giving you a tier item that also builds into Winter's approach, builds into that Fimbulwinter, giving you a shield every time you crowd control or slow someone. Kind of insane because you get a whole lot of shielding on that Maokai in the top lane. Gragas, in the same vein, has been starting to pick that up as well. So, we do get some true tanks in some ways this time around. Gragas moving away from that AP build in favor of these tankier builds. And I'm interested to see how these mid lane assassins work out, because Echo LeBlanc, as you said, very much oriented towards those comfort picks as opposed to maybe what is front of the meta. But this Echo is definitely one I want to keep my eye on.
Yeah, Ochre99 with the Echo pick. I'm trying to process what each team is going for with their draft, what they're trying to accomplish in these fights, whether or not they're going for an all-around-the-map bleed-you-out style with winning lanes and dominant ganks, or a 5v5, a pure crowd control fiesta team fight. With the side of UBC Premier, I'm trying to understand what the Echo is bringing to these fights, because obviously with Aphelios, with Thresh, with Graves, you have a lot of 5v5 potential, and Echo can do that quite well. But we've seen also, if he's able to get strong itemization, he can act as a sort of assassin mage with his ultimate. He doesn't have to dash back like LeBlanc. He just chrono shifts back in time. So yeah, it's flexible for UBC Premier is what we're ultimately trying to come to. And for the side of York University JV, they also have a sort of a team fight-ish comp, but they don't want to be in those 5v5s as much as UBC, who just feels like with the Maokai ultimates, with everything, they're just going to be able to steamroll through those fights. It feels like York University wants to play a bit slower, more on their own terms. And I feel like it's going to be a vie for power to see whose style is able to get on top here as we get into game.
Yeah, we'll have to see what team will sort of advance their chances of getting into playoffs. In terms of the implications of this match could mean nothing. There is a chance that this match means nothing because of the results of the other games. Effectively, both of these teams are at 2-2. We have our one team at 4-0, which is York University, that is locked in. There are 4 teams sitting at 3-1 with their records. If 2 of those, there is one matchup where a 3-1 team is going up against a 4-0 team. That is Huevos del Equipos Academy there. If Huevos end up winning that match, then both them and York are moving on. And in the other matchups, I believe the winners of those matches would move on. However, if York beats Huevos del Equipos and we get only, what is it? I need to do my math. Only 2 teams at 4-1?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
or
that sounded
only,
right.
We would end up with 1 or 2 teams. Then one of these teams may have the opportunity to move on. So a lot of fun stuff, because that's how Swiss brackets end up working out. They, of course, give us the guaranteed amount of games, which is always nice, but can be a little bit hectic at times. So we will give status updates in terms of how these standings will work out as we move forth. But regardless, we should be getting onto the race shortly here. And Flarfuls, once again, I ask you the hardest question of the day. Who's taking this game?
Well, based purely on the team compositions, I would have to give my points over to UBC Premier. It feels like they have a simpler to execute, but a very effective comp. And before anyone says, I know that's basically exactly what I said about Western, but in fairness, that game could have gone either way throughout the whole 39-minute runtime. And yeah, I think UBC, with their tools, are going to be a bit better enabled with their items, with their style in this game. They're going to be a bit more enabled to find their, make fights on their own terms. And as we return to the Rift, I'd quickly like to shout out Return It Express. If you want a fast way to recycle that energy drink, can of pop, or juice box you've been refueling on, with Return It Express, there's no sorting, no lineups, no handling. Cash and refunds are deposited straight to your online account. You can just drop off your empties at an express depot near you and go. Signing up is easy too. Just head to returnit.ca/express to give your empties a second life, and we thank them for sponsoring the show. You know, I really wish we had this service in Ontario because it seems like crazy useful, you know?
Oh.
This is unfortunately only for, I say unfortunately as an Ontarian, but unfortunately only for BC fans here.
They get the real victory there in the end, but looking at how the level 1 is going, Shinchin gonna try and make a play early. That is the Glacial Augment on the Thresh as they go aggressive. Aphelios Thresh taking it to the Nami Lucian, and somehow, some way, this Aphelios and Thresh combo picks up first blood with a great play from Shinchin.
Wow, that was a little bit disrespectful from York University. I feel like if there's one point in the game where Lucian Nami is at their weakest, it's when they have no abilities. It's their level 1. You cannot be walking that close up to Shinchin so early when you know he's going to be able to flay with the Glacial Augment, as you mentioned, coming down exhaust from Izuru. They're able to just lock down Crash. There's no dash. There's no anything he can do. He's forced to flash cleanse, dies anyway, and Hades was a little worse for wear there too. A nice bat coming up from Izuru here. Unfortunately, Shinchin did get the kill, but great work from the duo.
Yeah, really good start for both of those guys. They're able to get themselves off the ground. Yes, they did burn every summoner spell, but only Hades is able to live. Quantity here, though, taking a big trade against Arcane here, and Arcane, very much like the show, gets the banger and gets the victory.
You cannot be disrespecting these UPC boys on the lineup here. Again, a little bit too overstated from Aquanthony. Ochre is the only one left with no action, but I think against a LeBlanc as the Echo here, you're going to be perfectly fine with that. Izuru, oh boy, getting a little low here, making sure he knows what Lucian Nami's all about.
You can see level 2 still on, or level 2 is hit by Izuru, but level 2 just barely hit there by Shinchin to stay in the mix here. Lazy Bear is making an appearance on this bot side, but this wave is getting shoved way in to this tower as Shinchin going to be able to land the hook, though. They might find a little bit of an engage here. Crash TV is going to be forced to dash away. Shinchin taking a lot of damage. Lazy Bear going to flash forward with the teeth and noms down on their prey. I don't know what Thresh tastes like, but obviously Trundle thought it was pretty good.
I feel like it's got to be pretty spectral. If you could eat a ghost, it would, I guess it would taste like that, maybe ashes. But speaking back in the game, Shinchin, I like what he was trying to do there, getting the hook and trying to fight on his own terms, starting off the fight. But what happened is nobody on the side of York University actually took the first tower shot, attacked any of Shinchin or Izuru right away. So they were just left with Shinchin right up in their face, and that's when they started their fight. They were able to get there once Shinchin was in a good spot. Maybe he's in a better one now.
Lazy Bear might be in a little bit of a tough spot as Boiru trying to get the kill down there. Unfortunately, the trophy going to make sure that Lazy Bear is able to stay alive, but Shinchin definitely roaming around the map early and often, taking advantage of this Glacial Augment on the Thresh.
All right, okay, things do not want to simmer down, really. Shinchin going for a heavy roam style, only 4 minutes into the game. And Arcade and Aquanthony, they did have the early kill seeded over. And obviously, tears are coming out, as you mentioned, with the Thimblewinter, I believe you mentioned, or something along those lines.
Thimblewinter, yes.
Yes, so they might just be looking for a bit of a calmer playstyle right now, trading back and forth here. But Aquanthony actually getting kind of low, takes the tower shot. Arcane.
Yeah, going to be a little bit of damage going back and forth here. Aquanthony, though, going to be able to bait this one in perfectly. Arcane going under tower. Will toss a sapling, but it will not lead to anything else. Unfortunately, they will be going down.
Yeah, oh boy, that was Just too much of an overstep from Arcane. Takes the first tower shot, and after that pillar is there, you have had your fate sealed. By that point, Ochre trying to catch up a bit here in the CS. Obviously, it's in these early levels that you are going to be having a bit more trouble against a DBZ, B3, and BT3. That is a hefty name there from the LeBlanc
they
here
get
on
DBC.
York
That's
University.
their name for this one, as Ochre
Yes.
able to get a nice stun down, but good distortion to get away from any more harm.
Yeah, and with the oh, good cancel from the dash.
Oh, here we go as the fight explodes out. Izuru gonna get taken down as Shinchin is level 2 compared to the level 5 Lucian. Just keeping that in mind. Gonna dodge away from the Aqua Prison, but Trundle is potentially looking to return. Shinchin, you need some experience, buddy.
Yeah, this is obviously going to be the consequence when you go for these heavy roam style. This roam style, like if you're the Thresh right here, unless you're picking up on kills and gathering up XP through your roaming ganks, you're just going to be too low of a level. And obviously, he did get a beautiful hook off that dash there, but it just wasn't enough damage output or CC onto Crash there for the kills to translate over from UBC. And York University, they opt out of the dive and go for the Chemtech. Nice and easy from them.
Yep, gonna
Making the fight 2 happen.
Dragon Shinchin, though, still not very tanky as Izuru now in trouble. Pillar of Ice gonna come down really well placed. This Aphelios almost able to turn around at least one, but York UJV continued to punish on this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, at the start of the game, it was just York University disrespecting UBC. Now it's on the other way around. Shinchin, you're at that low level, you have no vision, and they just got off Dragon. Arcane maybe not rocking where he should be.
Oh, Arcane gonna be taken real low, has not fallen yet. DBZ gonna be able to pick that one up as York University JV, despite a little bit of a rough start, have come back with 6 kills in a row. They are off to the races.
Yeah, this has just been a bit of a snowbally steamroll feeling from York University. When they make one play, they're gonna make another on the other side of the map. But ultimately, it's sort of come down to just missteps and over positioning from the side of UBC Premier. You don't have to walk up that far to check the Dragon after they've already gotten it. You don't have to walk on that other side of the wall when a LeBlanc is missing. So hopefully UBC is able to bring it back here, sort of stem the bleeding a bit, and not find those moments where they're getting picked off.
Yeah, they've got to try and find some sort of openings for themselves, but as of right now, the only opening that they seem to be finding is more of a fight down on this bot side as they keep going toe-to-toe. Bubble not going to land on to Shinchin. That's not going to be enough, but Izuru looking for a little bit more. Doesn't look like they're going to find it as Aquanthony up on the top side continues to just trade blows as the wet noodle fight continues. Arcane moving forward. There's not a whole lot of mana for Aquanthony here. Going to flash into the Nature's Grasp here. Will Arcane be able to follow this up? Going to flash forward. Going to land that.
Oh!
Will he have the Twisted Advance in time? Oh, no, he will have it in time. Will pick up that kill as Lazy Bear sprinting up there is able to pick up that 4th kill of the game for the Trundle. Ends up being just a 1-for-1.
You mentioned a wet noodle fight, and I thought it was an exaggeration until I saw Arcane's auto attack. It looked like he sneezed on him at that point. The fight continues down on the bot side. Here comes the wave.
Oh, yeah. Izuru able to heal up a good amount with that Moonlight Vigil, but unfortunately, Shinchin at least, going to have to flash for the hills. Little bit scary overall on that play. Got to be careful if you are this Aphelios Thresh, because right now, the Lucian Nami is miles ahead.
Yeah, and if we look over towards the side of Lazy Bear, what he opted to do instead of going towards his bot side was instead full clear top side. Oh boy!
Oh yeah, Boyer's dead. That is LeBlanc picking up her kill, and you just say, yep, understandable, have a nice day.
Yeah, when York University JV plays, you don't clear their jungle, they clear you out of the jungle.
Yes, that's out on the bot side, though. Izuru going to be able to stay alive to pick up a kill onto the Lucian, but Shinchin, still level 5, will have to try and dodge away. Great dodge away from that explosive cast. The stopwatch might just be enough, but it is going to be a hook still. Oh my goodness, Shinchin might be able to stay alive throughout this, and Ochre comes through. That's going to be 2 kills. Shinchin, my goodness, what a play.
I'm in the bubble, but you're getting hooked. Aquanthony overstepped there. He thought for sure that Shinshin was going to be dead. But of course, you cannot count out the CC from the Thresh. Ochre puts himself on the board with a great roam, but Arcane...
Oh my goodness,
Looking
Arcane
low.
gonna go back in, looking with that twisted advance, does not have enough damage, and Lazy Bear is able to chomp down once again.
Yeah, Lazy Bear is what the highlight of the York University squad is here right now. 5-0 on the champion, is 20 CS down, but of course, if you're 5-0, you're feeling that gold lead nice in your pocket, and the way he's been able to continue his topside pressure, I don't think he's cleared a bot side camp in the last 5 minutes here. It felt like forever, and of course, DBZ is able to clear out just do some checks and make sure Boyru is not taking advantage of the fact that Lazy Bear has been stacking himself up on the top side, but he has just been, it feels like, everywhere throughout the course of this game.
You know, just sort of been vibing for the time being as Lazy Bear just everywhere with that Predator, so capable of moving around this map with so much ease, and thus far it has paid dividends for the side of York University JV. Only 1,400 gold in the lead here, but it is enough to give themselves a little bit of a sense of satisfaction thus far in this one. But regardless, as we move over to this Dragon, Shinshin gonna drop down that box. Lazy Bear gonna be the first one to get locked up as Ochre looking for a little bit more. Does have the ultimate just in time, leveled it up while hiding that shadow. Will be one kill for the Graves onto the Lucian. It's going to be another shutdown here as it's Shinshin picking up one. The route down onto DBZ going to be enough to disengage that play, and UBC Premier pick up a couple, and they will force York JV to the shadows.
Wow, that was excellently played there from UBC Premier. It looked like they were caught completely in between a wall and a York University JV squad. And it looked like they weren't going to be able to get out, but Ochre was able to find that pick on a Crash, take all of the attention away from the rest of his team, and that allowed UBC to find their step into the fight. With the Graves ultimate picking off Crash there, a lot of the damage from York University JV was gone. Izuru...
Izuru... That's the trick. You put all those wards on top of the lantern, and Izuru has trouble clicking it. So well played by Crash and Hades to stop that play with a little bit of a fun mechanic. Well, fun for one side of that exchange.
A neat trick for York University, but if you're Izuru, you are not happy about that one. Rift Herald was picked up earlier in the onslaught that was Lazy Bear's top adventure, but it might not be as fruitful as they want. Does pick up a couple plates there, but ultimately it does just feel like place it down because you kind of got to use it.
Yeah, just dropping that down, getting that out of the way, but for the time being, we'll have to see what the next step is for both of these sides, as gold is even once again. Oh, well, the next step for Shinshin is most likely visiting the fountain once again, just taking a whole bunch of damage, gets the hook, might be enough to get out of there. Oh no, the Krugs are just too strong, as it is a solo kill for the Trundle once again, 6-1. Izuru now in a little bit of a sticky situation. Gonna use that Gale Force to try and get out of there, but the chains are just a little bit too long. DBZ gonna try and pick this one up, drops the Sigil of Malice, and yeah, the only thing that's gonna be mad about that one is the Aphelios.
Yeah, for a second there, he was trying to help Shinshin out, maybe catch a lantern and try and poke Lazy Bear off of his Thresh, but ultimately, Thresh does fall, and if you're Izuru, you realize, oh shoot, there's just a bunch of guys surrounding me. Ultimately does fall. He played it quite well, staying up till the very end, but yeah. Oh! Cancel!
Yeah, Boyru had a little bit of trouble getting over that wall with the great explosive cask, but still has the true grit to be able to get over, so no harm, no foul there, just a little bit of a cool interaction.
Yeah, Boyru was just frozen in the air for half a sec. We've seen a lot of that actually, just interacting while in the air. Shinshin with his hooks, and now Boyru stuck after the plant and the Fat Man have decided to collide. So, yeah, a lot of interesting stuff we're seeing. And as these towers begin to fall throughout the map, we can take a look at the vision. And what we're seeing here is that UBC is prioritizing a lot of the river control. They're not trying to focus as much on finding those ins to the enemy jungle because they know with a Trundle, well, he's fierce.
Yeah, but Ochre just a little bit too slippery right now. 2-0-2 as the rest of the squad is coming up. Izuru gonna land the Moonlight Vigil onto one, forces the flash out of Aquanthony. They will back off as Rift Herald is spawned up on the map if they so desire to take it. Of note, despite our very interesting game 2 Dragon Soul with the Chemtech Dragons, not going to happen this game as Boiru in a little bit of an extended exchange there, but Izuru going to move forward. He pays the price. The exhaust is not enough as Crash TV going to be able to pick that one up, flashes over the wall as unfortunately Boiru backing on a ward. Liz, Lucian, 5, 3, and 5. Shinshin gonna flash over the wall, get the kill with the Ignite, and a couple of those empowered auto attacks. Death Sentence gonna go well wide of the mark as Shinshin thinks better as he sees that little indicator over their head. And despite Shinshin's very interesting early game in terms of the experience, has done quite well. 3, 3 on this Thresh. Unfortunately, has not really been the saving grace that Izuru kind of wanted in this combination. And as you can see, this Lucian is 2,000 gold up on the Aphelios. Effectively that gold lead, or more than the gold lead at this point.
Yeah, when it comes to the Aphelios Thresh combination, it works so well because Thresh is able to provide so much lockdown on enemy champions, but with the Lantern as well, he's able to get the pretty boy out of there. So Aphelios is known for being notoriously squishy, low on mobility, and the Thresh is just able to enable him so much. But when Shinshin either isn't there or he's not able to land those hooks, you have situations like this.
Yeah, Izuru has to be really careful as Boiru just going in for a little bit of a smoke screen and gets the hell out of there as they look to turn towards this dragon. This will be the first Cloud Drag of the game. Box gets thrown down by Shinshin. Okay.
Okay. Well, it's good for zoning.
Well, it's zoned for about 2 seconds there, but Dragons up. Oh my goodness, here comes the fight. And the culling on both sides are getting pincered in. DBC able to pick up one. Ochre able to pick up the kill into the Trundle, but it is Crash picking up the kill onto Shinshin. Double kill coming through for this LeBlanc, but Ochre is popping off as well. Will get taken down. A triple kill for DBZ is going to look for the Quadra, and it will be the Quadra kill picked up for DBZ here on this LeBlanc. 7-0-0. Who says this isn't a meta champion?
When you're playing like DBZ, I guess once again you make it look easy. That was a fantastic fight from York University. They know they can just play on 2 fronts, and the 5v5 composition that UBC has drafted isn't able to perform as well when you have to divide your attention. They want to be able to lock down multiple targets and unload all of their abilities onto a group of people. But when you fight like York University and have everyone split up and everybody able to attack on the ball that is UBC, they're able to perform excellently well. And then, of course, UBC Premier, they decide, okay, we're pulling the trigger. We got to fight now or else we are screwed. And they unload everything onto the left side up towards the mid-river. But then with Aquanthony's explosive cast, he explodes UBC. And after that, it was just a done deal. Great fight from York University, now up to 2 dragons.
2 dragons here for themselves, albeit Cloud Soul not the most important dragon, but of note, DBZ did opt to pick up the crown of the Shattered Queen there, considered to most as the AP equivalent of that shield bow, but also follows that up with the Shadow Flame, the new magic pen item, as Hades going to take a whole bunch of damage, force the flash out of there. Some ultimates get dropped for that one, just a little bit wide there from Boiru to pick up that kill, but forces the Nami back.
Yeah, that did feel like half of a limit test. If you look at his itemization, obviously this Graves on Boiru will pack a hit on the Nami there of Hades. But yeah, if you don't land all of your abilities, I don't think you'll be able to complete the kill off. And now we are seeing the Rift calm down a bit here. Nice rotations from Ochre and Arcane there. Well, I guess it would be Izuru and Shinshin there. But yeah, both sides with teleport enabled are able to get into any fight, and we see York posturing around the dragon, could be vying for vision control, but the purple worm is on the map.
Yeah, Purple Worm is up and available. Baron did just spawn. I don't know if they're feeling fancy enough to go for this play, but looking at the vision control here for York JV, they do have full vision control around this Baron. They're able to disable all any sort of vision, as you can see. Very well spotted, but Izuru going to be the one in trouble, going to drop that Moonlight Vigil, almost has a 200 years moment, but will not be enough. Boiru looking for that last hit on to crash TEV, but unfortunately, the only thing that's crashing is Aphelios back down to Earth, where he belongs, as they pick up this kill, and they're going to push with this second Rift Herald down this mid lane. They continue for the engage. Shinchin gonna get knocked back with that explosive cast. I don't know if that's a priority target though, but it's gonna be one stun through for Ochre, but Arcane taken down. Good Nature's Grasp to sort of slow up the play, but Shinchin taken down real low. Only Boiru and Ochre up and available to try and make the magic happen. He was getting a little bit fancy with their feet there, but looks like the side of York JV gonna move over towards that Baron.
Wow, great work from York University, and again, a bit of an overstep from UBC Premier. That is such a choke point, and if you know they have vision over it, it's just a done deal. You have LeBlanc able to dash over, Lucian able to get his culling off, and it could be actually pretty close here. Boiru does have Flash right available.
Oh, Boiru flashes just a little bit too late as Ochre forced the ult back over that wall. Maybe just half a second earlier, if you flash over a different part of the wall, you're able to get in there for the smite, but unfortunately, York JV gonna explode their gold lead up even further now, almost to 6,000 gold.
Yeah, excellently done off the backs of that fight earlier, and props to Izuru for almost making one of the flashiest plays we've seen all game with that Aphelios combo, unloading everything, but in the end, it just wasn't enough damage to kill off Crash there. And yeah, now this gold lead is looking menacing from the side of York University. Around 6,000 gold. It does seem not that crazy, but when you look at the map state, look at the way the tempo has been going, it is just York University JV pile driving through this game, and I'm excited to see what they continue to do. Obviously, DBZ up 7-0-1. Ochre wants to make a bit of a show for himself too, but ultimately, Quentin is not too squishy.
And looking at the builds coming across here, you can see the change up on the build for the Graves as, Graves is dead. Gragas, I mean. I don't think didn't matter what Graves built there. He was going to die that LeBlanc. But Gragas has the Abyssal Mask Thimblewinter here, doing a whole lot of damage despite having mostly tank items. Ochre going to be running for the hills here as Gragas doing a whole bunch of damage without a mythic item.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Boiru, but that is not your jungle anymore. Yeah, just not enough vision throughout the map. You know that when York University JV is going to be in a state like this, they're playing everywhere.
Yeah. Arcane's dead. This is a little ridiculous at this point as DBZ and Lazy Bear are just running over this game. They've been the two-man wrecking crew alongside Crash here. But Crash going to be in a little bit of trouble. Is Shinchin going to go down to Lazy Bear as it's going to be Izuru trying to make a hero play, but it won't be enough. Ochre gets the shutdown onto Crash, but it ends up being another 3 for 2 actually overall on that bottom side of the map here. Boiru the only one here to defend. DBC doesn't have cooldowns up quite yet. Gonna drop down all those cooldowns now as Lazy Bear gonna flash forward. Boiru living on a sliver of HP, healing up with that fleet footwork, but it is not enough as York JV pick up a very delayed ace.
What can't Lazy Bear do? It feels like he's just such a powerful menace on this Rift right now. Trundle, such an insane pick in these fights. Obviously, we did see Shinchin with a nice double flay there. Hades decides to punch back with a double tidal wave, and ultimately just goes over back to York University. The way they are able to play, quite honestly, it feels like a lot of a wallet diff right now for York University JV. And what are the ins to UBC to get back into this game? It's hard to tell. Right, introduced the bounty systems, which we can see on the towers, but I feel like I haven't seen a UBC member step past the river in the last 10 minutes.
honestly, we just haven't seen any sort of proactive plays coming through from UBC because they can't. It is at this point where they're almost 10,000 gold down that they have trouble finding these proactive plays. They're going to try and look for DBZ here, but it's so hard to lock down that LeBlanc. You get that one root, and that's all you get. Meanwhile, Aquanthony has come through. Explosive pass going to dissuade the fight, but it's going to be DBZ blowing up Izuru. Who cares about your items? Ochre picks up Hades on the back end, but Aquanthony gonna clean up Shinchin as well. Ends up being a 2-for-1 while you get Echo another kill. It's on to the support. And Hades has been having a pretty clean game themselves. Boyru gonna go down as well in the solo, or you just get solo killed by Crash, who is somehow 3 levels up on the enemy jungler.
Ooh, yeah. It is just so difficult, as you mentioned, as it was happening. UBC Premier, what fights can they possibly take? They look for a pick onto DBC, and it looks optimistic for a second until you look at the map. The boys are coming back. They might be able to find their fight here.
Oh, Ochre goes real deep, looks for something. DBC, that's going to be the clone that's taken down. Ochre had a chance to pick that up, and maybe if they were just a little bit more fed, they would be able to clean that up. But DBZ, Lazy Bear, and squad going to be able to get themselves out of there without shedding any blood of their own.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for UBC. I feel like a broken record, but time and time again, seeing Lazy Bear charge into the fray, he is very scary. I feel intimidated all the way over here for the UBC members, and it's just so difficult. I'm not sure what UBC can even look for.
Yeah, it gets to that point where Lazy Bear just whacks down those wolves and looks real scary doing it. Little Slugger going to be hitting it out of the park there in memory of Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s amazing second place MVP season because of someone who does both. The Trundle coming through and hitting some real home runs this game thus far.
Yeah, we see here UBC trying to stem the bleeding, in York University, while they may not look as proactive, if we take a look over to the side of the river towards the Baron, it looks like it's not that they're not making plays, it's that they're waiting for that nail in the coffin, the Baron Nashor coming up. I don't think UBC can even step foot in their jungle, let alone make their way for a steal in the pit.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough for the side of UBC. It looks like this will be just the second Baron picked up for the side of York JV. No real contest coming through from UBC Premier here because they can't get close. The Baron's already going to be taken down before they can even sniff that side of the rift. As just a couple more camps cleaned up by Boyer, really the only pittance that they're able to pick up for themselves. But yeah, still a 3-level gap between Crash and the enemy jungler, as well as the enemy AD carry. Crash has had himself a wonderful game. 12, 6, and 10. That is a 4-item Lucian.
Oh gosh, that's scary. We're seeing it here.
Yeah, the Cully just comes across, of course, change to give scale off of attack speed here. Unfortunately, looks like Lazy Bear going to be taken a little bit low here. Uses that ultimate, tries to get out of there. Will he be able to limp out? Oh my goodness, just barely. Going to be taken down by Ochre, but here comes DBZ into the backline. Goes Legendary with one combo onto Izuru. Next up on the chopping block is going to be Arcane as DBZ continues to chase down. Going to pick that one up as well. Boyru cut down in their truck. Ochre not able to get away from this one as Crash DB picks up a triple kill in the base. That's going to be the ace. That should be the game going in favor of York JV as they trounce UBC Premier.
You can take down the bear, but the rest of the family's waiting to take you out. York University JV put a devastating mark and take this game.
Absolutely outstanding gameplay coming through from York JV. From tape to tape, they had control of that game. Well, bar first blood there, and maybe the first 3 minutes of the game, they didn't have all the control they wanted, but UBC Premier definitely just didn't have enough to get themselves into this one. And what that means with that loss is that we are going to have a new Gaming Stadium Collegiate Championship Series champion. It will not be UBC Premier taking it.
Yeah, we always love to see new faces taking up the championship title. Of course, it's going to be breeding a lot of rivalry. We've seen, as you mentioned before, UBC faced Western, their previous finalist contenders in the Swiss bracket already, and Western was able to take them down, but now it's looking like York University has something to say. In that last fight, they were able to completely dominate, and we've seen just York University has been putting out fantastic plays. I wouldn't be surprised if our finals was York versus York at that point. We have just seen such great games from these teams, and I cannot wait to see what's next.
Yeah, and of course, some updates on the standings here. That's It Gaming were able to take down UBCB to put themselves at 4-1. They have locked in playoffs. University of Alberta Amber actually take down Western. They have locked in playoffs for themselves. There is one spot left available. One of them, of course, the other one belonging to York University. Juegos del Equipos have their fate in their hands. If they win this game, they are in. We have 4 teams at 4-1. That is it. If Juegos del Equipos... Oh, never mind. We just got the results. Juegos del Equipos is our 4th team into the playoffs. So once we figure out our bracket, we're going to be back with one of those semifinal games. But of course, this could not happen without the help of Memory Express, as Memory Express is Canada's premier destination for computer parts since 1996. Now with 14 stores across Canada, they're ready to serve you in-store and online. Check them out at memoryexpress.com. And if you'll remember from last tournament, we had some great semifinals games. We had some great finals games. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with playoffs.
Game design and development is a growing field. The 4 years consists of learning how to design games from the ground up. You will be making games, not just sitting there learning about them. You get small class sizes, which means your professors know you by name. They actually go out of their way to find contracts for us to work as game designers. Having that work-ready experience has me already working in the field.
Study at University Canada West and experience everything that Vancouver has to offer. Discover our new campus, Vancouver House. You'll be studying in the heart of downtown Vancouver. Explore Vancouver during your studies and see for yourself why it has been named the 3rd most livable city in the world by The Economist. Known for its perfect balance between city life and outdoor spaces, the city has something to offer for everyone. Vancouver has an incredibly strong economy. Canadian students are drawn to the city to pursue exciting career prospects. A recent 2020 survey of our graduates reported that 100% of our graduates find employment within 6 months. As a business and technology-focused university offering undergraduate and graduate programs on campus and online, we are dedicated to providing the most up-to-date knowledge required for today's fast-paced industries. Our dedicated Career Development Center specialists will help you prepare to enter the working world with your best foot forward.
Have you been wondering about blue light filtering glasses? Stop searching and take a look at this. Check out Clearly's Blue Reflect and Blue Reflect Plus blue light filtering lenses. This is them protecting your eyes from harmful blue light and UV rays that are constantly emitted from the sun, your digital screens, and other light sources. For reduced eye strain, maintaining your circadian rhythm, and better eye health, period. So, to answer your question, yes, our blue light filtering lenses work, and your eyes will thank you. Add Blue Reflect blue light lenses to any Clearly frames.
Memory Express, Canada's premier destination for computer products and services since 1996. Now, with 14 stores across Canada, we are proud to announce 2 brand new locations open for business in Ontario. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with new product launches, sales, contests, esports tournaments, and much, much more.
Think you know Return It? Think again. With Return It Express, there's no sorting required. Lineups are a thing of the past. It's fast and easy. With refunds deposited right into your online account, you'll be in and out in a flash. Sign up today and go Express.
On most nights, I'm just wearing my pajamas, staying up too late, 'cause I'm watching Futurama, thinking where's my drama, my life's no melodrama, leave it off the screen, 'cause it's got no genre. Sometimes I call my mama, ring, yeah, she's always my armor. I want to fly away, far from my mistakes. My baggage has too much weight, hey, hey. So my bed is where I stay. Tell the clouds that I say hey. It's been 2 days since I've showered. I want to fly away, far from my mistakes. My baggage has too much weight, ay, ay. So my bed is where I stay. I want to fly away, far from my mistake. My baggage has too much weight, so my bed is where I stay. Tell the clouds that I say
it so bad. I got it bad for you. You give me good love. You're like a dream come true. They say it won't last. They say you're wild and free. I know you never were a one-man woman. I was hoping you would give it all up for me. I get so confused. I love it when it's only me and you, doing all the things we know we shouldn't do. This is way too good, it can't be true. So tell me what your game is, girl. When you touch me, feel so good, I can't contain it. When you love me, I'm so high, so confident, yeah. When you say I'm the only one, I must admit it. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. I shouldn't doubt you. I'm all up in my head. When I'm without you, I start to lose my shit. I've just been hurt before. Stranger's t-shirt on my bedroom floor. Excuse me for being suspicious. It's just that I get so confused. I love it when it's only me and you, doing all the things we know we shouldn't do. This is way too good, it can't be true. So tell me what your game is, girl. When you touch me, feel so good, I can't contain it. When you love me, I'm so high, so confident, yeah. When you say I'm the only one, I must admit it. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. So tell me what your game is. Cause I haven't slept for days, not slept for days, yeah. Baby, love is never painless, never painless. No, excuse me for being suspicious. When you touch me, feel so good, I can't contain it. When you love me, I'm so high, so confident, yeah. When you say I'm the only one, I must admit it. I get suspicious, just a little suspicious. 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 I get suspicious, just a little suspicious.
I stayed awake last night, cause I couldn't close my eyes and see you another night. I drove myself crazy thinking you'd take my wildest dreams and tear them all to the ground. So I tried to create a decoy world for you to destroy in my mind. You could stay and believe you're tearing me apart while I'm coming to life, while I'm coming to life.
secret. You found my darkest demons and brought them out in the light. So I ran to all the preachers, despite having every reason to shut down and mobilize. So I pray to the gods for one last saving grace against all odds. And I built an escape using all my energy just to come back to life, back to life.
And a warm welcome back to each and every one of you here joining us for the Gaming Stadium's Collegiate Championship Series. My name is Rare Adam. Alongside me is Flarfles. We're into playoffs, buddy. This is going to be fun. We've got Datsit Gaming, otherwise known as St. Clair Saints, of course, going up against York University in one of our semifinals. And Flarfles, this is going to be a banger.
Yeah, of course, we saw last tournament the St. Clair Saints had an excellent run. They made quite the name for themselves. York University did the same as well. It might have been a matchup between the two of them. I think they might have played back-to-back. I'm not sure, but these two teams have quite a punch to pack, and they have made it to the playoffs here. Semifinals, you're not in the measly best of ones now. You're in the best of threes, the heart of it all. Makes the upsets way more difficult, and you have got to make your match right here. As we look at some of these teams, Elise and a Yasuo for Sweet Tangerine, as well as the Camille on Lakill again. How are we feeling about these comps so far? Bangers again.
It's a very similar comp to what they played when they beat Western there, of course. This time, instead of the Jinx, they have the Tristana. They've picked up that Nautilus as well as opposed to the Lulu. But on the flip side, we've got ourselves a little bit of an interesting comp as well. Vi going to be coming or punching her way onto the Rift here. We've got the Yone top lane here coming through for Ricky Lafleur, and Zaya Yumi in the bot lane for Barlow and Fresh. So some spicy change-ups here for the side of St. Clair.
Yeah, I think Zaya could be going lethality. We have seen that become a lot more prevalent as the preseason evolves, as Zaya evolves as the champion with the itemization. Along with the Yumi, she'll be able to deal a lot more damage throughout the course of these team fights with that added sustain, with that CC, and with the ultimate coming out from Uni being able to lock down people, getting the feathers in line. This is going to be quite the fierce Zaya if it's Barlow can play it right with the help of Fresh. Looking back over to the side of York University, Logia plus ratio is part of the name. We have seen Tristana Nautilus be a pretty standard pick. It's bread and butter. It's going to be effective. They will go in onto you, and if you're not prepared for it, you're going to be done like that. And yeah, I'm just super pumped as we get into playoffs here. And while we still have a chance, I would like to shout out one of our sponsors, the Collegiate Champions Series. The Collegiate Champions Series is Canada's first major collegiate esports program that combines massive scholarships, professional skills development, community events, case competitions, and internships. Wherever you are wanting to take your esports program, looking for a community, wanting to test your esports skills in or out of the game, this is the program to get you a W in life, and we thank them wholeheartedly for sponsoring our show.
A really big shout out to them, of course, for getting all of this together. Has been quite a fun. It's been fun. It's been really fun. That's, I think, all we can say. And once again, big shout out to everyone here at the gaming stadium to make that happen. Also, big shout out to the school that is almost exactly between York and St. Clair, which is Wilfrid Laurier University. Their Brantford campus is pleased to collaborate with the gaming stadium on the Collegiate Champions program. Laurier's Brantford campus is known for its innovative programming in subjects like user experience design, game design, digital media, and business technology management. Programs that challenge students to explore and improve the world around us in an inclusive, interactive, and human-centered way. For more information, of course, check out wlu.ca. But overall, I think we should have quite the banger on our hands. Of course, York is one of those schools that we've seen them do extremely well. Lost their last game of the Swiss to Juegos del Equipos, but St. Clair, one of the only schools in all of Canada to have a scholarship program for esports. So what are we expecting going into this one? There's a lot to expect, I feel.
Yeah, I especially, well, there is a lot to expect, quite honestly. York University, from the little bit of game that we were able to see, well, it was a full game, but they've been playing all day. What we were able to see from York University was great playing against Western University, two powerhouses in the Ontario Collegiate esports scene here, and they were able to make it through towards the end. The finalists, they were able to take them down. And York University, they've been putting up quite a showing. They've been able to execute on their team fights quite well. Their communication must be excellent with the way they're setting up and executing on these fights. And when we look over to the St. Clair Saints, we saw in the previous tournament that they were able to get a few hits in as well, but towards the end of the tournament, they weren't able to make that deep run. And of course, they are looking to right now in these best of 3 semifinals. And if we look towards the other side of the bracket, I believe we have University of Alberta, of one of their teams, of University Alberta Amber, and the Juegos del Equipos Academy. So yeah, this is quite a stacked lineup throughout, and I am completely excited for this one.
For sure. And one thing to keep in mind is Juegos del Equipos, they are a Western team. University of Alberta, they're also a Western team. Both of these teams are technically our Eastern teams, considering, we are in the eastern half of Canada. So, you know what that means, Flarfuls. You know what our finals is going to be?
Is it? Could it be?
It's going to be West versus East once again to find out which side of Canada is the strongest when it comes to League of Legends. Super excited for that one. One of the main factors of the West is higher ping. But of course, if you weren't paying attention to those fans out there, there's going to be something called Champions Queue, and that actually might change things up. I want to talk a little bit about that since we've got a little bit of time before we get into game. Champions Queue, what are your opinions on it?
Champions Queue, oh boy, I feel like there's a lot you can delve into with this situation, but ultimately I think this is going to be a great thing for the health of the league. With North America being such a physically large continent, it's hard to accommodate for players all around, but we have seen that in that West Coast area is where a lot of the development decides to foster itself. It's brewing. That's where all the players are logging in at their times. And Eastern players have difficulty because the Western players, they're logging in after dinner time, and that's pretty late in the night for the Eastern players. So obviously, if you're a player from Toronto trying to look into the upper echelons of the North American ladder, then it can be difficult for this. But with Champions Queue, if you're a Western fan, you are totally happy with the idea that all of your favorite talents and stars are going to be up against North America's greats. And while we're here, we should establish maybe the East deserves a server, if they're able to continually putting up the fights here. So
Yeah,
as we jump into game, we'll see.
2 Champions Queue, who knows? Maybe it might not be the worst situation as we hop in onto the Rift. Of note, it's going to be Differentiel in the mid lane there, playing the Orianna here. Not sure who we saw in terms of the IGNs earlier, but I did not notice Differentiel here, who is might be a newer face. But yeah, Ricky Lafleur up on that top lane. Surprise, surprise, lethal tempo on the Yone. We've got ourselves Predator striking once again, and as we expected, very likely to be that lethality Xayah with the Airy in the inventory.
Yeah, especially with Barrier as well, looking for a lot of sustain in these fights. Does go for the Doran's Blade start, but with the healing from Yuumi, those pots are going to be not necessarily as required. So a blue buff side start for each of the teams here, and that does mean that York University is going to have the first move on the wave. But I think they're remaining hidden.
Looks like they're going to, or they should be getting caught out here on this level 1 play on the bottom side. Xayah going to get hit by that dredge line. Here comes Logia with all of that damage, unable to get the final tick on that explosive charge. So Barlow going to start this lane off a little bit lower in terms of the health pool, but Yuumi, of course, will be able to provide heals as this lane goes on, as Plus Ratio now going to be on the back foot, taking all of the poke out from the cat.
Yeah, Plus Ratio, when you're in a situation like this for It's Barlow, Plus Ratio just being there is intimidating enough for the complete zoning of the wave. You're going to try and get those feathers out to pick up the scraps here, but It's Barlow is not off to the best start with his buddy Thresh here, as York University get the roam.
Yeah, they get that roam, and meanwhile, in the mid lane as well, Differentiel forced to back off. Yes, I will be using my my very Toronto French accent throughout this to say that name, because sometimes it's just nice and fun to do that, but wave getting shoved in, and should be a pretty free crowd on the bot side, at least, for this Elise.
I think I'm just going to say Orianna and leave it at that, because my French accent is a little worse for wear here. We do see that Ehud clears out some of the top side vision, making sure no funny business is happening for Ricky Lafleur here. Yeah, just going for those Krugs, opting us out of a gank onto the kill, and the Rift is pretty quiet compared to games we've seen before.
I think it should be quite... I think it's going to be a little bit of a slower laning phase. Of course, Barlow here has been on the back foot for much of this lane thus far after the level 1, but of course, fully healed up because thank you, Miss Second Health Bar, Miss Cat Yuumi. And should be interested to see how the next couple of minutes go in this lane, because that's really where you have to try and punish this Xayah. Once she gets a little bit of that lethality, she will shred through you if you are a Tristana.
Yeah, it's just a matter of getting there. If It's Barlow, it's going to be difficult in this lane, especially when... Oh, Plus Ratio. Good sidestep from Barlow.
On this bot side, though, Monka is sitting in this bush ready to drop a gank, but look at that wave state right now. Really unfortunate for Barlow, getting sort of frozen off of that wave right now by Logia and Plus Ratio. Monka's just sitting down here as well, but a long-range stretch line. That was the most BS hitbox I've ever seen. As meanwhile, topside, Ricky Lafleur gets the kill as Vi makes an appearance with the Predator of all things, taking that as her rune. Going to be picking up an assist on that first blood. So St. Clair off to the races.
Yeah, Monka was trying to sit there and look for the opportunity off the back of Plus Ratio, but wasn't ultimately able to find too much in the end with the Yuumi. There's just too much sustain and healing coming from the side of That's It Gaming. So in the end, That's It was able to find the pick on the top side with the completely open gank opportunity. The kill does fall, and Ricky Lafleur is sitting happy right now.
Yeah, Ricky Lafleur is going to be pretty happy. Of course, we've seen what Yone can do with the lead. Of course, going to be in a little bit of a different situation here. Playing in the top lane, has that lethal tempo, might be looking more to just sit in that side lane and punish Lakill here on this Camille as opposed to do anything too crazy. Yes, that's exactly what we're seeing here. Getting that lethal tempo stacked up, so much damage on the repeat. Will be going back to the shadow and will live with a sliver of health and the level up. My goodness, Ricky Lafleur is limit testing.
He makes it look easy though, but maybe Maka might be proving too big of a challenge. I think we might just see that. Yep. Yes. There it is. Okay.
Yeah, Maka picks that one up without too much hesitation. Ricky Lafleur not even bothering to burn that ultimate, but Maka gonna have to freeze this wave for a significant amount of time while Lakill gets back to lane. Bar having that lane bounce once again, but all of a sudden here, Barlow and Fresh are feeling pretty happy down in this bot lane now that they've got a significant health advantage. Speaking of which, Logia taking even more damage from this Xayah.
Yeah, and Monka having to freeze means Ehug is just able to get a nice free first dragon. Cloud is secured, but Ricky Lafleur is as well.
Ricky Lafleur teleports back and gets the treatment. That's what they like to call it. Or that's what the cool kids call it. Or as the Twitch kids call it, at least, KW. As Logia gonna get hit with that shockwave. Diverentiel is the difference in this bot side in this play. Sweet Tangerine burns that teleport, but will not get much off the back end of that. And off of the back of Dragon, picked up by Ehug, it is Diverentiel picking up their first kill of the game.
Sweet Tangerine had such a fantastic impact. We haven't seen him die yet throughout the course of the tournament. And you know what? He's trying to have that same sort of force going on another flashy, stylish champion, being Yasuo, the brother of Yone, his previous pick right there. The teleport, you can see everyone, once they got the kill onto Logia, all right, guys, let's pack up shop. We're out of here. We do not want to deal with Sweet Tangerine or any of his antics. They're fine with just the one kill. And that's going to hurt if you're Sweet Tangerine.
Yeah, and Ricky Lafleur's going to feel the hurt of the Hextech Ultimatum. Meanwhile, there is a whole slew of people coming up here. Ricky Lafleur gets the whole squad to come up. Monka is on a killing spree. That is 3 kills for this press the attack, at least in the early game, compared to the 3 deaths that Ricky Lafleur has, despite having 2 solo kills.
Yeah, Monka is just a different beast on the Elise here. It's the sort of thing where no matter how off-meta a champion is, if you can play them well enough, they will be effective in this game, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Double Amp Tome picked up, looking for most likely the Everfrost pick, but Plus Ratio's looking for the pick here.
Yep, the knock-up into the combo. Last Breath comes down on top of Diverentiel, and Sweet Tangerine will taste the sweet taste of victory there, picking up that kill onto this Orianna.
Yeah, and if you're Sweet Tangerine, you have a CS lead against an Orianna as a Yasuo, and the wave is pushing in as well. You cannot be disappointed there. And once again, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of focus on Monka to help carry Sweet Tangerine through the game here, and might be going for a bit of himself.
Yeah, it just seems like Plus Ratio and Monka are looking for kills wherever they walk. This Nautilus has roamed all across the map except for down for Logia. Ricky Lafleur, though, gonna try and reply here on the back end of this. Plus Ratio trying to hold that tone for as long as possible, but here comes the combo from Ricky Lafleur. Will they be able to get over the wall? It will be over the wall, but Diverentiel has come with the ball as well. Lafleur not able to get over that wall, but it's a 3rd kill for the Yone as he's basically trying to fill out the scoreline as much as possible.
I thought it was funny that Herald just bonked his head on the wall there, but speaking of the Herald, I think York University are going for it in secret off the coattails of that play. That's it. Gaming must have figured that, okay, these guys are done. They'll probably just retreat and reset, but nice little pickup from York University there.
They're able to pick up that Rift Herald, get a little bit more of that early objective pressure. Of note, Ehug is going for a little bit of an odd vibe build. Not something that at least I'm accustomed to seeing. That's a Serrated Dirk in the inventory.
With Predator. Okay. Now, do we know that the Vi Q or the ultimate scales with move speed or something like Hecarim?
I think the main reason why is just because of how low the cooldown is. Meanwhile, speaking of low cooldowns, Ricky LaFleur is trying to kill the kill on cooldown there. Meanwhile, on the bot side is Barlow moving forward aggressively, but unfortunately, the whole squad is here. The Saints go marching in. Barlow trying to move forward, pick up a little bit more damage onto Logia, but the cat will be put in the hat. If Yasuo had a hat, that is, as the spider cleans up the bird. There are bird-eating spiders out there, and that's exactly what Elise was cosplaying there.
Are there really bird-eating spiders? Oh my gosh. This is the vibe.
Oh yeah, as Lakil in that mid lane drops the Hextech ultimatum, but Ehug gonna be able to pick that one up. Gets hit with that dredge line as Sweet Tangerine tries to find the answer. The shockwave isn't gonna be enough to dissuade that fight. And York University are firing on all cylinders despite the early pop diff question mark. Ricky LaFleur just sitting in the side lane while Lakil ends up baiting in Ehug into a death.
Yeah, Ricky again, he's had his ups and downs so far throughout the 11 minutes of this game, but of course you're going to be happy picking up the tower plates as the team goes for the pick here.
Oh yeah, they're going for the pick on the Differentiel. The final chapter gonna come out, but the cat will not be enough to keep her alive. Clockwork Lady will not be able to survive all of those members there as Ehug comes in with the Predator and walks away angrily. Also, minus points for not using Arcane Vibe.
Oh, good point. You got it for free, Ehug. What are you doing? I guess maybe not trying to promote the show, or maybe I think
But why
Ehug...
would you? What?
I know. We have a Chemtech Dragon, as our observers so kindly point out. The fog billows again on the rift here for York University, as well as That's It Gaming.
Yes, and gonna be interesting with this game. Will we finally see the Chemtech Soul come into play? Of course, last time York... Monka gets the kill onto Ricky LaFleur. Last time York played on the Chemtech Rift, they were able to get a very messy but entertaining victory. Of note, in that game, no one got the soul. So no one had zombie mode activated. Plus Ratio, though, going to get Shockwave back. Great last cone auto there as Plus Ratio has that Aftershock for just a little bit longer. Really good ultimate from the Tristana to knock its Barlow away. Gonna try and clean this one up onto Plus Ratio. Will be enough. Fresh trying to provide a second health bar for a short time, but will not be able to pick that one up. Ricky LaFleur moving forward with that ultimate, but I don't know if it'll be good. Here comes the teleport from Lakil.
Never mind.
Flashes out literally instantly. Did not want to fight the flames there, but here comes the knock-up. Ricky LaFleur gets yanked back in with the Hextech ultimatum, as now it is a 3-for-3. Ehug looking for more. Crash gonna pick up their first kill with the final chapter. Ehug taking down very low. Cocoon gonna land onto Differentiel, and Banca is legendary. 8-0, and Fresh Tangerine or Sweet Tangerine gonna make themselves nice and fresh, picking up that cat kill. 15 kills for York University, and there are 0 on Lakil, Logia, or Plus Ratio. All of this game is in Monk and Sweet Tangerine's hands.
Will we ever see Sweet Tangerine die? It feels like this guy is just unkillable. He gets the ultimate in, and that is just the perfect thing that the team fight needs, with the kill ultimate Hextech ultimatum continuing to trap the opponents of That's It Gaming in. And from there, it doesn't matter if Logi is dead. It doesn't matter if Plus Ratio is dead. Yasuo is still a meat grinder, and that was all they needed. But Logia might be looking for a bit more here. Gets the plate pretty solidly.
Yeah, this is starting to remind me of how... what was that TFT set where Yasuo was busted? Regardless, Yumi... she's gonna get taken down. She does not have anyone to jump on top of there, nowhere close. Differentiel gets a nice Oriana ultimate, but really doesn't mean a whole lot, as York University still not giving any kills over to anyone not named Elise or Yasuo.
Yeah, it definitely is the Tangerine and Monka show once again. We saw that previously. Plus Ratio making it different, maybe.
Oh, I don't know, because Barlow uses a great Featherstorm to get out of there, but it just gives enough time for Monka to come through. Everfrost comes down. That is the 11th kill of the game, as Ricky LaFleur looking for the kill on this top side. The kill will finally get one on the board as Sweet Tangerine chases down Ehug, and that is 19-8 in favor of York University. And finally, someone not named Sweet Tangerine or Monka gets a kill here, as a kill gets donated one by Ricky LaFleur, going a little bit too deep.
Yeah, York University finds the plays all throughout the map. I wish we were able to see what happened topside, but obviously it did not go well for Ricky LaFleur there. So, yeah, Sweet Tangerine and Monka, they decide to split up their resources, and with the help of Logia in plus ratio, they were able to find the kill on its Barlow there. And yeah, 11-0-3 Elise. You would never say that Elise is off meta or just a bad pick, as so many people have been for the longest time. It's felt like Elise has not been seen in so long. So I really like that Monka is making a great showing here.
Yes, and this is also on Press the Attack Elise. I don't know the tech behind this. This might be something that, you know, we ask Monka in between games. Why Press the Attack Elise? Because this is not something I'm accustomed to seeing. But regardless, as the first items come through, you can see first items complete for pretty much everyone except for plus ratio. Unfortunately, the Nautilus tank supports don't matter, apparently, as Vi walks forward angrily with the Ghostblade. We'll just pick up Raptor for her to issue, but Eclipse is complete on the Xayah. That's the Crown of the Shattered Queen finished for the Orianna. Ghostblade for the Vi, and building more lethality as well. Moonstone completed for the Yuumi. Meanwhile, on the flip side, in order, we've got Divine Sunder, Everfrost, Shield Bow, and the Kraken Slayer, so nothing too surprising there.
I'd like to highlight that somewhat silently, Plus Ratio has been able to take complete advantage of that Chemtech map, but we might actually have a bit of a Chemtech fight here.
Yeah, gonna be a great yank there onto Divihanciel. They're knocked up with that Temp charge. Gonna be Divihanciel going golden, but it's a great combo with the Orianna ult and the Yone ultimate. It's gonna be 3 picked up for this side of the Saints thus far. Logia is on the run right into the loving arms of E-Hug there, giving you a real big hug with their fist is by, as that's gonna be a 4-4-2, I believe, picked up by the side of St. Clair. And what they are going to do, despite them being down almost 7,000 gold, they will find themselves Soul Point, as well as an objective bounty, which, for reasons unbeknownst to us, we still don't know what objective bounties, the actual amount of objective bounties are. And Sweet Tangerine also died. First death on stream.
Oh no! Well, the curse... Well, I guess Sweet Tangerine's blessing is broken, but that was just the most wombo combo fights of any team fight I've seen in a while. The fact that Plus Ratio got a triple knockup into Sweet Tangerine's ultimate there, it was just perfectly led into and responded by Ricky LaFleur with his ultimate into the shockwave. It looked so good for York University in the first 4 to 5 seconds, but then the instant the trigger was pulled, all of a sudden, St. Clair Saints, they are feeling completely happy with that fight. They're on Soul Point.
Yeah, they're on Soul Point despite being down 6,000 gold. And one thing to consider, which hasn't really been calculated yet because of how new these souls are, is what is the gold worth of something like the Scion passive? Because before you could calculate out how much worth you were getting from the Cloud Soul, lots of math, lots of numbers, you know, all that cool stuff. Generally, Infernal Soul was seen as a pretty good soul if you had more damage on your team. Ocean Soul as well if you're facing Poe. But it had, like, numerical values, but how do you calculate a revive?
How do you calculate a revive? Well, let me put it this way. If you consider champions like Yone, or like, I guess, the Lethality Xayah... Oh, the hook goes on the wall. With Lethality Xayah, imagine just a few more seconds of activity, what that could do for your team fight. Ricky LaFleur has been able, we saw in the previous fight, to completely carry and help win that fight and turn the tides, ultimately. With a few extra seconds, what couldn't he do?
Yeah, and if Ricky LaFleur is able to get unlocked and you're able to get that combo with Divihanciel there, it could be, you know, a difference maker there. So really going to have to keep our eyes on that combo as we move forward. But as it stands right now, still a significant lead in favor of York University. But the objective bounties have gone away for the time being, which is quite interesting considering the gold lead that we see still. Tower going to be taken down. Ehug going to try and get out of there, out of range of the Yasuo, so he is unable to follow up with that last breath. And for the time being, just going to be that mid tower picked up for St. Clair. That's their first tower of the game, actually.
Yeah, it feels for the last few minutes that St. Clair Saints has been completely dominating off the coattails, of course, of that dragon fight. But if you take a look at the gold lead, York University is actually sitting pretty comfortably still. Whoa.
Yeah, Barlow forced to use that ultimate to dodge away, but York take that as a sign to just press on towards this Baron. Ehug gonna be hiding over this wall, is not spotted out. Yubi will be spotted out of all things as teleport is stopped by the Yone on the bot side. Great ultimate, gonna pick up 3 members. It is gonna be York picking up that Baron, but will there be enough damage on the back end? Fresh gonna be jumping over that wall. Barlow is absolutely useless with that wind wall in the way. It is a 1-for-1. The teleport is canceled by Ricky Lafleur, but at the end of the day, York pick up the Baron.
Oh my gosh, that could have gone so wrong for York University there. Oh my god, the fact that Vi was right in the pit as soon as the shockwave landed, it was essentially the most flip of flips you could get. Monka ultimately prevailing in the end, and as you mentioned, Sweet Tangerine with the wind wall completely isolating its Barlow, as well as Logia. He was jumping onto its Barlow at the second he revealed himself and completely zoning him off the fight. And at that point, Sweet Tangerine with the ultimate and Monka with just everything about her spidery nature was able to clean up that fight. But that was so close there.
Very well played from the Elise to also secure the Baron. That is the most important thing to keep in mind, that Ehug had a great chance over the wall to try and steal that away, and unfortunately wasn't able to pick it up. But look at this play. They're coming in from the flank. Monka leading the charge, but it won't be enough. Just going to drop that Cocoon, actually. Rooted up is going to be Barlow, but the Steel Tempest 3 going to miss just barely, as now with Chemetech Soul available for the side of St. Clair Saints. Doesn't look like they're going to go for that quite yet. Barlow going to be forced to use that Featherstorm, but it's a great play. They're able to root up one. Plus ratio's already taken down. Monka's going up into the air, but what comes up must come down. Barlow staying alive for so long. Monka will end up picking up that kill, but York is just a little bit too fat. They're going to clean up the ace. It is only the Nautilus who goes down, and York University are running it down mid to end this game.
Yeah, they're looking to end here. It didn't seem like they would be able to until you realize these death timers are just going to be too long. Well, maybe, I think it might just be it here. York University, they had a few stumbles, or St. Clair Saints, they had a few great fights, but York University are built different here in this game one. They're going to be taking out the Nexus. They're going to be making the first mark onto these playoffs, and they are looking to continue their reign.
Going to be York University, who are simply constructed alternatively from the St. Clair College side, picking up a game 1 victory for themselves. And Flarfels, overall, it was just very York-esque. They were able to pick up the leads on those who they can trust with their gold.
Yeah, when it comes to Smonka and Sweet Tangerine, these two have been the highlight players. Of course, everyone on York has been playing excellently, but we see the names come up. Sweet Tangerine, he was performing excellently in that last game. I think Monka had a scoreline something like 12-0, maybe 12-1, close to super high numbers like that. The KDs are incredible on these players. And yeah, it's just, as you say, York-esque. They're picking these fights on their own terms. Plus ratio going in with the hooks and immediately followed up with the Yasuo ultimate. These fights are on their own stakes, and they are winning them. They take game 1, and they are looking to continue their trounce we have seen throughout this tournament. And it's just crazy. And While we are having to head into a break here soon, I would like to mention that we would not be able to see York University or the St. Clair Saints if it weren't for some of the help of our sponsors like University Canada West, who believe education goes beyond the classroom. They focus on inspiring an innovative community that promotes collaboration, creativity, and play. Through their partnership with TGS Esports, students can participate in tournaments, virtual workshops, case competitions, and other fun ways of learning new skills around gaming and competing. This partnership brings together education, gamers, and friends. In the post pandemic era, both online and offline connections need to be created and are cherished throughout their community. And we thank them for sponsoring our show.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to head out to a short little break. But when we're back, we will have game 2 of this series between That's It Gaming, St. Clair Saints versus York University. We'll see if York can sweep their way in to their finals spot. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Canadian Collegiate Championship Series. That's what it is. Yeah.
Game design and development is a growing field. The 4 years consists of learning how to design games from the ground up. You will be making games, not just sitting there learning about them. You get small class sizes, which means your professors know you by name. They actually go out of their way to find contracts for us to work as game designers. Having that work-ready experience has me already working in the field.
Study at University Canada West and experience everything that Vancouver has to offer. Discover our new campus, Vancouver House. You'll be studying in the heart of downtown Vancouver. Explore Vancouver during your studies and see for yourself why it has been named the 3rd most livable city in the world by The Economist. Known for its perfect balance between city life and outdoor spaces, the city has something to offer for everyone. Vancouver has an incredibly strong economy. Canadian students are drawn to the city to pursue exciting career prospects. A recent 2020 survey of our graduates reported that 100% of our graduates find employment within 6 months. As a business and technology-focused university offering undergraduate and graduate programs on campus and online, we are dedicated to providing the most up-to-date knowledge required for today's fast-paced industries. Our dedicated Career Development Center specialists will help you prepare to enter the working world with your best foot forward.
Have you been wondering about blue light filtering glasses? Stop searching and take a look at this. Check out Clearly's Blue Reflect and Blue Reflect Plus blue light filtering lenses. This is them protecting your eyes from harmful blue light and UV rays that are constantly emitted from the sun, your digital screens, and other light sources. For reduced eye strain, maintaining your circadian rhythm, and better eye health, period. So, to answer your question, yes, our blue light filtering lenses work, and your eyes will thank you. Add Blue Reflect blue light lenses to any Clearly frames.
Memory Express, Canada's premier destination for computer products and services since 1996. Now, with 14 stores across Canada, we are proud to announce 2 brand new locations open for business in Ontario. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with new product launches, sales, contests, esports tournaments, and much, much more.
Think you know Return It? Think again. With Return It Express, there's no sorting required. Lineups are a thing of the past. It's fast and easy. With refunds deposited right into your online account, you'll be in and out in a flash. Sign up today and go Express.
anticipation. The twilight fuels the intoxication. No hesitation. I'm giving into this sweet sensation. I've been good, I've been bad, but this moment is all we really have. So when the night is calling, I pick up the phone. A voice is singing sweetly, you don't have to be alone. Come with me.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Canadian Collegiate Championship Series, brought to you by the Gaming Stadium here. My name's Rare Adam, and alongside me is Flarfels, and after a very dominant game one, I feel like we've said that a lot for the side of York University, they come back at it looking to see if they can add another victory in their column, and they're going to be doing it without the Elise this time around, as St. Clair are going to ban that one away.
Yeah, I was wondering, at what point do you ban Monka's Elise? We've seen him just totally stop. I'll be honest, there's not a way to sugarcoat it, really. He has been completely dominant in the games that we've been able to see it, but it's an Elise. When do you decide to ban this away from these champions? From Monka, it enables so many other picks, like Yone on Sweet Tangerine there. Sweet Tangerine has been what seems like the other half of the piece that makes York work together. We have a star-studded roster of 5 greatly talented players, but Sweet Tangerine and Monka have stolen the show from me in terms of their playmaking. And banning an Elise means you're giving Sweet Tangerine something, unless you just want to ban away everything this duo can perform. But at that point, the rest of the team will be able to come online here. And yeah, we're seeing sort of a repeat, mostly for the side of York University, minus the Elise.
Yeah, and of note here, the Yone, instead of the Yasuo, probably means that in Pro Draft, they picked that Gragas, and the opposite side was like, they're going to pick Yasuo. They're going to pick Yasuo, guys. We can't give away the Yasuo Gragas. So, forced onto the Yone. I don't think that's a bad thing if you are the side of York University, because we saw Sweet Tangerine on that Yone absolutely destroy Loyal in the mid lane.
Yeah, no matter what the Samurai is, he can play either perfectly well. Yone with Sweet Tangerine on the Yone was able to make light work of Loyal so often thanks to Yone's ability to just get up in your face. It doesn't matter if you're half a screen away, it doesn't matter if you're the entire map away, he will get to you. And at that point, Sweet Tangerine was just able to snowball his lead so well. We're going to see how well that translates into a matchup against a Syndra, another mage. Yone was able to get the kills onto the Orianna, so it could be a similar situation. Syndra does have a lot more CC potential in terms of just everyday abilities, not involving the ultimate. So maybe different Oshel will do it a little differently, but yeah, these guys are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, definitely going to see if the side of St. Clair have brought themselves enough protection for this Ashe and this Syndra, because those are really going to be the players that I am looking to watch. But of course, if you do need protection out in the wild, you can always turn to our friends over at Durex Canada, where you can get involved in the Durex Canada game on Gauntlet with Gaming Stadium CS. Join us on December 11th and 12th for a shot at $2,000 in cash prizes in League of Legends. Registrations are now open if you go to tgs.gg/Durex-lol. Are you #open to play? Well, if you want to join, you can win some money, so that's not a bad idea. And you can spend that on whatever you want. You can spend it on League skins if you want, honestly. I'd probably spend it on League skins.
Yeah, so we thank them for sponsoring our show here. And as we are jumping into game 2, I would like to give a quick update while I find out the status here of the other matchup. Rare Adam, would you know how those guys are doing over there on the other side of the bracket?
Looking at the other side of the bracket as it stands right now, no. I don't know how it's going because they haven't reported a game. So regardless, we are still awaiting who will be meeting up with either one of these teams in the finals. Of course, St. Clair need to get back on their horses a little bit here and get a victory, because that is basically all it is. It's losing to go home, and you don't want to go home, especially in the last tournament of 2021. And realistically, this is the last games that a lot of these teams are playing because exams are coming up too.
Yeah, it does bring into the fact that these guys, they're not professional league players. It's not their job. It's a passion. It's a hobby. It's a commitment, yes, but of course, it is the collegiate scene. There's so many other things that your attention has to be drawn to in your everyday life. And yeah, exams are coming up. Of course, you're going to have to slow down on the gaming there a little bit, unfortunately. So yeah, you want to go out with a bang here.
You don't want to go out with a whimper. That's no fun. You don't want to just sort of sit there and be like, it's okay if we get second. I'll survive. No. You don't want to do that. You want to actually get out there and get yourself that victory. You want to, go plus ultra, as all the weebs would say. But regardless, here we've got some really interesting picks once again. We get to see Monka on something other than the Elise here, paired up with that Yone, of course, that Sweet Tangerine has shown proficiency on. But Differentiel on this Syndra, you have some different options. You have that Scatter the Weak to kind of prevent that engage. And in some ways, I feel like this team comp is a little bit more straightforward for the side of St. Clair now.
Yeah, I feel St. Clair, previously they were doing sort of harder to execute and honestly a lot more volatile style of play with the Xayah as well as the Yubi. If you can't get them to be fed, if you can't allow those leads, that lethality stat to build up, it's hard to find those fights with something like a Vi as well that needs a lot of support in the playmaking. Otherwise, she'll just die. If you don't have the ADC backup to be able to unload all that damage, it just didn't work, is what we saw in the end. And thanks to the help of Sweet Tangerine, Monka, Logia, everybody on the York squad, they were able to take them down in game 1. So they've reared back their laurels a bit. I believe we saw an Ashe Nautilus, a very, very solid, just slow them down, CC onto the enemy bot laners. And yeah, the St. Clair Saints looking to still put themselves on the board here.
Yeah, they want to get themselves at least to a game 3, because then you have the momentum going in your favor, going into, of course, that final game. You want to sort of drive it all home, but regardless, we're going to have to see a little bit of a different performance, and Logia going to be picking up that Tristana again, one of those champions that they're sort of known for at this point. The Tristana, the Vayne, those are those champions that Logia has really popped off on in the past.
Yeah, we've seen. It feels like Logia has had the spotlight taken off of him for a while due to the efforts of the top side of the map. But he has been an exceptional player, silently working throughout the course of the team fights. Yes, he's not as flashy he doesn't pick as flashy as champions, but he's still doing a ton of damage. His job is being performed excellently in this game, or in these games.
I think that's been the story. In some ways, York have been able to just let their carries do their work while they don't really take away from anything else. But as we hop onto the Rift here, we'll see if the fates can change. Of note, something that we forgot to mention, Ehug pulling out the Kindred this game. This is a very aggressive jungle pick here.
Yeah, Kindred, definitely one of the most volatile picks you can go for in the game. There is a good factor of luck for it. We mentioned that Data Gaming, St. Clair Saints, they wanted to rear it back a bit, but Kindred, if you're behind, you're essentially doomed. But if you're ahead, oh boy, you are forced to be reckoned with. Ehug placing the mark onto Monka. He knows where his sights are landing. And just before we hop into the meat of the laning phase, I would like to quickly thank another one of our sponsors, LaSalle College Vancouver. At LaSalle College Vancouver, the #1 game design school in Canada, according to the Princeton Review, students learn all aspects of the game design process. Perfect timing. Understanding how and where people play games is an important part of the creative process. Esports is a great example of how people enjoy gaming and the different experiences gamers are looking for. No matter if you're interested in level design or game programming, LaSalle College Vancouver has a program to suit your needs. So learn more at lasallecollegevancouver.com, and we thank them wholeheartedly for sponsoring our show here.
Yes, thank you to all of our sponsors once again, and want to give another shout out to our observer for today. Hey, it's me in the back. He's been doing a great job helping us get everything that we need to see and more, even pointing out which dragons, because sometimes we just forget that there are new dragons in the game. But let's go on a tangent, because why not? We're out here. Arcane. How much have you watched of Arcane, Flarfels?
I've been watching it with my brother and dad, and both of them do not play League of Legends, but they have been enjoying it. I've only seen Act 1, so I don't know how much I can say. I know. If you want to talk about it, go ahead. I'm apathetic about the spoilers.
I can't do that, though. That's it's against my code. Regardless, it's a great show. If you haven't watched it, or if you're watching this because of Arcane, great. Good on you. Keep watching, and then watch Arcane. Or if you've already watched Arcane, stay here and keep watching us, because that's sort of the play. And we are wondering how long this pause is going to take. We are waiting for an update from production, but let's see what is going on here.
Well, another thing that is going on is the fact that we have some help with our broadcast in the form of Memory Express. They are another sponsor of our show, and they are Canada's premier destination for computer products since 1996. Now, with 14 stores across Canada, they're ready to serve you in-store and online. So check them out at memoryexpress.com, and we thank them for sponsoring our show.
And looks like we will get back into game soon. There we go. Differential was just sort of in a freeze frame for a little bit, but we are back into it here. Game 2 between York University and St. Clair Saints here, as, yes, a little bit of a late invade going to come through from the side of St. Clair. This is a Gragas, not so strong in that early game. Ehug going to walk forward, and that should just be a blue buff picked up by this Kindred bar. A smite steal here. Looks like the fighting's going to continue. Ricky Lafleur is okay with this. He's got the zone, dealing a whole bunch of damage. Monka forced the flash away here. Lakill now taking a whole bunch of damage. Ricky Lafleur is going to flash forward as well, and first blood going over to Ehug. That is 1 out of 4 picked up in the marks, and great start for St. Clair here.
Yeah, Ehug, he knows that if he gets behind on Kindred, he is not going to have a fun time. So he opts instead to put things in his own hands, knowing that Monka is going to have to start on the blue buff. If you're Gragas, you don't have many other options. Red buff is possible, but we're going to see here it's not the best way he wants to fight. So yeah, a great late invade, able to pick up so many summoners and a kill to boot there. Just great work from Ehug. A fantastic start into this game, and Differential.
Yeah, Syndra gonna have a little bit of a good time. Actually, a lot of a good time against the Yone pre-6 there. Able to just keep them away. Able to use that Scatter the Weak, as we were mentioning, to prevent some of those engages from coming down. And especially now that Monka is a little bit behind the curve in terms of that scaling on this Gragas. Gonna have to try and go for some riskier plays, like walk right into the St. Clair jungle and look for that blue buff. However, will get spotted out by a ward, and Differential are gonna put a little bit of a deep ward as Gragas thinks otherwise.
Yeah, I like that that's a gaming St. Clair Saints. They did put the ward on the blue buff, knowing that Monka would try and opt for the invade, knowing that Ehug wouldn't be able to get down to that bottom side of his jungle for a while. Monka just not having the best time, getting forced to smite out the Scuttle here.
Yeah,
Maybe
smited it away. Yeah, just so that Ehug wouldn't get that mark, but there is going to be a potential 3-on-3 erupting in his bottom side. Plus ratio gonna get marked up. Fresh flashing over the wall. Lands the hook as Monka trying to zone out. Ehug taking a whole bunch of damage, is exhausted as well. That's a lot of damage coming down as Monka picks up the kill there. Differential is now in the middle of the fight. This is still a 3-on-3. Plus ratio gonna clean that one up. Logia living with a sliver of HP, but Barlow will be able to take the support down after the shields and everything come down. So it's a double kill going over to the Ashe, and it's 2 kills going back over to the side of York University. But at the end of the day, Kindred missed out on her mark, and that sort of hurts.
Yeah, if you're York University, I'd be pretty happy with that fight. You got a nice kill onto Monka that's going to enable him to get back into the fight here. And Ehug, that lead that was fought so hard over in that start of the game, might have just been kind of, well, I guess just discredited, and it's sort of a net zero gain there in the end once the mark is canceled. And unfortunately, the fact that Ehug was sent back down to the bot side of the jungle to pick up those camps, the Scuttle decides to put the mark up there.
Yeah, the mark is on that top side of the map, and so is plus ratio. That's looking like a couple of marks there for Kindred if she walks up there at the right time, but looks like Monka's just going to be up there as well, denying another mark away from the Kindred. Wolf, unfortunately, will falter, at least just for a little bit longer. Still a mark sitting on that Kindred, so overall, not the worst case scenario. Got their mark at 1 minute. You can't be expecting a mark every minute.
Yeah, unlucky there for Ehug. In the end, it just happens. You know, there's gonna be some RNG that doesn't go your way. He wasn't able to pick up the kill on plus ratio earlier, which is unfortunate, but it's a double kill onto Barlow, so you can't have the biggest downs in your, I guess you just can't feel the worst about it. So if you're Ehug.
Yeah, you can't feel too bad about that, as up on the top side of this map, Lakill is scared, to say the least, as Ricky LaFleur. Oh my, I realized that the new Pentakill skin on Mordekaiser is so noisy.
What?
Like, there's so many guitar riffs coming out. This is updated Mordekaiser. Of note, also has lethal tempo, which might have been the reason why they won that level 1 fight so hard, but that skin just has so many noisy sound effects.
Oh, you said noisy.
Yeah.
I thought you said moist. So I was like, can you explain how Pentakill Mordecai? Okay, anyways, Sweet Tangerine wants to go in a bit here. It's the ultimate down.
Differential going to be able to survive, but it's the E-flash forward from Monka going to be able to pick that one up. E-hug flashing over the wall, though, looking for blood. That's 1, 2, 3 stacks on the mounting dread, as now Sweet Tangerine forced to get out of there. Did not get the kill onto Differential, but it was E-hug jumping over the wall to avenge their mid laner, and it's still an 1,000 gold lead for the side of St. Clair. Something else we missed out on there was the flash burn from Barlow on the bot side. Must have been because Logia and plus ratio were on the hunt, but Fresh going to be able to find the pull here onto Logia. No jump available until right then. takes a huge chunk of damage there, and Barlow going to be feeling pretty good about this lane as they move forward. Of course, already have those 2 kills under their belt, and Logia now going to be trying to bait this out. Won't even be able to do so because of the Hawk shot, but sitting at about 350 HP.
Yeah, all it really takes is one hook like that, and Logia is just going to have a terrible, terrible time. The exhaust wasn't even put down for Barlow. That might have ended the kill.
Oh, Sweet Tangerine! A little bit too greedy. Differentiel able to land the Scatter the Weak into the Dark Sphere, into the Throw the Ball. I don't even know what that ability's called. You got the kill.
Yeah, the Throw the Ball one. We did see an emote come out from the corpse of Sweet Tangerine. It looks sort of like a reconsidering type of face. Like, okay, yes. maybe a bit overstepping my bounds there, but nonetheless, if you're Differentiel, you will be happy with that. Fresh going for the Hex Flash, not much there, but in the end, that's a gaming looking much stronger than last time with a 13,000 gold total, not lead. Don't worry, it's not that crazy. They have about a 1,600 gold lead for themselves.
And a lot of that is based around this bottom side of the map here. 11 CS up for this Ash, of course, has that bounty stacking up as well. Might be looking for an aggressive play. Has that Hunter's Focus coming down. Logia going to get pulled back. Here comes the arrow as well. Logia going to be taken down. The shield is not going to be enough as plus ratio still at level 5. And unfortunately, the Nautilus at level 5, a little bit better at picking up kills than the Lulu at level 5.
Yeah, the thing with Lulu Tristana is that if you're against a different heavy CC support, there's not much you can really do to avoid it until you get that ultimate, which does give you a bit more option. But in the end, when it comes to these early skirmishes, Arlo is up 3-0, and that is not a fight you want to be taking, which would be fine, but Fresh is making you take them for you.
Says Hextech Dragon going to be picked up by E-Hug here. As we look at the marks, still only 1 in the inventory for this Kindred, so still looking to try and get that extra range. She was good. She was on good pace early on as Ricky Lafleur going to pick up a solo kill on the top side there, but yeah, Kindred hasn't been able to do too much since then, as Differentiel going to be using some fancy feet to get away from the gank from Monka and Sweet Tangerine. E-Hug comes through, picks up 1 CS, and goes to their Raptors, which is a very limited amount of Raptors.
Yes, just the one there. We see the mark for E-Hug going back onto Monka. Plus ratio no longer the target. And once again, E-Hug's just trying to do the bread and butter technique of go for the enemy jungler.
Oh, this one might not be good, though. They walked over so many wards walking in there. Fresh is going to be in trouble next with Sweet Tangerine. Going to use that Soul Unbound over the wall and pick up a couple there. And unfortunately for St. Clair, you know, they walked over like 4 wards, and unfortunately that sweeper caught absolutely none of them, leading unfortunately to their demise. So York able to get a little bit of a break, a little too aggressive from E-Hug and Fresh. Unfortunately, that means they're going to lose a couple kills as well as this Rift Herald.
And I like the fact that Logia, we've said he's sort of the silent protector, the silent carry on the side of York University. He roamed up with the rest of the team, not to help in the fight, but to make sure the wave didn't crash against the Syndra there, so he was able to pick it up. And then while Barlow was pushing, the teleport came in from Sweet Tangerine, helped push it back, and now he's here to catch the mid wave. Great macro from the side of York University, making sure they're not losing any gold where they don't have to.
Making sure that they can try and get as many advantages as possible. Sweet Tangerine going to be going aggressively. Oh, okay, bye. Goes aggressively over the wall and then goes aggressively away from everything.
It's so crazy to me that he could just get there for fun. He didn't even have to use his ultimate, but he was just in front of his tower and he was able to make it past the river.
Oh my goodness! Fresh Hex flashing over the wall, tries to find that play onto Sweet Tangerine, forced to burn that flash to get out of there, but well played around that vision, as plus ratio just a little bit behind the play. E-Hug still sitting on that 1 mark for the time being. One day, you know, one day E-Hug will get to that point, but on this bot side of the map, Logia is going to be the next target. Barlow looking for the arrow. Ooh, goes a little bit wide there. Crownie's Comet flying out as Fresh going to be tanking up a couple of tower shots and heading out.
Yeah, that was a good attempt at a play there, but Logia with the fast feet, I'm not sure if Barlow just went wide trying to predict a sidestep there, but ultimately in the end, not much happens for it. And that's a good chunk of time wasted for E-Hug, as well as Fresh. They are going to have to do a reset there. But it's sort of a kindred curse when you are feeling behind that it's just never the side you invade on. That's where the mark shows up. Well, they were able to invade and kill the chickens. The mark was over by Grump, and Monka picked it up for fun. So it's unfortunate for E-Hug that the luck is not going their way, but that's sort of the price you pay if you're going to be playing this Kindred.
Yeah, if you're going to be playing this Kindred, you need to try and make those advantages. You can, like, every time we hover over Mordekaiser, it's noisy, right? Like, that's not just me freaking out. Monka coming into this mid lane, though. Sweet Tangerine going to try and find something else. That's a little bit of an unfortunate knock-up. Diva Hansiel going to flash, though, as E-Hug had dropped down the Lamb's Respite. Will be able to save the mid laner. Fate Sealed wasn't on point. Neither was that flash, but in the end, everyone ends up living, and York University end up with that advantage, burning 2 summoner spells, but now Monka is on the run. Monka W moment right there, at least, as they're able to Monka E themselves out of that play.
This could be a bit of a pincer. Logia is in the back.
Oh yeah, plus Ratio, though, going to be taking a decent amount of damage. Barlow flashing forward, looking for that play with the arrow. Here comes Sweet Tangerine, but there's no Fate Sealed. Barlow on a rampage, going to pick up their 4th kill of the game. Logia jumping in on the backline, though, looking extremely aggressive. Gets all of those shots taken down. Barlow's ticking low, as Fresh going to pick up another one. Logia, though, able to get the kill. Oh, he gets all these jumps. It's not enough, but it's a quadra kill picked up for Sweet Tangerine at the end of it. Somehow goes from 0-1-3 to 4-1-3. That is how you play the Yone in style, as Diva Hansiel got a kill in that fight, but it was so delayed because of how many kills Sweet Tangerine was able to pick up.
Yeah, sorry, Differential. Your kill feed is down in the queue compared to Sweet Tangerine racking up 4 kills. You can't believe this guy just got all 4 of those kills right then. It made it seem like he was so fed before. And yeah, this is just what we come to expect from the Samurai. This is just the Samurai champion at this point. He's played Yasuo, he's played Yone so effectively. And once again, St. Clair Saints going for these dragons. They're putting a lot of priority on them. Oh, maybe Monka does too.
Yeah, and as the dragon starts to get taken down by the side of St. Clair, we look at the status of this game now, and all of a sudden it's a little bit more even than we were expecting. Diva Hansiel going to get knocked back, though, as Logia going to try and jump in. That is a golden Cinder. She does not have flash to get out of there. Sweet Tangerine going to go unstoppable, as it's just 2 quick kills picked up by York University. And all of a sudden, their gold lead, the side of St. Clair, it's starting to crumble. There are cracks starting to form while Barlow is 4-1-2. The rest of the team's struggling just a little bit. Ricky Lafleur, though, still has quite a lead up on that top side.
Yeah, and what happened with York University, they know that a lot of the gold is sitting on Barlow. A lot of the fighting power is with him. So they said, okay, let's drop the Rift Herald, force him to stay down there and catch this humongous wave. Sweet Tangerine's pretty good too.
Yeah, Sweet Tangerine just went all the way back there. That tower shot took forever to get back with how far they went, but Barlow actually going to get jumped on here, but gets the arrow down onto Logia. And Fresh actually going to pick up that kill into plus Ratio first. Logia trying to turn this one around, has a good amount of health still left available. Does not have the jump, though, so will not move forward.
Yeah, the shield bow was popped, and I don't think Logia calculated the fact that it was going to be available still. Here's Ricky Lafleur. Oh,
he's 7-1 again. Oh, he just picked up another kill.
This is just what happens. What? You don't even get to see it. Sweet Tangerine makes it so fast. He is such a master at playing from the back, get the Spirit Unbound, and from there he's just able to make quick, light work of these mages.
Yeah, Barlow going to be looking for Logia here, though. Forced to flash away from that volley. Well played, as Fresh going to barely survive there on the back end as Logia was looking for a play. Monka is in the death realm, though, as Ricky Lafleur is looking for more lethal tempo. Mordekaiser stacking up, and Monka will burn down. So he'll reply to on the top side. The kill looking for the play onto E-Hug, though, but might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. There's no way for them to get out of there. A shield from plus Ratio will extend it a little bit further. E-Hug gonna go into the Lamb's Respite as Sweet Tangerine is forced to back off as plus Ratio now is in a little bit of trouble. Ricky LaFleur is very tanky, got a whole lot of health. Gonna get polymorphed though, as Sweet Tangerine able to outplay with the flash away from the Scatter the Weak. But Sweet Tangerine might be in trouble now. A whole bunch of members there. Divinciel will go down, as will E-Hug. A double kill coming through for this Yone. 10, 1, and 4. And now Fresh is in trouble. It's another quadra kill for the mid laner from York University. Are you kidding me?
This is the craziest Yone I've ever seen. He was so behind in the lane for a while. It felt like, well, we've only seen him dominate. And now he is right back on pace. 11, 1, and 4. You can ban Monka's Elise, but you can't take Sweet Tangerine out of the game. He is making it look easy against Datsun Gaming. I love the way he was able to not focus on killing Differential and instead stacks on his attacks onto E-Hug. So that way when he rips back from the Soul Unbound, he gets the kill onto both just from the passive of it. Oh my gosh, this guy is a madman.
Absolutely popping off on the Samurai Brothers to whoever ends up facing up against this guy in the finals. You gotta burn 2 bans at least on Sweet Tangerine, because my goodness, the only thing sweeter than the Tangerine is the taste of victory, and that's exactly what this Yone Yasuo 2-trick, from what we've seen thus far, has been able to accomplish.
Yeah, if you ban Elise, Yasuo, Yone, the whole rest of the team is going to be completely unlocked to do whatever they want. It feels like we've seen a lot of restrictions placed onto Lakill. He's only been able to do Camille, and while it is sort of a comfort pick in terms of the fact that he is well versed on it, Logia plus Ratio, Lakill, they haven't had the chance to truly shine throughout these drafts, and I feel like a lot of that is due to the fact that they don't have to. Let Sweet Tangerine do what he does best, and that is kill these mages.
Oh my.
That was like less than a second.
Sweet Tangerine, how am I supposed to cast these plays as E-Hug forced to flash over the wall away from the inevitable danger? Monka is in a little bit of trouble. Explosive cast will keep Ricky LaFleur away in the Death Realm, but Sweet Tangerine is all over Fresh. Just absolutely slicing and dicing through the Titan of the Depth. Will be E-Hug picking up that 1,000 gold shutdown, though. Lots of damage being returned back. Plus Ratio burning them down with the Ignite. Forced to burn that Lamb's Respite just to stay alive. E-Hug will live, but unfortunately, Syndra and the Nautilus will die.
Oh, okay, Monka does live in the end there. Now, it's difficult to assess how strong Datsun Gaming, the St. Clair Saints, are good.
Oh no! Barlow misses that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and it gives the opportunity for Logia to try and re-engage, but Ricky LaFleur finds a great pull, picks up one onto Monka, but in the backline, Barlow is in trouble, trying to kite away from Lakill. They will be able to stay alive. Ricky LaFleur trying to beat down Logia now, and it will be another kill picked up, this time by Divinciel. Plus Ratio is just flashed on and scattered the weak at will, as Lulu not strong enough to survive Syndra's burst, as St. Clair,
Sweet Tangerine versus the world.
Making this interesting. Sweet Tangerine, once again, yes, versus the world. Gonna get pulled back here. Does not have the fate sealed quite yet, but Barlow very aggressively moving forward. Yeah, Sweet Tangerine just waiting on that ultimate cooldown, but will back off for the time being. But despite all of these kills going through and me play-by-playing for like the last 3 minutes straight, St. Clair still have the gold lead.
Now, would we be able to get a mark check on E-Hug? I feel as the madness sort of prevails here, actually picks up another 2 during the, I guess, the haze of it all as all of this occurs. Monka able to pick up another one on that Gromp there, so 3 marks it's pretty solid, but it's not where you want to be sitting as the Kindred 20 minutes into this game. A lot of the resources on the side of the St. Clair Saints, and they have to be put onto its Barlow and Ricky LaFleur. And we hadn't seen them be totally unlocked until that previous fight, when Ricky LaFleur was able to stall Logia, where its Barlow was able to bait out Lakill, and they were able to take it in the end. Obviously, Differentiel was quite the playmaker as well. But if you look at these kills, look at the scoreboards. Oh, this could be York University doing their famous.
Oh, Sweet Tangerine missed, and actually now Ricky LaFleur just goes right in onto them as the Lulu ultimate is trying to survive against this Mordekaiser, but I think Sweet Tangerine may fall. They've gone away with that. Fate Unbound. It's not going to be the right way. E-Hug takes down Logia. It's going to be a shutdown, and everything goes wrong for York around this Baron. Blanca going to be taken down next by Divergence, and that's 3 kills picked up for the side of St. Clair. And one botched engage from Sweet Tangerine onto the back line ends up costing them 3 of their members, loses them Baron, and now the gold lead is 4,000 gold in favor of St. Clair.
Plus Ratio just solemnly making their way back to lane.
Walk of shame, walk of shame.
Yeah, that is unfortunate from the side of York University. When you place so much responsibility and reliance on Sweet Tangerine, a lot of it can be difficult if he does whiff like that. I think this is the first time we've seen him make that error and cost him the team fight in the end. Logia as well as Monka weren't able to get out in time, but yeah, great Baron over to the St. Clair Saints here. And I don't know, this is looking close again, but it feels like the St. Clair Saints have maybe found their footing.
Yeah, they've been able to pick up a solid amount of fights in a row. E-Hug is kind of stuck on the wall. That looked kind of weird, but blue buff for the Kindred. Of note, for Marks. That is a pivotal point that gives Kindred 75 more range. It gives her a lot more damage on that mounting dread. Of note, Kindred has finally hit champion status.
Kindred has finally been drafted into the champions queue here, and I'm excited to see it. E-Hug, this is what he's been looking to achieve all game. This status of high-level Kindred play could be coming in on the kill.
Yeah, Lakill gonna be feeling the pain as the hook lands. E-Hug is now on a killing spree, picking up marks left and right at this point. Didn't pick up a mark there, but, you know, is still just vibing for the time being. Of note, this will be Ocean Soul, so while more boring than the Chemtech Soul, no one that we've seen on stream has actually won with Chemtech Soul because no one's actually gotten Chemtech Soul yet. Ocean Soul is something that we have seen on stream in past streams, and people have won with that soul, so technically, if you get Ocean Soul, you have a higher chance of winning than if it's Chemtech Soul. By virtue of lack of stats.
Yeah, I appreciate those, that technically the truth-esque style of your analysis there. Yeah, so far, we haven't even seen, in fairness, we haven't seen any losses with Chemtech Soul either. So it's sort of a 50-50 still.
But you can't have a 50% win rate with 0 games. It's a 0% win rate.
But it's a 0% loss rate as well.
Yeah, that can happen, but it's not a 0% win. Let's get it right, Flarfuls. You know,
Okay.
1 + 1 is 3, 9 + 10 is 21, you know, the usual. But regardless, at this point, the side of St. Clair Saints, with their Baron buff expiring, looking to set up for their soul point. And as it stands right now, as their Baron expires, they did expand their gold lead from about 2,000 gold after that messy fight around Baron to about 5,000. So a 3,000 gold Baron power play. Not the best of power plays, but it's functional. E-Hug gonna pick up their 6th mark of the game and potentially look to take down Lakill once again, who hook shots right into the face of a Nautilus. Instead, it will be Divergence scattering the weak as Camille, unfortunately,
Here's
this
the
game
teleport.
not really working out. Barlow is on the run, able to dodge away. There's 4 members chasing the Ash. Ricky Lafleur has an isolated Monka who goes golden for the time being. And this Mordekaiser find their way out of it. It looks like Mordekaiser will fall by a lot of time. Divergence trying to find the kill onto Sweet Tangerine, but it is Logia who picks up the kill onto the Mordekaiser, picking up that shutdown. Not a big one, but it is a shutdown nonetheless. Divergence gonna flash away there as E-Hug goes on a rampage, picking up Monka. Sweet Tangerine has burned that Immortal Shield Bow. Fresh is playing Spider-Man to catch up, but doesn't look like that's going to be as the gold lead expands up to 6,000 gold for St. Clair.
Yeah, oh boy.
Yeah, Sweet Tangerine going over the wall aggressive. Logia tries to knock E-Hug out of the Lamb's Rest, but it will be the Logia's Tristana picking up that shutdown, and all of a sudden Fresh is in trouble. Forced to run for the hills. Barlow is not in the area. Fresh is not Thresh, is not Spider-Man, is none of the above. Missed the wall, and that's unfortunate.
It's so funny seeing Sweet Tangerine get like dragged out of the stage play as soon as his E is done. Once the fighting's over, I'm off the screen. I'm out of here, guys. You see the gold lead still in favor to That's It Gaming, the St. Clair Saints. But right now, with this tempo, it feels like York University have found their stride again. Obviously, neither team can be discredited. We're seeing some great level of play here. But honestly, it just feels like I don't even know. It feels like macro might be kind of thrown to the wind. Sort of just responsive play from both teams in the fact that, well, if somebody's getting chased down, you're teleporting. You're not looking for another play.
And by the looks of it, as it stands right now, despite that little bit of a messy sequence of events, it is still sole point in favor of St. Clair as this game marches on. The impeding clock that is, time continues marching on. The Saints keep marching. They're marching in. And by the looks of it, as we get into these later stages of the game, my eyes start to turn towards Ehug here, who, with those Kindred marks and with 3 items, is starting to scale up into quite the late game carry.
Yeah, you cannot count out Ehug, but you can't count out Sweet Tangerine either. Oh, close one there. I feel like this mark has been put on plus ratio for the longest time, and they just have not been able to execute on it. I feel like maybe switching it over is going to be a better move, but as soon as I say that, Ehug's going to find a pick right onto plus ratio, as we'll see. But it still feels like York University is sort of being forced to respond. That's It Gaming has to hit the call.
Speaking of who's going to be forced to respond, it's going to be Amaka who's forced to respond, but will not a safe call. Lakil going into that backline. Dive Hansel goes golden as Lakil not able to get into that Lamb's respite. Dive Hansel barely makes it in, and this is a triple kill for this Kindred. It's a quadra kill, but no, Ricky Lafleur steals the penta kill. No penta for you, he says, but at least they will move on to a Game 3. St. Clair, against all odds, say that's it. They pick themselves up Game 2 victory. And with these death timers still ticking down, another 10 seconds on the Gragas, 20 seconds at least on everyone else. St. Clair are taking us to Game 3.
Yeah, the St. Clair Saints will not be silenced. Looking to take down this Nexus in strong fashion and say to York University, you can bleed too.
Fortunately, they do shed blood on the Rift here. They will be taken down by St. Clair, and York put up a valiant effort in that game. They had a decent lead for a good amount of time off of the back of 2 quadra kills onto Sweet Tangerine. Yet, after all of that is considered, St. Clair still end up with the win.
They do. They were able to take it in the end. A lot of it felt like the momentum off of that stolen Baron fight, off of the misplay from Sweet Tangerine, and the perfect pounce back on it from the St. Clair Saints. They were able to get back into the game. Not that they were that behind, but they were able to snowball that lead further and further. And it felt like York, they never really had their chance to find that final fight. And with the Dragon stacking, with everything going the way of the St. Clair Saints, they do bring us to a Game 3 here in our semifinal bracket. So, of course, I always love to see the biggest bangers, the closest games, and it seems like both these teams are dedicated to giving us that. And we'll be right back with you guys after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
Game design and development is a growing field. The 4 years consists of learning how to design games from the ground up. You will be making games, not just sitting there learning about them. You get small class sizes, which means your professors know you by name. They actually go out of their way to find contracts for us to work as game designers. Having that work-ready experience has me already working in the field.
Study at University Canada West and experience everything that Vancouver has to offer. Discover our new campus, Vancouver House. You'll be studying in the heart of downtown Vancouver. Explore Vancouver during your studies and see for yourself why it has been named the 3rd most livable city in the world by The Economist. Known for its perfect balance between city life and outdoor spaces, the city has something to offer for everyone. Vancouver has an incredibly strong economy. Canadian students are drawn to the city to pursue exciting career prospects. A recent 2020 survey of our graduates reported that 100% of our graduates find employment within 6 months. As a business and technology-focused university offering undergraduate and graduate programs on campus and online, we are dedicated to providing the most up-to-date knowledge required for today's fast-paced industries. Our dedicated Career Development Center specialists will help you prepare to enter the working world with your best foot forward.
Have you been wondering about blue light filtering glasses? Stop searching and take a look at this. Check out Clearly's Blue Reflect and Blue Reflect Plus blue light filtering lenses. This is them protecting your eyes from harmful blue light and UV rays that are constantly emitted from the sun, your digital screens, and other light sources. For reduced eye strain, maintaining your circadian rhythm, and better eye health, period. So, to answer your question, yes, our blue light filtering lenses work, and your eyes will thank you. Add Blue Reflect blue light lenses to any Clearly frames.
Memory Express, Canada's premier destination for computer products and services since 1996. Now, with 14 stores across Canada, we are proud to announce 2 brand new locations open for business in Ontario. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with new product launches, sales, contests, esports tournaments, and much, much more.
Think you know Return It? Think again. With Return It Express, there's no sorting required. Lineups are a thing of the past. It's fast and easy. With refunds deposited right into your online account, you'll be in and out in a flash. Sign up today and go Express.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Canadian Collegiate Championship Series. My name is Adam. Alongside me is Flarfuls. We have a best of one on our hands now. York takes game one in commanding fashion. That's it. Gaming takes game two in quite commanding fashion. You know, they had quite a strong mid to late game there. And York, in a lot of ways, they kind of fumbled the bag. Sweet Tangerine kind of missed an opportunity, I think.
Yeah, of course it's easy to put everything on Sweet Tangerine. He's been playing an exceptional series throughout the entire day. We've seen such great performances from him. And of course, it is easy to say that a lot of the fumblings were in the early game or around that Baron fight. Ultimately, That's It Gaming was just stronger on the Rift in the game. So, of course, we know that York University is still a force to be reckoned with. They were pushing back and fighting till the very bitter end. And they were able to give That's It Gaming a run for their money in the end, bringing us to 1-1, however. And yeah, we have some interesting picks already. Ehug with the Kindred again, and Ricky Lafleur going on the Renekton against a Gwen. How do we feel about these picks? I don't know.
Oh, the real spicy one here is the Tarek getting picked up. Of note, Tarek did receive a rather good buff, at least in regards to the fact that Fimbulwinter, it's a tier item that isn't Seraph's and isn't mana immune, so it's perfect for Tarek in that sense. Tarek loves that mana. Tarek loves to build that tier. Tarek didn't love to build the other items associated, so interesting take on this because you've got Team Invulnerable on the side of St. Clair. On the flip side, though, Rakan going to be trying to make a lot of plays. This Gwen going to try and take over the mid to late game against this Renekton. And Jinx as well for Logia can scale so well. Of course, you can't forget the Yasuo for Sweet Tangerine. So, yes, Sweet Tangerine might have fumbled the bag last game with a couple of those engages, but Ehug had a very strong game in their own right. Différentiel had a very strong game, and Barlow as well really stepped up, and I think those were sort of the keys to the game for the side of St. Clair. So on that point, what do York need to do to sort of get back up on their feet and get themselves to finals here?
It's a tough call because a lot of the pieces of That's It Gaming, there's not just one major factor. Obviously, Ehug was great in that second game with Kindred finally coming online and winning them that last team fight. Differentiel was a sort of a silent carry again with those fights, picking up and cleaning up those kills with the Syndra. Barlow, a huge amount of damage coming out. It's not just one tower that you have to topple. It's every single little piece that is going to be coming out. And I think something that would be a good answer for it is the Trundle. We did see in our third cast of the day that Trundle was a force to be reckoned with. He would barely even die. Died once, and that meant the rest of the team was able to get the kill and go for the win for York University JV in that match. So, yeah, Monka on the Trundle could be what seals the deal. Obviously, able to. It's just such a good 1v1. I think he's probably the best 1v1 fighting champ in the game. When you're able to engage on a lot of these picks, like the Renekton, drain the armor, stack the damage, get the attacks in, do a little chomping perhaps, able to do some excellent ganking. And then you look towards the mid, get the Orianna. You look towards bot side, kill Ashe. You can kill the Kindred in the 1v1, but then you look over towards That's It Gaming, and they, yes, as you mentioned, Team Invincible with Lamb's Respite, as well as the Taric ultimate coming down on potentially 5 members of the squad. That's going to be scary if you are part of York University here.
Yes, it is going to be very interesting to see how this evolves, because of course we've seen this Yasuo, we've seen this Yone come through from Sweet Tangerine, and in some ways last game they were able to solve it, albeit not in the early game. That early game, once again, sensational coming out from the side of Sweet Tangerine, but they were able to solve it come the mid to late game, and a lot of that was with these Ehug ults being able to keep everyone alive that was important. Barlow gonna be back on this Ashe this time. Ashe Taric, a little bit of a different combo this time around. Not as much engage, but you've got so much safety with that Cosmic Radiance. So in that sense, what do St. Clair need to do to take over and pick themselves up this come from behind victory?
Well, I think you don't need to do a lot of fighting in the bot side. If you can find a pick with the Taric stun, sure, that's great. But if you just let Taric go for these roams, or potentially wait till the later fights in the game, what you'll be able to provide with the team is a great heal, a lot of CC, and invincibility for like about 3 seconds, I believe. And in the span of a team fight, that feels like an eternity. So with all of this damage output you'll be able to get from Ricky Lafleur or Differentiel or the Ashe on the team, it's just, I feel like it's going to be as simple as just letting your characters press the buttons. Honestly, with the Lamb's Respite as well, being invincible for so long, it's going to be just, you just have to fight. And once you press your abilities, as long as nobody gets caught out or picked, these fights should be pretty simple here.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot about pressing those buttons, but pressing them at the right times as we hop onto the Rift. Once again, just got to reiterate how grateful we are to be here, and also thank one of our sponsors before we get into this one. Once again, I got to give a shout out to the Collegiate Championship Series. The Collegiate Champion Series is Canada's first major collegiate esports program that combines massive scholarships, professional skills development, community events, case competitions, and internships. Wherever you are wanting to take your esports program, looking for a community, or wanting to test your esports skills in or out of the game, this is the program to get you that W in life.
Now,
but as we load on, not a lot going on.
Yeah, pretty standard 5-point start, and it was sort of the same pattern we saw with the previous tournament, that as the days progressed, as the matches progressed, as the games had more and more stakes attached to them, we saw that a lot of the time those early engages or those early fights didn't want to be taken by either side because the stakes are just so much higher. You know that if you mess up early in that game, it's most likely or it could most likely be the end of your run here. So neither team really wants to take that chance. We see a double red start for both sides. And just to make a comment, unfortunately, our observer, hey, it's me, was having some health issues, wasn't feeling too well, so we are working with a more directed camera, which is why the perspective might be a little different. But an early gank here.
Oh, yeah.
Monka.
Of note, Ricky Lafleur is in the mid lane there on top side as well. Differentiel playing the Orianna there. Ricky Lafleur trying to turn that one around, able to get the stun down, but it is Renekton mid lane for Ricky as Ehug now going to be jumping over that wall, drops down the W. They're going to try and move forward, but not going to be able to get anything else, so it will just be no trade of damage back and forth. Only summoner burned was Ricky Lafleur's flash, but that's going to be it. Ehug, though, got to be careful as the glacial beams come out from that pillar. It's going to be Ehug trying to kite away, but Monka forced the flash as they are a little bit too scared of that Renekton.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that Differentiel and Ricky Lafleur had swapped the lanes there. But yeah, Gwen versus Renekton, that does not sound fun if you're Renekton there. The snipping action from Lakill might be a little too impactful, so they said, okay, let's do a bit of a swap. This would probably work out better for Differentiel. We saw Sweet Tangerine make quick work of any and all mages standing in his way. So send Differentiel up there to face the Gwen, and you might be able to have a bit easier of a time against the, I guess, the doll given life there.
And as we can see right now, we are going to have the teleport coming back in for Lakill as well, I believe, as that ghost. And we're just going to be able to get out of there as Kindred was lurking around in the area of note. Kindred going to be picking up that first mark on her top crab there. Going to be a little bit more difficult to see exactly where our marks are sitting at for this Kindred, but Ricky Lafleur going to be going in for a little bit of a fight with Monka. That killer will just go a little bit too far out.
All right, we're seeing some bot lane action.
Yeah, speaking of which, Glacial Beam's coming out from Fresh as well with the Dazzle, but here comes the teleport from Sweet Tangerine. Flash over the wall from Fresh as the tether is going to go away. Barlow forced the flash as well as everyone just burning their summoner. Sweet Tangerine going back over onto Fresh as this might be first blood picked up here. Sweet Tangerine is exhausted. That's going to be the flash forward from Logia, and they're going to get excited for first blood. Ehug now in a little bit of trouble. That's going to be a flash from the Kindred as everyone's trying to kite out at this one. Sweet Tangerine going to be dashing away, and Differentiel going to have that ball down there, but Ricky Lafleur has shown up as well. Monka, no flash here, and that's going to be Differentiel slaying Monka as well. Sweet Tangerine able to get the dash through the wall with the, wow, what was that? The Krug. But other than that, St. Clair. Oh, Sweet Tangerine's on the wrong side of the map. Oh, goodness. Taking a whole lot of damage. Gonna be trying to get out of there, but will they be able to get out? I think Sweet Tangerine may just have enough space to get out. Ehug is going to move forward, though, has the movement speed from that Scuttle Crab. My goodness, this is the longest chase. Oh, no, the shield was up. The one auto attack wasn't enough. And now Fresh is fighting Monka once again. Glacial Beams going everywhere. Ehug going to drop that Mounting Dread. Here come the shields from Plus Ratio. They are up on this top side of the map. Ricky Lafleur is walking up once again. Ehug is chasing down this Trundle. Trundle does not have the flash once again, and Ricky Lafleur going to be able to pick up that kill. Meanwhile, the kill is on the wrong side of the map here. No flash on that, only the ghost if they so desired, but this Gwen is in a little bit of a sticky situation. Differentiel is doing a whole bunch of damage, going to drop down the mist, but Ricky Lafleur is in the zone, and this Renekton is on a killing spree. What just happened?
Okay, I think you have a chance to breathe here. That was craziness. I could have gotten a five-course meal throughout the whole span of that fight there. It felt like so many specks of action were happening all throughout the map. So if we break it down, it all started with a pick onto Fresh there. So a lot of summoner spells and everything were expelled from Sweet Tangerine, from Logia, from Monka to try and get that pick onto Fresh. And while ultimately they did, they were just stuck on the wrong side of the map there and weren't able to escape effectively Thankfully, Sweet Tangerine was able to dash over the wall with the help of the Krug. During that entire fighting position, he was trying to position the Krug over so that he could dash over the wall and did it successfully, so able to escape in the end. But then Monka tried to go for the re-engage, but it just wasn't enough damage yet. You're still a level 4 Trundle. You don't have the ultimate online. And Fresh with the lockdown CC and E-Hug are going to be able to pick you off there, and that's just exactly what happened. Monka died 2 times throughout the span of that single fight, I guess.
Yeah, and Lakill going to be going for the solo kill onto Differentiel. Had the level advantage. The Ghost was not enough to chase them down. Of note, that's a lethal tempo on the Gwen as well. Predator on the Rakan. This is something I've been a fan of to roam around the map a little bit quicker, but yeah, really interesting rune setups from a lot of these champions. Double Glacial this game from the Taric and the Trundle as well, so should be interested.
Yeah. Oh, here's the flash!
Oh my goodness, Ricky Lafleur going for the solo kill here. Sweet Tangerine might be on the wrong side of the city here. Unfortunately, this Yasuo will actually get the knock-up. Will Ricky Lafleur be able to pick that one up? Already burned that flash, as you mentioned. Does not have the slice and dice in time, and Sweet Tangerine gets away with just a little bit of health once again. Unable to take down that Yasuo, albeit Ricky Lafleur has 3-0-1. You don't want to fight this Renekton right now.
No, you do not. Oh, Lakill.
Oh, no. Oh, Lakill actually might be in trouble as Differentiel going to go into the zone, drop the ball down, and Lakill going to be taken down. Plus, Ratio is stalk and prey in this bush. Going to go in with the Grand Entrance. Going to get that now down onto Barlow. Gets hit with the edge of the zap there. Great heal right before the Ignite comes down. Just getting enough health to be able to walk out of there, as well as that movement speed, but yeah, St. Clair are off to the races this game. They've got themselves already up to a almost 2,500 gold lead.
This is just what sort of happens when you get to the end of the series here is oftentimes it's not a close scraping by of a neck-and-neck match. By this point, one of the teams that has come so close to the end is just going to give in sooner than before. And I'm not saying that's what's happening with York University. Obviously, right now, they're still making plays. They're still looking for everything. But it seems that Datsit Gaming, they're 5-1. They're up a chunk of gold and a dragon to boot. It just seems like they have... Ooh,
oh my goodness! Yeah, Sweet Tangerine taking a whole bunch of damage there from the Renekton. Ricky Lafleur's up 2 levels. Well, the level up just comes through from the Yasuo, but this is looking pretty good. The Renekton gonna go into the Dominus, but Sweet Tangerine gonna come through. E-Hug once again, so clutch with the Lamb's Respite. Ricky Lafleur gonna get knocked up, but will survive once again with a sliver of health, and this crocodile cannot be taken down. You may have the interior crocodile alligator, but this one does not live in a Chevrolet movie theater. E-Hug gonna flash away from the Grand Entrance as a bunch of ultimates come out there as the, believe that was the Super Mega Death Rocket aiming for the Renekton, blocked up by the Kindred, and everyone ends up surviving despite everyone's ultimate, and they're, just throwing the kitchen sink at it.
Yeah, it felt like everything was committed there, but in the end, neither team was able to secure those deaths for the enemies there. But in the end, if you're York University, you should be happy with the fact that you are still able to make plays without being immediately punished. You are still able to look for things, and maybe it's just a matter of time before you get a bit more itemization down on your champion, and before you're able to make plays like that pull off.
Yeah, a little bit more time for York University. Maybe once their champions get a couple of items under their belt, they will be prepped and ready to go. But thus far, the only lane that has any hope for the side of York has been that bot lane where Logia was able to pick up an early kill there. But as of right now, as that 20 CS gold lead, or this 20 CS lead, whereas every other lane, despite them being slightly misaligned here, at least in the mid lane for Ricky Lafleur, that's a 35 CS lead, and most likely first tower with E-Hug dropping down this Rift Herald. Sweet Tangerine going to be playing from the back foot this game.
Yeah, against a Renekton as a Yasuo, the early game can't be fun, but it can't be fun for Differentiel.
Oh my goodness, Differentiel! Great flash away to out play the engage there. Ricky Lefleur has shown up as well with the teleport. Gonna go right onto that Gwen. Here comes the heals from the Tarek as well. And all of a sudden, Monka's the one who's on the run. Gonna be dipping, dashing, and diving out of there. Ricky Lefleur is going to be invulnerable with the Cosmic Radiance. Differentiel is on a killing spree. They are now chasing down plus ratio. Do they have enough? E-Hug needs one more jump. Ricky Lefleur will not be able to follow up with the slice and dice once again. But it is Brazil v Germany here, except Datsit is the ones who are taking this one all the way home thus far.
Yeah, it's Ricky Lefleur. He's just standing there menacingly as he watches plus ratio run for the hills on the coattails of that fight. It is like we were mentioning with Fresh being able to be invulnerable. Sweet Tangerine might be looking here.
Yeah, E-Hug going to get knocked up with the Lamb's Respite. Going to be well-timed. The last breath comes down. Sweet Tangerine, though, will they go down? They get the solo kill, but they also die for their troubles. Plus ratio gets the assist on that, so not quite a solo kill for the Yasuo, but Kindred able to dispel so much time off of that Yasuo. Not even a shutdown given over for that one.
Yeah, that was good playmaking, good eye from Sweet Tangerine, and maybe the timing with the Lamb's Respite was a bit too ambitious, but I appreciate the fact that they're still going for these trades. When you're down like this, 8-2, you can't see the gold lead, but you can see the fact that you're 6 kills down, maybe 7 soon.
Oh yeah, Logia gonna get locked down by that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but the quickness has bought them so much time. No one was tanking up that tower though. Fresh and Ricky Lefleur going to be trying to walk this one out, but the dominance is going to be popped. There is no ultimate available for Sweet Tangerine. Ricky Lefleur into the backline is unstoppable as Fresh is 1v1ing the Yasuo. Yasuo will take down the Tarek, but Fresh ends up installing so much time. Sweet Tangerine ends up only getting one. Oh, and they could have gotten a little bit more. It's going to be the extra kill going over to St. Clair once again here.
And this is just domination from Datsit Gaming. The St. Clair Saints are able to find these fights and perfectly execute off of them. No matter what York University tries to do, it feels like Datsit are just there to answer. And their replies are sharp and strong. The head skates are here. We have 2 dragons already. We need to see a new soul.
Yeah, we got a new soul. We got the Hex soul here, and what that means is with the Hex soul, of course, you get that extra bit of attack speed, an extra bit of ability haste, as well as the static shiv when you get that soul. And thus far, it has been St. Clair looking poised to pick that one up. Of note, look at the flanking options that you have on the side of both of these teams, actually. Trundle flanks are quite strong. Yasuo flanks are strong. Rakan flanks are insanely strong, as well as Renekton flanks. Orianna flanks not as much, but Tarek flanks might not be the worst idea. Think of all the possibilities you have with these Hex gates now on the map.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of a Hilliseg flank from the back here. He is going to be so happy once he gets to play on these Hex Tech maps in the LEC. But right now, it's the plus ratio potentially able to upstage here a bit as the Hex gates do come through. But it's a question of whether York University can even find these team fights or be able to pull the trigger first when they are not looking... They're a little worse for wear right now, is how I'd frame it.
Yeah, and at the current point in time, you know, with them being down 7,000 gold, while they may not know it, they definitely see at least that there is a little bit of an issue on the map, because those towers, they've got a nice little yellow glow to them, which means that the objective bounties are up and available. Ricky Lefleur going to go in for a pretty good trade onto that Gwen. Keep in mind, they did not want this lane matchup, but I don't think it would have mattered, because Ricky Lefleur, 5-0-3 at this point, can side lane against anyone, can side lane against Gwen. Yasuo, I mean, if you really want to put Jinx up against the Renekton, I don't advise it, but, you know, could technically do that as well. But this Tarek from Fresh, I have to keep remembering it's Fresh and not Thresh, because I'm going to say this Tarek from Thresh, but the Tarek has been working out thus far. The Socialite Enchanter here coming down with those Cosmic Radiance has been quite strong thus far, at least giving Ricky Lefleur a second chance at life on that deep dive, and will continue to gain more value the longer this game goes on.
Yeah, and that's a gaming. They're not picking fights that they don't have to. They're able to catch people out on the back foot of attempts from York University, and that has been their strong suit throughout this game and the previous one as well. Ehug, he's just been able to farm up here near 20 gold, or 20 CS lead. 20 gold wouldn't be very much. 20 CS is a bit more for the Kindred here. Ehug has been just around the map, making everything look so simple. And Monka, we said that Trundle might have been the answer, but it is not looking like a solution right now.
That one Krug just left as
that
ratio.
was
Oh my goodness! Differentiel gets a cool shockwave there. It may be enough to stall some time, but Ricky Lefleur has teleported in as well. Plus ratio is now on the run. Gale Force forward. Gonna be enough, but Fresh gonna call down the help from the stars. Sweet Tangerine trying to get out of this one, but Fresh gonna clean up a kill off the back end, and that's another one team fight for the side
Hexgate.
That's It Gaming. Here comes the Hexgates though. Barlow moving so far forward here, getting that aggressive Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto the Jinx, and unfortunately Jinx is turned back to powder there. Gonna be another kill picked up for the side of St. Clair.
Yeah, anything you can do, I can do better. You get 1 kill, but we'll take 3 back off the face of it. And if That's It Gaming, the St. Clair Saints, they are just making it all look very simple. I've found like a broken record, but what else can you do? York University is so stuck right now.
It's gonna be almost engaged there from Monk, and plus ratio forces the heal out of Barlow, but once again, this Ashe is just quietly farmed up, sitting on that shield bow and the Berserker Greaves, and has been doing their job, been able to find some picks with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Now though, St. Clair looking for a little bit of an aggressive play, shockwave over the wall, only gonna get onto Sweet Tangerine. Ehug coming in from the side, Mounting Dread is onto plus ratio, they're trying to run for the hills, but I don't know if Ehug maybe smells blood in the water. Will not end up finding anything. Great shockwave from Differentiel, but a good wind wall from Sweet Tangerine to nullify any chances of that.
Okay, here comes the Herald. I feel like in all the advantages that the St. Clair Saints have been able to procure, it just sort of went silently by the wayside. The Herald is going to be popped and dropped, but it just means that Soul Point is going to be coming ever so close as the attention from York University is drawn there. You should be seeing it right there. X-Tech Dragon, Soul Point over to the St. Clair Saints, that much closer to stepping their way onto the final stage.
And stepping into a Hextech Soul, which, to be fair, I've actually never played with either. Considering it's 3 days in, casters, we try and play the game, but TFT is slightly more fun sometimes. Regardless, it is a little bit hard to really gauge how much that powers if you've never felt it for yourself. Well, I can say yes, Chemtech Soul is pretty fun and pretty busted. Hextech Soul, I haven't really gotten to see it thus far. From what I've heard, it is quite strong in its own right as well. There are a lot of bugs with it as well. Luckily, there's no Shakos in this game, because I think that's the main champion that breaks it, and apart from usual bugs, but Ricky Lefleur going to go very aggressive here onto Monka, forces them all the way back to base, and that's 60% of a Trundle's health bar. You said they're a good 1v1 champion. Recton says I'm a better 1v1 champion.
Well, yeah, at this point when you're 30 CS down your jungler and you have 3 deaths to your name and no kills to boot, it does sort of feel tougher, especially when Ricky Lefleur is 604. Gore Drinker and the Sterix are stacked on. He's going for a full red build. He's looking for blood. And that's what he's been finding throughout the course of this game. Baron is up. We could see a mass reset, but the pings are saying otherwise. That's a game and going on the worm.
This is going to be the YOLO Baron coming through as the objective bounty on the bot side. Yes, York gets about 500 gold for that outer tower extra there, but in the end, is it really worth what you're going to be losing in terms of this Baron? The Super Mega Death Rocket, just a little bit too early. Ehug and Differentiel were already blocking that one up, but you can call this one a 10,000 gold lead now, because that's what it is. A 10,000 gold lead for St. Clair.
Yeah, this is the type of solo queue game that you love to play. You're hanging fine. You have a podcast in or something, and you're just chilling, basically. We do see bit more of a push towards the bot side, as that is where York University has been able to find their advantages throughout the game. Plus ratio is caught out here with the shockwave.
Plus ratio's dead. Differentiel able to get that solo kill there. QW ult drop an auto. That's going to be enough to take down Plus Ratio. Well played by Differential to check every bush. And, if you go fishing, you'll eventually catch a fish, or you'll catch a boot, or you'll catch a recon.
You could just catch a bird in the water there. And yeah, never doubt the ravaging power of Differential on these mages here. If Sweet Tangerine has been the samurai show, then the mages have been all done by Differential here. And what can you even do to stop this onslaught? There's 2 double invincibilities on the side of the St. Clair Saints, and they're just powerless to stop it right now.
Yeah, and a fun fact is that if E-Hug drops the ultimate on a bunch of low members and Tarek drops the ult at the same time, they will literally line up perfectly because Lamb's Respite, 2.5 seconds. The ultimate from Tarek, the Cosmic Radiance, 2.5 seconds to come down as well. So quite literally the perfect combo if they wanted to do so. We'll see how the next little bit comes through because as of right now, 80 seconds until that Hex Tech Soul is up and available. Then all of a sudden, remember that item from Season 8, Static Shiv? Everyone's going to get that item again.
That sounds pretty good. I remember it being one of my favorites to build, so I'm looking forward to it personally. With 1 minute left on the Dragon Soul, it feels like this is another nail in the coffin that York University find themselves in. They can't even approach the map right here. There's just no way to enter with so many dangerous forces on the side of That's It Gaming. It's Barlow could catch you out, Fresh could catch you out, followed by the rest of his team. You do not want to meet the waiting arms of Ricky Lafleur in a bush there, and he will get you good. It's just impossible. It seems like York University have given up any hopes of looking towards the Hex Tech Soul. Of course, they could make some crazy Hextech gate play, try and go through both of the portals, and then make it behind the next, or make it behind there, flash over the wall and smite steal or something. But in the end, even if you get this dragon, it's just 1 against 3, and that just means it's another 5 minutes until That's It Gaming look for it again. But
they're not.
Everyone's topside here. I don't know.
Yeah, Ricky Lefebvre is topside as well. Going to try and take away this red buff just for fun. Logia and Plus Ratio are thinking about it, but it's going to be the Hextech Soul. Of note, those icons look pretty cool, actually. Yeah, they're really bright, though. Like, really bright. I guess, as Jay says, I fight for a brighter tomorrow, but we'll have to see how this soul works. I can already see the lightning coming down as all of these auto attacks are coming through. E-Hug going to be trying to take down this first tower. Predator is popped, though, by the Recon, but it's going to be a 2-man shockwave picked up. Great. Carrick ultimate going to keep everyone alive, and this is what we mean. Everyone on the team is invulnerable. It's going to be Plus Ratio taken down to start us off here. Ricky Lafleur has joined the fight in the Dominus already, but this Renekton is just a little bit too big. Here they come all the way into the back line. You can see that chain lightning coming down. Everyone is slowed up. Sweet Tangerine trying to find some sort of refuge under that tower, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The side of St. Clair just mollywhopped the side of York University in these last 2 games. And this will be a 25-minute victory in Game 3. And that's it, Gaming. St. Clair Saints, they're moving on to Grand Finals.
I guess you could never count them out. St. Clair Saints make their trounce onto the finals. We were discussing York University being a championship contender almost, the way they were playing these matches earlier. And the St. Clair Saints spit on that dream and decide to make the trounce of their own, pushing onwards towards that finals. And they make it. They were just so down from that dominant first game in the series, but they claw their way back through Game 2, and Game 3 just felt like a breeze.
And honestly, we had the Durex ad before, and we were kind of joking about it. It worked. Maybe that's just what they needed. They needed that protection, and they got it. So
maybe that is what they needed. What we need is some more League of Legends action. The finals will be coming at you guys so shortly. So just after this little break, Don't go anywhere.
Game design and development is a growing field. The 4 years consists of learning how to design games from the ground up. You will be making games, not just sitting there learning about them. You get small class sizes, which means your professors know you by name. They actually go out of their way to find contracts for us to work as game designers. Having that work-ready experience has me already working in the field.
Study at University Canada West and experience everything that Vancouver has to offer. Discover our new campus, Vancouver House. You'll be studying in the heart of downtown Vancouver. Explore Vancouver during your studies and see for yourself why it has been named the third most livable city in the world by The Economist. Known for its perfect balance between city life and outdoor spaces, the city has something to offer for everyone. Vancouver has an incredibly strong economy. Canadian students are drawn to the city to pursue exciting career prospects. A recent 2020 survey of our graduates reported that 100% of our graduates find employment within 6 months. As a business and technology-focused university offering undergraduate and graduate programs on campus and online, we are dedicated to providing the most up-to-date knowledge required for today's fast-paced industries. Our dedicated Career Development Center specialists will help you prepare to enter the working world with your best foot forward.
Have you been wondering about blue light filtering glasses? Stop searching and take a look at this. Check out Clearly's Blue Reflect and Blue Reflect Plus blue light filtering lenses. This is them protecting your eyes from harmful blue light and UV rays that are constantly emitted from the sun, your digital screens, and other light sources. For reduced eye strain, maintaining your circadian rhythm, and better eye health, period. So, to answer your question, yes, our blue light filtering lenses work, and your eyes will thank you. Add Blue Reflect blue light lenses to any Clearly frames.
Memory Express, Canada's premier destination for computer products and services since 1996. Now, with 14 stores across Canada, we are proud to announce 2 brand new locations open for business in Ontario. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with new product launches, sales, contests, esports tournaments, and much, much more.
Think you know Return It? Think again. With Return It Express, there's no sorting required. Lineups are a thing of the past. It's fast and easy. With refunds deposited right into your online account, you'll be in and out in a flash. Sign up today and go Express.
Butterflies on my insides have all gone away. You're not along for the danger, but I'm here to stay. I fall even deeper in the lies, they don't keep me away. You wanna know my secrets, so you keep crashing into my waves. I don't have the patience for that. Not okay with waiting for that. I don't know what's changed in my head. Let's go somewhere and never come back. Tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone, you can lose your halo. What you waiting for? I've been feeling low. Won't you give me more? I fall even deeper in the lies, they don't keep me away. You wanna know my secrets, so you keep crashing into my waves. I don't have the patience for that. Not okay with waiting for that. I don't know what's changed in my head. Let's go somewhere and never come back. Tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone, you can lose your halo. You can lose your halo. You can lose your halo. The lights are fading. Tonight we'll wait past saving. I might not make it. But tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone, you can lose your halo. You can lose your halo.
10 steps back till you get to where you're going. Just research where you're going. A t-shirt where it's snowing. A preacher not quite knowing what he's saying. What he's saying. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold all this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Take 10 steps back, close your eyes and listen, and look from somewhere different. I know that I've been slipping. I fold my tie and ribbon to hide my scars. That's how it starts. Ooh, I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold all this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Yeah, told you so. Yeah, I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold all this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Hate to say I told you so. Hate to say I told you so.
Okay, pen might hit the paper, but we making more than songs. Life is in the music, we've been writing more than wrongs. Lightning in the bottle, stories too long. That's why I'm in the front row, arms locked with the strong. See, I don't know how others get by. Me and my sisters and brothers alike, we step in the party knowing everybody's a part of a bigger and better reply. My money's on why, cause we do or die, and why would I lie? Cause who could deny they jumping together when feeling the vibe? And the only concern is you feeling surprised. I can't slow now, cause when it goes down, we all know either you move or you frozen. Path was chosen, it's like that. Okay, think above the levels, the world where we belong. The risk takers, vibes makers, understand the gun. never over. The offer's even on once you step aside our office. All we offer is beyond. This is how we gonna get by. Putting you down on the radical, life on the pedestal. Tighten your circle, loosen hypotheticals. No one who settles survives. Family ties. We only win it cause Tommy was spinning the rise. It wasn't surprising when individuals that know that they pinnacle similar drive. Can't slow now cause when it goes down, we all know either you move or you frozen. Path was chosen. It's like that. It's like that.
Deep in my heart, I hear you calling, but I won't let you in. I'm so afraid that I'll keep on losing, but you're whispering, trust in me. Love me. Open up your heart and let our love begin. Trust in me and let me in. Love me. Love me. I'm growing tired of always running from what I'm looking for. Won't let this fear take over my life, not anymore. Trust in me. Love me. Open up your heart and let our love begin. Trust in me and let me in. Love me. Love me.
I say something, it's out of line. I say it again, another time. I spoke freely when I was 17. I said the kind of things that no one was letting me. I'll pick you up, I'll pick you out of a crowd. How does it sound? Am I as loud as you want it now? I'll make you come up to my cloud. Best believe I'm not coming down. No, I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'd rather smoke something. I could probably blow a ring. I'm opening up as a singer. Nobody wants quality, they only want quantity. They keep ignoring me, it's boring me. I wanna be paid, I want double now, or I will not tell you how to get to my fucking cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. Oh, I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. Oh, I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'll pick you up, I'll pick you out of a crowd. How does it sound? Am I as loud as you want it now? I'll make you come up to my cloud. Best believe I'm not coming down. No, I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. Oh, I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down. Oh, I'll make you come to my cloud, 'cause I am not coming down.
Running full system diagnostics. Machine status fully operational. System online. All stations are now enabled. Target dog resistance. Operation overkill.
mild drug, and you will have a nice sleep without any nightmares. You're among friends here. You must trust us. You will sleep now. A long sleep.
Feel the freezing wind slice against your cheekbones.
And welcome back, summoners and people who aren't summoners. Those of you who might just be watching this stream. We're back with our Canadian Collegiate Championship Series. I will never get that right as long as I live because of the alliteration. My name is Rare Adam. Alongside me is Flarfels, and we are getting ready for grand finals here in just a little bit. University of Alberta Amber versus That's It Gaming, otherwise known as the St. Clair Saints. I am super excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, of course, it's our tournament finals. Of course, we're expecting some bangers. Both of the semifinals, if I'm not mistaken, went to all 3 games. So we've got a lot of tight competition here, and I'm hoping to see some more intense games on the Rift here. So we have That's It Gaming. We've sort of been following their story throughout the semifinals, of course, with a nice reverse sweep against York University, who were looking like some of the tournament favorites. So we have how do we feel about University of Alberta? We haven't sort of seen them throughout the course of the broadcast.
Yeah, we haven't seen it quite yet. Really curious to see how the next step is going to happen here, because we saw St. Clair come back in such a commanding fashion, whereas on the flip side here, for the side of University of Alberta, they've been kind of quiet. But throughout this tournament, they've been able to overcome a lot of obstacles. They beat the number 1 seed, which was Juegos El Equipos Academy there, and all of a sudden we have the 3 seed and the 4 seed, not who you'd expect to see in a grand finals, but excited to see what these 2 teams have at it. Currently just going under some issues with the client right now. Hopefully we will get everything all sorted out and be getting into games shortly, but I'm excited to see what these 2 teams have, Flarfels.
Yeah, and of course, we wouldn't have the chance to even be excited without the support of our sponsors, one of which is Wilfrid Laurier University. The Wilfrid Laurier University Brantford campus is pleased to collaborate with the Gaming Stadium on the Collegiate Champions program. Laurier's Brantford campus is known for its innovative programming in subjects like user experience design, game design, digital media, and business technology management. Programs that challenge students to explore and improve the world around us in an inclusive and human-centered way. For more information, visit wlu.ca, and we thank them for sponsoring our show. So we're getting into the picks and bans here. Victor, Aatrox, and Jax. We've seen a lot of Aatrox bans, but is he that popular in the meta right now?
I think a main reason why is because of Ricky Lafleur in particular. Has been playing a lot of Aatrox recently, but despite that, we're gonna get some different pickups here. One combo I want to point out: Shen Nocturne, the aircraft carrier combination. This is a strong top jungle combo at level 6. You're very strong.
Yeah. Yeah, the paranoia stand united. The stand paranoid, I guess you could say, with Ohemi and Woshi Garvin going in like a missile. It's not just one person diving onto you, it's gonna be two. And yeah, I've never actually seen this combo come to fruition, so I'm excited to see it come here. Of course, we have Hong Kong player on the Annie. I feel like a lot of this tournament has been defined by the pocket picks, with the off-season meta being sort of fuzzy, ill-defined with the new items and everything. Everyone getting used to the Rift. It's only been about 3 days or so, if my memory serves me right here. So a lot of it has been coming down to, well, what are you comfortable on? E-Hug. This is his third Kindred game it's going to be, and we've seen him perform excellently. A Jin Blitzcrank lane. I don't know if I've ever seen that in play before. And then we have, of course, Ezreal and Tarek for Barlow and Fresh here. I'm waiting for the game that he does play Thresh, so you don't have to worry about messing up the commonality of the sounding words there. But that's all right for right now. We are hopping into our grand finals, game 1 shortly here. And I'm throwing it to you this time. I'm not going to let you ask me what I think, because I've been wrong 2 times in a row. So how do we feel about these drafts? How do we feel about these teams? And who do you think is going to take this game 1 here?
Getting my color caster hat on. If I had a hat, I'd put it on there. But I honestly like the looks of a lot of what St. Clair has to offer here. The Lulu mid lane, a little bit of a spin on just buffing up this Kindred. It's protect the Kindred in some ways. You want to provide her with as much support as possible. You give her the Tarek ultimate, you give her the Lulu shields, wild growth, everything just compiles on top of each other. On the flip side, of course, you got to keep in mind for Alberta this Shen Nocturne combo. Annie is quite strong in the meta right now as well. She does a lot of damage. She has a lot of different builds you can go for, whether it be Leandries, if you need to cut down some beefier members on the enemy team. Luden's is still good. Rocket Belt has gotten play. And especially with more mana and items now, there is more options. There is more itemization choices for the Annie here for Hong Kong player. The Jin has been also rising in popularity quite a bit. With the current 80 carry meta, with Misfortune being so popular, Jin was sort of the initial counter to it. When you have that Jin Blitzcrank, you have a lot of pick potential as well. So I'm really curious to see how this works out. I'm not going to give you a straight-up prediction because I'm the play-by-play caster. I'm not supposed to do that. You're supposed to give me the straight-up predictions here.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a bookie right now, but one thing that we sort of let fall by the wayside was the fact that Differential going Lulu mid against the Annie. I don't think has this matchup ever been played in the history of amateur and professional play. I don't think I've ever seen quite a pairing here with the Lulu on Differential. I'm not sure if this is a new pick in the meta. Could be going for an enchant or Romy mid style, push in the wave, hopefully with the help of a jungler, and go towards a side lane. That is one style you could look towards, and puffing up the jungler here for the side of what's it called? Sorry, buffing up the side of the St. Clair Saints. But yeah, you have some utility options, but when it comes to the actual laning phase, I'm curious to how effective it'll be, whether or not Hong Kong player will be able to just shut down this Lulu right off the bat. So it's curious.
And one thing, at least from my experience, that I know of Lulu mid is that, well, Evil Genius's new mid laner now, Canadian content, by the way, Jojo Pyun, who is a former Fortnite player, switched over to League of Legends and has been doing absolutely amazing things there since, is from, I believe, the Greater Toronto area. So Jojo Pyun did play a lot of Lulu mid lane. Sort of, you don't care how much CS you get. In a lot of ways, these enchantresses in the mid and top lane, which have risen a little bit more with the rise of tank meta, you farm early, you buy your Shirelias, you buy your Staff of Flowing Water, whatever, and then you know what you buy. This is what you buy at about the 22-minute mark, because usually you're able to keep up in items. Flurfles, you buy the support item. Because you don't need the farm anymore. Who cares? Give the farm to the Ezreal. Give the farm to the Kindred. Give the farm to the Mordekaiser. And you have so much vision control on the map. It's sort of how the old Sonateric used to work, where you picked both of those champions who got the support items, double sweeper, you have so much vision on the bot side. Except now you're bringing it from the mid lane, and Lulu's able to walk up, walk down, and she's so safe in lane as well. Doesn't really need to worry about a whole lot. Regardless, from what we heard in the pregame, now that they're into game here or getting into the loading screen, Difficulty did not own Lulu on their account, so I don't know how much they've actually played this.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That is my analysis.
That is a good factor to consider, whether or not this is a comfort pocket pick or like whether or not this is a theory crafted a comp here. So yeah, something like Lulu mid does seem like you're going to have to be quite comfortable on the champion, so it's going to be eyes on Differential here in the mid lane, whether or not he's going to be able to keep up the slack for his team here. Of course, we'll be hopping on the Rift in just a few seconds here, but while we have it, I would like to thank another one of our sponsors, being University Canada West, who believes that education goes beyond the classroom, and they focus on inspiring an innovative community that promotes collaboration, creativity, and play. Through their partnership with TGS Esports, students can participate in tournaments, virtual workshop, case competitions, and other fun ways of learning new skills around gaming and competing. This partnership brings together education, gamers, and friends. In a post-pandemic era, both online and offline connections need to be created and cherished throughout their community, and we thank them for sponsoring our show. Got a bit of a 5-stack towards the top here, sir.
Yeah, this is interesting. There's a 5-stack on opposite sides of the map here. Looks like we're going to get... Ricky Lafleur actually might be in trouble by walking back here.
Oh,
man,
no,
eyes
Ricky.
are on this Mordekaiser. Taking the extremely safe way, going through the base to get back to their lane. So in the end, it's as if they are ships in the night. Ricky Lafleur playing it as safe as possible, completely not knowing what just actually happened.
Yeah, this is a battle of potential here, whether or not neither team actually knew the fact that they could have walked into a death bush, but I might see some death bush action later in the game right now. A late invade coming through for Datsit Gaming. Pretty solid start, but Differential might be a bit late to lane here.
It looks like it's going to be a little bit of an interesting start. At least Ehug going to be able to steal away that red buff. They will get spotted out with that ward, and as you can see, just going to walk right over that, so they will know exactly what's going on. Of note, look where the Nocturne is as well. Starting on their top side of the map, going to be moving towards that enemy red buff now. So looks like we've got ourselves a little bit of a vertical split on the map.
Yeah, and I like what they're doing. Well, of course, with Kindred, you don't want to necessarily have to worry about the other side of the map as much. If you're able to get rid of those camps, focus on your side. Hopefully the scuttle will come to your river. Raptors actually being a nice choice from the side of Oshigarvin.
Oh, Barlow is going to be in trouble, ignited and exhausted here. Going to try and run away, burns that heal to get away from XZ4. Great dazzle, though, going to come through from Fresh to potentially save Barlow's life. They're going to be in a little bit of trouble, though, as now here comes the root from Goach here. They've got to try and get out of here. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Ricky Lafleur knows that they're in a little bit of a sticky situation. Here comes the taunt. That's going to be first blood picked up by Ohami. Meanwhile, Ehug going to come it down, pick up a kill on Goach. Actually, going to be Fresh picking that one up, and Ehug picks up the Blitzcrank. So, well, they get one on the top side in the form of Ricky Lafleur. On the bot side, Ehug strikes, and that's going to be 2 kills picked up for St. Clair.
Yeah, but you're going to have to take a look at the top side jungle. Oshigarvin just making everything disappear. Hopefully, for Ehug, the mark is going to be right on the bot scuttle, so that is some good RNG. But they're actually opting away from it right now. Perhaps they know that Oshigarvin is in the jungle. They might be going for a bit of an counter invade here. No,
Yeah.
maybe not. Okay. Oshi
Garvin-
Garvin could get away scot-free.
Yeah, they do move like ships in the night for the time being, but it looks like they found the engage on to the Annie. It's going to be Ehug flashing over that wall. Meanwhile, up on this top side of the map, Ricky Lafleur going to get the shield from Differentiel. They're trying to run away. Two French names, and none of them are going to be turned into baguettes here. I don't even know where that one went, but regardless, everyone survives.
It's turning to a baguette how French people die? Is that what you're implying?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm implying, but Ricky Lafleur is going to be able to survive with the shields from the Lulu, and Ehug now going to be going a little bit aggressive here onto Woshi Garvin, jumping over that wall. Mounting Dread is coming down. Actually, the Fear going to main the doom for Woshi Garvin. That's going to be Ehug picking up their second mark of the game, as for some reason, Fresh is in the mid lane, looking for an engage onto this Annie.
Oh no, that was just tragic for Woshi Garvin. The way he had to run was where Ehud got feared to. It was right into the waiting arms of the Kindred there, and the mark is transferred over to Hong Kong player. I think if Woshi Garvin just walked the other way towards the interior tower, he would have been able to live. But just some quick decision making did not turn out favorably for him. And now, with that gold lead he acquired through the invade, is scant but disappeared. It's 2 kills versus a single death. But a nice hook.
Yeah, the pull onto Barlow, but so safe on that Ezreal with the Arcane Shift. Going to get out of there. Hong Kong player going to get the stun down onto Ehug, but there's a lot of damage coming down. Differentiel might be the differential here. Going to pick up the 1-for-1 as now going to try and run away from this Nocturne. XZ4 is trying to move up, but there's so many Glacial Rays from the Dazzle stun. Barlow is going to get pulled back. Once again, going to dodge away from the Deadly Flourish, as it will be Differentiel going down. Teleport's coming in from Hong Kong players. Fresh looking to pick up another one. This Tarek picked up 2 kills already onto that Jin, but unfortunately the Tarek will be razzle-dazzling their way back to the fountain as Hong Kong player picks up the extra kill. On the top side as well, Ricky Lafleur did go down, so all of a sudden, 6 minutes into this one, 6 kills apiece, dead even in gold.
Yeah, what tried to happen there from That's It Gaming was that the bot side tried to roam up to help Differentiel and Ehug, but they were stopped by Gok. Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, that's a Hong Kong player going down. No summoner spells and no way to survive. Another kill picked up for Ehug there, as looking at this Kindred. They do lose that dragon, but Kindred on 4 stacks already. This is 6 minutes into the game. What do you mean?
Wait, I think there was another one onto XC4 here.
Yeah, XZ4 going to be taking a lot of damage, and Ehug now 5 marks in 6 minutes. This is insane. Woshi Garvin, though, level 4 Nocturne getting the ultimate from the level 6 Shen, as now they're on opposite sides of the rip. Woshi Garvin going to be in a little bit of trouble getting dazzled up here, as that spell shield will block the polymorph, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Differentiel continuing to move forward with those shields. Oh, Hammy now the next one in trouble as Ehug continues to move forward. It's a double kill for this Kindred. Now goes under the tower. Fresh does not care about their lives. Gonna go golden as the Lamb's respite. Gonna keep Gauche alive for just a little bit longer. They tank this perfectly, and it's a triple kill for Ehug as St. Clair Saints come out firing on all cylinders. 18 kills in 7 minutes from these two teams. Man, they came to play.
Yeah, you do not catch a break with the play-by-play. Oh my goodness. A bit of a miscommunication with the stopwatch there from Fresh while the Hugify was put down, but in the end, you're going to be happy with a triple kill onto Ehug. If we could get a stack check, we know he already has plenty of stacks to be had there. So, yeah, there's a lot of potential for Ehug to be roaming, and we've seen throughout the course of the game, Differentiel has been almost a support to the 80 carry that is Ehug. He's been able to continually stick by his side. Now, the other bot's looking to have some action here too.
Yeah, Barlow drops the heal. I think that was them thinking they had cleanse for a second there, but and he didn't have the stun up, so we'll be able to get out A-OK. Of note, Differentiel is now in this bot lane, just sort of holding those waves, making sure nothing crazy goes down, but for the time being, 2-1-4 on this Lulu. We said, they didn't own Lulu on this account. You know what? I don't think they really care because it's working out great for them thus far.
Yeah, it's been going perfectly fine. Just with the help of Ehug getting those roams in, they don't even have to roam. They've been able to get Hong Kong player. They've been able to get Woshi Garvin in those jungle invades. They don't have to act as a supplementary support to the other side lanes. They can be a threat in their own right. And Ehug is just on a tear here, up about well, tied roughly in camps, but the gold difference is monumental in this stage of the game. Not even 9 minutes in and 1,000 gold lead over your opposing jungler. Ehug is having a field day right now.
And Ehug has managed to sneak over this wall. XZ4 going to try and get out of there. The pull, I don't know if you really want to go for that. Ehug will be able to survive, though, with the heals from Fresh. It's Barlow going to be able to pick up that last little bit of damage as Fresh is now ticking down, with a double kill coming through for Barlow. As meanwhile on the top side, Ricky Lafleur, oh my goodness, look how fast that mace is swinging there. Lethal tempo, Mordekaiser coming to town, just gonna auto down Ohami. Meanwhile, Woshi Garvin in the middle of 3, that is not where you wanna be. Of note, 6th stack now for Ehug on this Kindred at 9 minutes. We were flaming them last game. 4 stacks in 22 minutes. They're making up for lost time here, as they've got a stack every 90 seconds. That's literally how often you can mark someone.
That is absolutely insane, and they're going to get another one on these Krugs here. Oh my gosh, I guess he was just saving them for next time. Credit to It's Barlow there for his play in the mid lane. He was sort of able to sneak by undetected and eventually get himself onto the Annie that is Hong Kong player, and then was able to predict the flash from XC4 with his own, following it up with the Q. Excellently played by him there. 4-2-2 is his scoreline. And it's just a solid play from all around for the St. Clair Saints. They had their difficulties in the previous tournaments, but they are looking dominant in this game. 6,000 gold lead at only 10 minutes in.
10 minutes into this one, and, 15 kills on the board for them. They're trying to speed run this game if I've ever seen it. Of course, the one thing that they are lacking is a tower, but that Rift Herald in the mid lane for Alberta, it means that unfortunately the Rift Heralds can't go the opposite way to the St. Clair Saints, so they will have to look for other opportunities to pick up some of those neutral objectives. But for the time being, Ricky Lafleur, as we said, with that lethal tempo. Never mind, he's going to get pulled over the wall. Here comes the Wild Growth coming through, and the Carrick ultimate. Everyone is invulnerable. Woshi Garvin going to get out of this one, but Fresh going to pick up one as it is traded back for the shutdown on Ehug. It will go into Hong Kong player's pocket, but Hammy is in a little bit of trouble here. There's a lot of members ticking down real low. Barlow going to force the flash out of Agosha's. Out the curtain call is going to come down. Will not find any additional kills, so it ends up just being the 1-for-1. I think you take that trade almost every day of the week because you are given your Blitzcrank up for your Kindred, who had a massive bounty.
Yeah, killing the Kindred there is honestly quite unexpected. There's so much healing and invincibility. We mentioned last time that Kindred Taric is the invincible comp. If you can sync up their ultimates, you have roughly 5.5 seconds or so of pure invulnerability for your entire team. Now, with the addition of the Hugify, the fact that Differential was able to save Ehug for a bit there helped to enable a bit more teamfight prowess, and ultimately University of Alberta was able to take that fight in the end for their advent. It was advantageous to them, but still, that fight was way closer than it should have been, especially considering the fact it was off the back of an amazing, nice Blitzcrank pull from XZ4 there.
Yeah, and this Blitzcrank, unfortunately, with the Predator, hasn't had the impact that I think we were expecting it to have. We've seen the Predator supports come through. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. We've had some odd choices in terms of runes, and by the looks of it, the only person who's really enjoying their time right now is Ehug. They are 6-2-6, as you were mentioning. 7 marks, so that is 600 range. Then you get the additional 100 range from fully stacked Lethal Tempo. That's 700 range on a Kindred. That should be illegal in most, if not all, countries. On the bot side, though, Ghosh is going to be in a little bit of trouble. There's going to be the teleports coming down, though, as well as the Nocturne ultimate, just to turn out the lights, prevent anyone else from teleporting in. It's going to be Fresh who is taken down here. Ohami going to be moving forward as the pull comes down onto Ehug. No shot for them to be able to clean up that Lamb's Respite and save themselves. Barlow now trying to kite this one out, but the Curtain Call does percent missing health damage, and that is not a lot of percent missing health damage when there's 0% missing health damage.
Yeah, a
Barlow
bit
will be fine.
misplayed there from the side of That's It Gaming. The second you see the double teleport, it's time to head out. That's enough advantage on the map that makes the play worth it in its own right. But of course, you are essentially trapped when you put yourself in that diving position. And from there, the paranoia dropping, it was only a matter of time before this dive turned horrendous. You're not locked in here with me at that point for That's It Gaming. So yeah, difficult situation for them. And then unfortunately as well, Differentiel was teleporting down and then immediately had to reset. They are back in the lane now. But here comes Ehug.
Yeah, Ehug gonna go over that wall. Barlow gonna be there to support Ehug this time around. Woshi Garvin has that Stand United shield available, but everyone's gonna be going into the Lamb's Respite here. The pull out from XZ4 is going to be enough to prevent Ehug from getting that invulnerability. Ohami going to pick up the second kill of this one, and Fresh now running for the hills, and all of a sudden, it seems like University of Alberta Amber have gotten their second breath. They are looking poised to continue to claw their way back into this one, and Ehug just a little bit too aggressive, and XZ4 with an insane hook to pull them out, not only of the Lamb's Respite, but of the Terra ultimate.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, Goshi's going to be taken down into the Death Realm. Ricky Lafleur doesn't care though. He's got lethal tempo. He will bonk, 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 bonk away at you until you are dead.
I want to see a max attack speed Mordekaiser now. Imagine just 2.5 attacks per second. Boom, 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 boom.
Lethal tempo raises your attack speed cap to 10. Imagine a 10 attack speed Mordekaiser. Oh. We talked about how noisy that champion is already. Like,
imagine the riffs.
We will not, like, clearly will not need to sponsor us. We're going to need, like, hearing aids to sponsor us at that point. Ehug, though, going to be going into Woshi Garvin's jungle here. Interestingly enough, this is going to actually be the lethal tempo and stride breaker option coming out for the Nocturne. A lot of times we have seen Axiom Arc rise. That is one of the items we haven't talked about yet because we haven't seen an assassin thus far. Gives you 25% of your current or of your total ultimate cooldown back when you get a kill. So if you get 2 kills on Nocturne, that's half your ult back, which is kind of disgusting and should be illegal as well in most, if not all, territories.
Important to know, Ricky Lafleur actually doesn't have teleport here, so his support would not be provided in the skill of that Herald fight. So That's Gaming unfortunately forced to back off there. And yeah, it was pretty light work from Woshi Garvin. The pressure the team is able to exert there is just too much for That's It Gaming. And eventually, they just have to give that objective up. Their eyes are set towards the dragon, which is spawning soon. It's an Ocean Soul. That's It Gaming. Oh, Barlow. Barlow, man.
Barlow is tempting fate every single time, just literally playing with fire in that sense. If you get pulled, you die, but with the third dragon up and available, as well as a Pindrin mark on it, they will just move right over to this objective. They will lose their mid lane tower, but an eye for an eye, as Kindred will say, or a hunt for a hunt in that sense, as they get themselves the mark.
Teleport behind.
Here comes the teleport
they want the fight.
The Ricky Lafleur there. Everyone was named nearsighted there for a second. Hong Kong player going to be in a little bit of trouble. Under the tower, though, the last second Stand United will not be enough, as it's going to be Ehug picking that one up. XZ4 is able to, thread the needle there, and that's the time you don't want to thread the needle, because there was 5 members around, and that hook hit no one.
If you Stand United to someone in the Death Realm, do you get teleported into the Death Realm? Or is it just the shield?
I think they used that at, as soon as they got out of the Death Realm.
Yeah, but I mean, just if immediate... I don't know how that interaction works.
I'm pretty sure it
if you
cancels
do
out
it
the Stand
immediately...
United.
And you get eventually, the channel is complete. Okay, well, we'll figure about it later.
Yeah, Woshi Garvin going to be trying to run away from this one. Has a little bit of that shield up and available, but will be forced to burn the flash to get away from Ehug here. Of note, keeping our eyes on those marks. 9 marks. Almost at the 10 mark stack, which gives you another 25 range. So XZ4 still looking for some of these pulls. Has been unable to find a lot of them recently, as Looking at Ohami's build as well, looks like they're opting for the Turbo Chem Tank Redemption here. Gonna go for the more supportive build, trying to join those fights and give as big a shield as possible. But unfortunately, despite them being 4, 2, and 5, they are hemorrhaging out gold compared to Ricky Lafleur.
Yeah, if you take a look at the CS, at this point, Ohami lives to be a walking shield. Nearly down 1,500 gold here, if my math serves me right. And yeah, this is Ohami's just not having the best times in terms of his individual lane matchup. Where he is feeling a bit better is what he offers to the team. He is building a much more supportive role, as you mentioned. He does have the Chem Tank Putrefier, I believe. Oh wait, yeah. I'm not sure of a lot of item names, I'll be honest, but he is building tankier support. He just wants to be able to provide people like Woshi Garvin or Go a hefty shield, but in matches like this, you might not be faring better.
Yeah, Ohami gonna try and survive this. Use that Spirit's Refuge a little earlier. Differentiel gonna be able to pick that one up. So support for support, so to speak, or support gets the support kill. I don't know how it really works at this point. Too many supports in this one, but it's another kill going to Ehug and Differentiel. You could see how fast they were with that Shirelia's combo, but Ehug going to be coming over the wall, looking for that mounting drone, able to dodge away from everything there. True shot barrage from downtown, and it's Barlow who says 4-3 as they pick themselves up that long-range snipe. And another kill going in their favor, as now, at exactly 20 minutes, the side of That's It Gaming, otherwise known as St. Clair, are going to maybe start this Baron.
They could be taking a play out of the York University book in terms of starting it, and then once the opponents start to take it, you turn on them instantly with the power of Ehug as well as Barlow. You are going to be shredding this Baron down as fast as you say it right now. We're seeing the curtain call be drawn, just trying to get some vision out here. Woshi Garvin is here, but it's already slain.
Yeah, and Woshi Garvin's going to go in, but into 4 invulnerable members, as on the bot side of the map, Ohami is not able to provide any sort of support with that Stand United. It's actually canceled out, but meanwhile in the middle of the fight, Ehug gets absolutely blown up. Hong Kong player still does a lot of damage there. Ends up being jungler for jungler, as Ricky Lafleur, while they were able to stop the Shen ultimate, were unable to pick up that kill. So they get the Baron, but they lose their most fed member at the same time. Ends up being still a net positive for the side of St. Clair.
Yeah, St. Clair is perfectly happy with how that went. You do get the Baron, and then Woshi Garvin decides to engage. Of course, he didn't have the full vision scope. He only was able to see a bit of Differentiel's health bar, so has to dive in pretty much blind there, and unlucky for him that it's right after the Baron is slayed. So you're essentially diving into an invulnerable death pit. So he does fall in the end there. It was looking shaky for That's It Gaming there for a while, but right now they are looking back in the driver's seat.
It looks like they have gotten themselves back up on their feet. Once again, great performance out of Ehug thus far. A couple of isolated deaths that could have probably been avoided, but of course, that's the nature of what Blitzcrank is meant to do. Pull one person back and kill them. So regardless, great gameplay thus far. Third game in a row on this Kindred, and all of a sudden you think, maybe we start banning out Ehug's... we start banning out that Kindred as well, as this is going to be another dragon picked up for the side of St. Clair. That's their sole point here now in favor, as that is the Ocean Soul coming in for them. Fresh is looking for a little bit of a 1v1 there, trying to fight up against the likes of that Shen, but with the Locket and not the Evan Shroud, not going to be buffing up any extra damage there.
Yeah, important to know is, I think what U of Alberta has been deciding to do to counter the invulnerable comp strat is just to pick out Ehug or its Barlow and explode them instantly. If they're not able to do that, they essentially lose the team fight.
Yeah, meanwhile, down bot side, Ohami going to drop that redemption, but only for themselves there. In the mid lane, that tower's going to go down as Ehug is firing on all cylinders. Here comes the Cosmic Radiance Goes, trying to run away from this one. Big shield comes down, but instead it will just be Woshi Garvin picking up that kill onto the Kindred, and all of a sudden, the side of St. Clair looked to have overextended here. The Stand United was saved for the perfect time to be able to get away from Ricky Lafleur, and all of a sudden what looked to be a very good fight for St. Clair turns all sour. That's 3 for 1 in favor of University of Alberta Amber, albeit there's still a 8,000 gold lead they have to overcome.
Woshi Garvin holding the trigger finger, such excellent patience, waiting for the Lamb's Respite and the Taric ultimate to fall there. Actually, Lamb's Respite was not used, but people were invulnerable is what we need to say. He was able to dash right in with the Paranoia onto E-Hug immediately afterwards, after the Taric ultimate fell. So great work from him, and right after that, it was just a matter of Hong Kong player and Go and XZ4 able to clean up the fight, as well as Ohami with the excellently timed Stand United, making sure that Woshi Garvin, I believe, had the shield that was going to enable him to get the fear off with the Paranoia. And yeah, great work all around. Now we see, based on objective bounties, that University of Alberta still has some catching up to do. 8,000 gold difference here right now, as the jungle is no longer yours, Alberta. I'm sorry.
Alberta does not get a jungle. I mean, last time I checked, there isn't a jungle in Alberta, but there's also not one in Ontario, so either way, E-Hug, tempting fate, E-Hug is going to die. That's what happens when you run in the jungle without vision. The one brush they had vision over, they were able to take down, but Ohami going to be taken down into the Death Realm. Once again, the Redemption going to be able to keep them alive for a long enough time. Ricky Lafleur going to come out in the middle of 5, and it's going to be the shutdown picked up by Hong Kong player once again. And despite their gold lead, consistently, St. Clair keep taking these really awkward fights.
Yeah, St. Clair essentially had no real in off the back of that E-Hug pick. Essentially, what had to happen was they had to leave and make sure that no hemorrhage was going to occur at that point. But what happened? Liquid Lafleur got picked off there, and it was just a matter of time before inevitably he had to fall. Interestingly, the entirety of St. Clair Saints was isolated from the Paranoia. There was no vision put on them. Eventually, the blue trinket was plopped down, but by then the Paranoia timer had run out. So they were able to, I'm not sure, you can call it a bit of a misplay from the side of Woshi Garvin, but you could also argue that that was a great zoning tool, because it meant if any of St. Clair Saints were to run up to help save Ricky, then they would be the target of a Paranoia dash. So great work there from Alberta, making sure that this game is not a stomp.
And in some ways, that Nocturne Ultimate has a decent amount of utility as well. You're able to sort of prevent anyone from seeing what's going on. They can't tell Ricky Lafleur that there are 5 people around them because they don't know. They can't see it. If you can't see it, you don't know. So that's sort of the motto of the game, especially when that Nocturne Ultimate comes down. It's meant to give you that paranoia, but once again, they are back to their old tricks, sitting in a bush, looking for a pick. And in some ways, if it works the first 4 times, you know, you have a pretty good odds of having it work the 5th time. Until it doesn't work, in which case you lose the game. But for the side of St. Clair, they just don't care. They're just going to run it down this mid lane and try and push in this wave. They are going to get flanked from behind here. XZ looking for the pull, has that Predator currently running, trying to find that pick. But it's just going to be ships in the night, do a little bit of a square dance there. Over to the Dragon, the side of St. Clair will go, as E-Hug struggling to get over those walls with those Kindred jumps a little bit, but looks like they will pick up the Ocean Soul for themselves without any sort of contest.
And while Ocean Soul is widely considered one of, if not the best soul in terms of winning out games,
Fresh is going to get taken down. Once again,
you don't need to be healing out of combat if you're just dead instantly, like Fresh demonstrated there. If you're going to be pulled in by XZ4, then what's going to happen is you're dying instantly. You don't have time to heal out of combat. So this might actually be, considering in this situation, one of the worst souls.
Yeah, it's actually might not matter what soul, as Ricky Lafleur going to just go down and bonk down Hong Kong player. Going to be going to Pound Town with that one, unfortunately, as the mace comes down on top of their heads. It's going to be just the one pickup for the time being, as Fresh has respawned, and with that important member down, and he has been doing a lot of damage, they can turn over towards this Baron and just start whittling it down. or just take it straight
Yeah.
up because they're so bad.
With Hong Kong player down and all the waves pushing towards there. Oh, no, not again.
Yeah, Woshi Garvin, nice try, but no cigar there. Unfortunately, goes all the way in, looking for that play. A little bit of an interesting teleport coming out from Ricky Lafleur, just wants to get a little bit closer, but this Blitzcrank from XZ4 will get knocked down in their tracks. Not a tanky Blitzcrank to say the least. Stand United gonna come down onto Ghost there from Ohami, but unfortunately it's still a 3v5. Hong Kong player has the Timbers, gonna try and drop it, and misses everyone! The stun lands onto it's Barlow, but they have the Taric ultimate to save them. A double kill for E-Hug, a triple kill for E-Hug, and this should be the game going in favor of That's It Gaming, otherwise known as St. Clair Saints here. They will be walking down this mid-bot lane wave, hopefully ending the game here. They've got the Baron, they've got 2 minions. That should be enough. Woshi Garvin and XZ4 are going to be the only ones to potentially hold the line. They've got to defend the Alamo here, but it does not look like they will do so. The pull going to go down onto E-Hug as E-Hug just keeps padding the stats. 12, 7, and 12 on this Kindred. Messiest scoreline you ever darn did see, as it's going to be St. Clair taking game 1.
Wow.
Just a great game coming out from St. Clair. They took control from start, dropped it a little bit in the middle, and then finish, as you saw. Really, that Blitzcrank was the only thing that stopped them for the longest time, but the Blitzcrank was also what got them such a big lead.
Yeah, exactly. What happened? E-Hug, I bet he just had, even though he was dying often, he probably had a fun game. When you're that high stacked on Kindred, you just don't care how anything goes. As long as you get to keep playing, you're having a good time. And for a while, that death ball composition from the side of Alberta was working really, really well. But as soon as you get a pick, as soon as you don't have that burst, especially with someone like Hong Kong player, it's not going to be as effective. You can't get those pulls and instantly work. And then once they turned over to the Baron, Woshi Garvin was falling as well. And then it was just a 1-by-1 engage comp, and the power from Alberta was just not enough to stop the powerhouse that was the St. Clair Saints. They take game 1 in not a dominant fashion, but a convincing manner is how we'll put it for right now. So I'm excited for game 2, maybe 3, throughout the course of this series, and we'll be right back after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Game design and development is a growing field. The 4 years consists of learning how to design games from the ground up. You will be making games, not just sitting there learning about them. You get small class sizes, which means your professors know you by name. They actually go out of their way to find contracts for us to work as game designers. Having that work-ready experience has me already working in the field.
Study at University Canada West and experience everything that Vancouver has to offer. Discover our new campus, Vancouver House. You'll be studying in the heart of downtown Vancouver. Explore Vancouver during your studies and see for yourself why it has been named the 3rd most livable city in the world by The Economist. Known for its perfect balance between city life and outdoor spaces, the city has something to offer for everyone. Vancouver has an incredibly strong economy. Canadian students are drawn to the city to pursue exciting career prospects. A recent 2020 survey of our graduates reported that 100% of our graduates find employment within 6 months. As a business and technology-focused university offering undergraduate and graduate programs on campus and online, we are dedicated to providing the most up-to-date knowledge required for today's fast-paced industries. Our dedicated Career Development Center specialists will help you prepare to enter the working world with your best foot forward.
Have you been wondering about blue light filtering glasses? Stop searching and take a look at this. Check out Clearly's Blue Reflect and Blue Reflect Plus blue light filtering lenses. This is them protecting your eyes from harmful blue light and UV rays that are constantly emitted from the sun, your digital screens, and other light sources. For reduced eye strain, maintaining your circadian rhythm, and better eye health, period. So, to answer your question, yes, our blue light filtering lenses work, and your eyes will thank you. Add Blue Reflect blue light lenses to any Clearly frames.
Memory Express, Canada's premier destination for computer products and services since 1996. Now, with 14 stores across Canada, we are proud to announce 2 brand new locations open for business in Ontario. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with new product launches, sales, contests, esports tournaments, and much, much more.
Think you know Return It? Think again. With Return It Express, there's no sorting required. Lineups are a thing of the past. It's fast and easy. With refunds deposited right into your online account, you'll be in and out in a flash. Sign up today and go Express.
Feel the warmth of the sun around your skin. Scream at the top of your lungs. We live with our guards up and our words up, veiled under a mask of infamy. We speak loudest when in silence. Only wordless are we true.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Canadian Collegiate Championship Series. I did it.
You did it.
We did it. We did it on the last one of the night. Or maybe the last one of the night. No caster cursing here. Could it be the second last one of the night? Regardless, St. Clair and University of Alberta going at it once again here. St. Clair up 1-0, and we are flying through draft already here as Flowerfuls game one. St. Clair had a lead. They kept their lead. Their lead got smaller, and then they won the game. Weird sequence of events.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it was St. Clair was continuing to push forward with their lead, and Alberta had a composition that, if they could keep finding their picks, they would have eventually started to come back in that game and keep having the death bush, the death ball. We saw it even from the level one. They were looking for that blitzcrank pull, and Ricky was able to walk all the way around, ships passing in the night. As you said, no action occurred, but eventually those pulls did connect. And where University of Alberta faltered was when Hong Kong player was picked off, and that led to a Baron, and then Woshi Garvin was picked off, and that led to a dead Nexus, because eventually you can't have a death ball if it's only one or two guys. You need everybody on your team to be able to take down this invulnerable comp. You had Lulu Hugify, you had the Eteric Ultimate, the Lamb's Respect. It was a hefty thing to deal with, but eventually they were able to find their picks, but it was not enough. That's it. Gaming took the first game, and now we're seeing something totally different. We have Set Viego Vel'Koz and Ash Lulu. So definitely a different style than what we're used to from the St. Clair Saints from the side of Alberta. Shen, we've seen that before. Solid pick from Ohami. Was able to translate that into some solid shielding. I think it was about half of Jin's health bar by the end of it once the items were coming through. Woshi Garvin on the Xin Zhao, a Kali as well, and a Caitlyn Leona. Oof, this is an interesting composition from Alberta, where I feel as though St. Clair Saints, this feels a bit more bread and butter.
Yeah, for St. Clair, they go with a very similar style. You have that AP source in the mid lane this time around. You have Viego, who kind of melee Kindred in some ways now, except without the life-saving ultimate. Just kind of kills you with your ultimate. The set for Ricky Lafleur, who we saw what Ricky was able to do on stuff like the Renekton before, did a great job of that. But Barlow, once again, on this Ashe, they've looked so good on this Ashe, and it's so good at finding those picks. And once again, it's as if St. Clair they've been able to just sit in their comfort zone this entire time, and I think Alberta's finally starting to shift into that mentality as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think Alberta, well, of course, we haven't been able to entirely follow their story. They have made it to the finals. It's not like they were caught out of the blue and thrown into the frying pan here. They've gone through the gauntlet as well. And yeah, against the St. Clair Saints, they were up against something completely new. Thinking about it, without that death ball composition, which was very well executed and thought of as the draft progressed in that game one, they found what they needed to get rid of that death ball composition. And right now, or what they needed to get rid of that invulnerable composition, was to just have an extremely bursty, high engage composition here. And what we're seeing now is a more bread and butter standard. It's not even necessarily a 5v5 team fight. It's just a pretty standard composition. You're going to have solid bot lane fighting, pretty good work up in the top side with the Set versus the Shen, very gankable. And then the Viego, another solid pick in today's meta. I don't think he's ever fallen out of meta really since being released. That's just sort of how Viego decides to roll. But yeah, it's a pretty standard composition from what you're seeing here from the St. Clair Saints. And whether or not they can execute it is just a matter of, well, I feel like it's more in Alberta's hands. If they're able to pull up with the skill required that is going to be coming from their champions, the high ceiling champs, well, you have a Shen, which is obviously a pretty standard pick in compositions like this, and it changes the way you really think about the whole map. Considering you have to consider that a shield could pop out at any time. There's so much thinking you have to do if you are Alberta. So communication will be key, execution will be key, and yeah, a little bit of luck might be needed too.
I think that one of the main things to keep in mind, though, is some of the changes or some of the different champions that we're seeing here. Caitlyn coming through onto the Rift as one of those arcane champions, and man, Caitlyn, no spoilers, but great character. My favorite character, at least. But regardless, Goach going to be pulling that out here, and with the lethal tempo as well. We, the one thing that always sort of sneaks up on people is that 100 extra range, and oh man,
Yeah.
Caitlyn with 750 range. Is that legal?
It shouldn't be at this point. That's too much. Oh gosh, I can't even imagine Kog'Maw getting the full stacks with it. Imagine 10 attack speed Kog'Maw somehow. Oh,
yeah, Kog'Maw with those stacks also ends up being pretty ridiculous. But one thing to keep in mind as we get ready to load up into our game here is, we've had a great event thus far, and as we are in the latter stages of this event, I want to thank some of our sponsors once again, one of which is Memory Express, which is one of Canada's premier destinations for computer parts. And since 1996, now with 14 stores across Canada, they're ready to serve you in-store and online. You can check them out at memoryexpress.com. But as we load up onto the Rift here with Game 2 of our grand finals here in the Canadian Collegiate Championship Series, going to be looking forward to seeing what these two teams have to offer and if there's any level 1 shenanigans, because last game there was level 1 shenanigans, just no kills.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm a sucker for level 1 shenanigans. I can't deny, but it looks like we are going to be having a pretty standard 5-point right here. Potential for the late invade is there with the Leona and the Akali with Caitlyn. The level 1s are not particularly strong on a lot of these champions. It's more throughout in the game with the ultimates coming out, especially Akali champions like Shen, with the Solar Flare for XZ4, or even just the ultimate for the Xin Zhao here. A lot of these champs are going to be waiting to try and come online here. Oh, and Differential has the new Keystone. I really think that's the first time we've seen it.
We did see First Strike Ezreal come out, I believe, last game out of Barlow. Didn't do that much, but Differentiel here going to be taking that. And, it does provide a decent amount of gold if you're able to get all of that burst down onto one member. The jury's still out on how effective it is on not junglers thus far, but of note, 3 lethal tempos. That's lethal tempo Set, lethal tempo Viego, lethal tempo Ashe as well, and on the flip side, lethal tempo on the Caitlyn as well as the Xin Zhao. I wonder what the best rune in the game right now is.
I know, I was just about to say, Adam, I think if there's a rune that you might want to be picking for your champs here, it's going to be the lethal tempo. XC4 taking a bit of early damage. But obviously, gosh, he is going to have so much poke range. It just does not feel fair if you're Barlow or Fresh here.
Yeah, a lot of range for Gauche here in terms of that, once you stack up that lethal tempo, but Ricky Lafleur is going to be taking advantage of that lethal tempo up on the top side. Look at all these fists flying out from the Set. The pit boss is going at the Shen as big, heavy trades going back and forth. That was really entertaining to watch.
Importantly, he does reach level 2 first, and he is up 9 CS. Ohami has not had the best time in this lane so far. Same can be said for its Barlow, though. Down only 2, but the wave is crashing, so it more could be a mental state. Ricky Lafleur!
Oh, no. Ricky Lafleur is going to use that Haymaker shield to just barely stay alive, forces the flash out of Ohami, and on that bot side, something else to note, not the Aftershock Leona that we are used to seeing. It is going to be that Glacial Leona coming through. So when you get that crowd control, it shoots out freeze rays everywhere and, makes even more crowd control.
Yeah, if there's one thing Leona needed, it is more crowd control in the game here. So Lafleur with the pull.
Yeah, taking a big trade onto Ohami. No flash on that Shen. No teleport now available for Ricky Lafleur, but should be able to shove in this wave. And get a decent recall off. Actually might be looking to freeze that wave as it does seem to push back into him. So good laning thus far out of Ricky as well as Ohemi, both getting advantages in their own different ways.
Yeah, essentially everything's been pretty calm on the Rift aside from these skirmishes up towards the top side. We do see that Woshi Garvin is going for a bit of romp action here, but Ehug looks like he wants to have some as well.
Yeah, Ehug gonna go aggressive here. Fresh has those shields on top. Woshi Garvin gonna get that smite down. May have to flash out of here. Looking to get that win becomes lightning though, but oh my goodness, the long range Zenith Blade from Agzad4 will not be enough. Ehug gonna get over that wall, steal away the Xin Zhao, and will be able to pick up another one. Barlow picks up Ghost there, as all of a sudden there's so many resets coming through on this Diego. That's a double kill for Barlow. And just as they got started here, St. Clair off to the races with a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it turns to disaster for the side of Alberta there. Oh, what was supposed to be just a simple Gromp get for Garvin turned into a calamity as Ehug able to critically get the reset after Leona followed him. It looked really bad for half a millisecond there, but once that critical damage was able to fall onto Garvin, they didn't have enough damage on the side of Alberta to be able to get him all the way. And then, of course, Ehug was able to show off some Xin Zhao prowess and take down ultimately 2 kills over to the side of Barlow. He's going to be sitting much nicer in this lane now. Berserker Greaves picked up in the lane in the base, and he will be walking back shortly.
Garvin trying to steal away that other Gromp from Ehug, but Ehug has these double buffs. You don't want to be messing with the Viego because he's going to start asking, where is she? More auto attacks coming down. Woshi Garvin going to get taken down by Differentiel here, as Ohemi now going to be the one in trouble. Double kill coming through for Differentiel. Even moving forward still. Shirk and Flip going to get Hong Kong player out of there as XZ is in the area just to provide some additional support. But man, St. Clair definitely trying to go home on a win. A quick one at that. They're up 3,000 gold at 6 minutes. They're on breakneck pace right now once again.
Yeah, this is just the sort of thing. It's like, you get a double kill, you get a double kill. We'll see if something more happens here.
Yeah, Ehug going to be looking for another kill there. The Shroud will be able to keep Hong Kong player nice and safe for the time being. Spectral Maw continuing to move forward, but Shirk and Flip going to be enough to get that Akali out of there. Differentiel just needing a little bit of help to push that wave, but as we looked at that gold really briefly there, you can see Ehug making the jungle diff statement ring true.
Yeah, still up in camps and up in gold here, nearly 1,000 over his opponent. It is going to be shrinking down closer to 900, and the dragon is importantly up, and it looks like Garvin is going towards his top side camps. He has nothing else to do on the bot side here, so the Hextech dragon might be falling shortly. Yeah, that is a beautiful, nice little minimalist logo that Riot has decided to grace us with. Ricky is always a fan of these skirmishes here, getting pretty low.
Ricky has so much attack speed. Looking up at their 1.29 attack speed, that's what 90% attack speed bonus is going to do for you. But on this bot side, Barlow, level 5, really putting the hurt down onto Ghost. Those couple of kills came through in spades, but Fresh going to be burning down now as the Ehug is coming in from the side. XZ4 has picked up the first kill of that fight, but Diego might be asking, where is she? Not quite yet, though. Will not drop that Heartbreaker, and Dragon wasn't picked up either, so it is slim pickings for the side of Alberta, but they are able to get something as Ohami up on this top side might be saying, oh no, here comes the Haymaker trying to flash there, and Ricky Lafleur will get the reposition. Woshi Garvin here going to land that win, becomes Lightning though, and it becomes a 1-for-1 on the top side.
Yeah, Wind did become Lightning, in fact, but if you take a look at the wave state, Ricky will take that each and every time. Ohemi has to trudge back to lane. Garvin forced to pick up the scraps of that wave to leave it in a neutral state, but he was already so behind in CS, and that deficit is going to continue to grow as a result of that nice flash Haymaker there from Ricky Lafleur.
Looking at the rest of the map right now, you can see Fresh just sort of moving around the map for fun at this point. just sort of looking for whatever plays they can. This Leona with the Glacial hasn't had the most impact, but honestly, better performance out of XZ thus far in this early game. And considering how well they do play their mid games, could mean something better for the side of Alberta, despite them being down a significant amount of gold here, as Ricky Lafleur just Muhammad Ali up here in this top side, just beating the crap out of Ohami.
Yeah, Ricky has been definitely in the driver's seat when it comes to the top lane here versus Ohami. Ohami, you saw previously, was essentially just a walking shield for the side of Alberta, and he could be in a similar situation right now. He's building purely defensively, and he's just forced to sort of tank these hits. The grasp is all that he has to really pack a punch in these fights, but Ricky is just going to be able to heal it back up with that spike whip, with that healing refillable pot. So it's difficult if you're Ohami right now.
And one of the main things to keep in mind about the set is that while they may have 1.3 attack speed, it's more so the fact that the second auto attack comes out so fast. That's why it looks so weird, because set has like that 2-hit combo, right? As Ohami continues to just take it on the chin in this lane. But we saw Garvin looking over at that dragon. Doesn't look like they're going to opt to pick that up. No one really going to pick up anything for the time being, as just some more farming from both of these junglers as we still await that first dragon.
Yeah, things have settled down on the Rift, and we see a lot of vision control going over...
Oh? Spectator bugs? Pause champ?
Pause. Okay, I think we do have word from production that we have reached a pause in the game. So, unfortunately, while we're not able to proceed with our regularly scheduled game of League of Legends, we can proceed with thanking another one of our sponsors, that is Durex. Make sure that you can get involved in the Durex Canada Game On Gauntlet with the Gaming Stadium CS. Join them on December 11th and 12th for a shot at $2,000 in cash prizes in League of Legends. Registrations open now at tgs.gg/Durex-LOL. Are you open to play, Adam? Throw it back onto you.
Yeah. I'm open to play. I'm open to play some League of Legends. I'm open to play some TFT. Open to play some Valorant. I'm open to play a lot of things. But right now, what is not open to play is currently the game of League of Legends that we're trying to spectate. It didn't even tell us we're in a pause. The game just broke. So
well, that's sort of how it goes
on with that. Yeah, that's how it be for the time being. But honestly, thus far this game, St. Clair have come out firing on all cylinders once again. I dare say this is a little bit of a pattern at this point.
How do you figure by that?
They've done it every game that we've seen them. And the only game where they didn't really end up having that go their way was against York. But even then, in that game too, they had themselves some nice early leads. It was going back and forth, a lot of that, but they were able to clean it up in the end. And in game 3 as well, they just put pedal to the metal and they went straight in and got themselves a quick cleanup. So thus far, it's been all about this early game for St. Clair.
Yeah, and interesting to note, Ehug taken off of his signature Kindred pick, and it feels like that was just the warm-up. It felt like the Viego is looking to be what truly defines Ehug's performance here. He's been having an exceptional roaming pattern, and the ganks are working out so well. He's enabled 2 double kills on the map already, and he's just been excellently working with his team here. Of course, everybody on the St. Clair Saints as well as Alberta has been performing very, very nicely, but I think we may have to throw it to a break quickly, depending on the status of the game, just to double check on how things are going. But yeah.
And welcome back, everyone. And we are watching something very familiar to what we were watching earlier before the pause here. We are back in with That's It Gaming, St. Clair Saints versus the University of Alberta. Oshi Garvin has left the game, and I believe it reconnects as well, so we should be good to go in that. Wait a sec.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, let's just say we're here.
Yeah.
Oshi Garvin is going for a bit of a gank.
And on this bot side of the map, stalk and pray again here, as I believe they were able to move into that without being spotted out. Meanwhile, Hong Kong player going to be taking a little bit of poke, but Oshi Garvin trying to move around this map. They're trying to get this first dragon, and that's really what we were talking about before the break.
Yeah, we do see that That's It Gaming won't take this laying down, though. The dragon might have to be peeled away from here comes.
Oh my goodness, Ehawk going right into the middle of them. The Heartbreaker going to pick up one. They're going to take over Oshi Garvin, but it's going to be Ehawk taken down. The Shen ultimate has come down. Barlow forced the flash away. Will be ticking low. Ricky Lafleur not going to be there in time to block it up, but here comes the set as that showstopper still up and available. Who will they opt to throw back? Going to be throwing back the Shen right into Goshen's. Almost enough damage, but Ricky Lafleur not going to have enough. And straight out of that pause and into a closer game state do we come as, man, while the Dragon doesn't go down, lots of kills going in favor of Alberta there.
Yeah, that was solid work from Alberta. They were able to hold on to their laurels in the end, and they looked very, very rough once the disintegration ray came through. But ultimately, the teleport from the Stand United from Ohami was quite sufficient enough to be able to get that kill. Barlow forced off the fight, and from there, Ricky just wasn't able to get enough damage. But actually, the Dragon goes over to the side of That's It.
Yeah, and one of the main things was that Ehug died so early on into that fight that by the time they were respawning, the fight was still going on, ending there, so they were able to hop over and pick that one up. But Ehug now looking for a Goj there, has the flash available, but will be forced to get over that wall, and Ehug burning that summoner spell, feeling pretty good about that. But up on the top side, Ricky Lafleur looking for a little bit of an aggressive fight. No Spirit's Refuge left available for Ohami, but they might be taking this fight in terms of their victory. But the spot side, of note, Barlow has just been shredding down this turret. This is not something you're used to seeing out of an Ashe Lulu. You're used to seeing that out of the Caitlyn. But Ricky Lafleur gonna get the outplay on this bot side. Woshi Garmin gonna try and take this one down, but it will be a double kill on this top side. Diverentiel able to provide a little bit of extra damage as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes down. Forcing that cleanse out of Goj.
The cleanse
but
was just a
Ehug
teaser.
Is here, gonna be going under that tower, and where is she? Gonna be taking her over. XZ4 is stalling a whole bunch of time away from Ehug as Hong Kong player able to get that with the shuriken flip, but it is a 3-for-1 in favor of this side of St. Clair Saints there.
Yeah, the downside of picking up the soul of an ADC is that you have to turn into an ADC even if you get the reset.
Oh, Ricky Lafleur might just be able to survive this one. Ohami is so mad, but will still go down. Ricky Lafleur somehow, some way gets such a good trade at the end of that, and with that wave crashing hard into that tower, Ohami is missing out on so much.
Yeah, we have to consider the fact that Ohami might not necessarily care too much about his individual gold or his KDA. He just is trying to shut down Ricky right now, but that is not the way to do it by giving over as much gold as possible. Hong Kong.
Gonna be the wild growth put down onto Fresh. Ohami with the shield as well. Ninja buff is active as Ohami picks that one up, but Hong Kong player dipping, diving, and dodging away to be able to pick up an assist on that one. And despite the wild growth, not enough to keep Fresh alive.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the Stand United, it was able to take down Fresh. It's Barlow. No. Surely not. We can skip forward a bit here. Okay, we're back in
cheating
it.
the system. This makes me feel like Echo. What's a pause?
Yeah, chrono shift to when we're not paused. I had the funny experience. I had to work during a lot of the Worlds games, and then what would happen is there would be a pause in the match, and I would be watching the bots, and I would wait 2 minutes until I realized, oh, wait, I could just skip ahead. And I felt like such a genius move, but I probably should have realized it sooner, but we can do the same sort of thing in this game here. Bit of a gank coming in from Ehug.
Yeah, Ehug gonna land that Spectral Maw as Ohami taking a whole bunch of damage. Oh my goodness, look at all of this lethal tempo auto attacks coming down. If auto attacks aren't the most broken ability in the League of Legends, I don't know what is, as Ricky Lafleur and Ehug just linking up and shutting down Ohami there. But another kill going in favor of St. Clair as they just have complete control over this top side of the map. Looks like they're going to drop Rift Herald on this top side as well, but XZ4 going to be moving in. Barlow going to be taking a whole lot of damage here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to come down on to Gauche, but it is not enough as objective bounty is going to be available for University of Alberta, as despite them picking up a kill, they are losing 2 top lane towers, but Ehug has returned, going to be looking for XZ4 here, force the flash away from that one, but Ehug going to be able to pick up that play, as Leona now in the, their champion. They get a shield from Fresh to be able to get out of there, but look at this Rift Herald shove. It has gone 3 towers deep. picking up not 1, not 2, but 3 charges, and Ricky Lafleur is going to feel even better about this top lane situation because they are absolutely thriving.
Yeah, that was just... Those are the types of Rift Heralds that you love to see in, well, just anytime you're able to push in that tower. Ricky has so much of the map he's able to roam to now, knowing that Ohami is going to be forced to push down such a long lane to be able to make it anywhere before he's unable to roam, and someone has to answer. And interestingly, the timing is coming up that the dragon, the Chem Tech drag, is available now. We see Ricky is going down bot lane to meet the push from Hong Kong player, but a lot of the topside energy is on University Alberta right now, so we could just see a double dragon stack coming from That's It Gaming. This is probably going to go uncontested at this point.
Yeah, and unfortunately that means we're not going to get either the Hextech or the Chemtech Rift this time around. It will just be one of your standard 4, but you know, they pick up 2 of those newer dragons. Mr. Game & Watch Dragon going to be in favor of eHug there, but Ocean Soul coming down once again, and we've seen them thrive with Ocean Soul before, as lots of damage coming out from Differentiel here on this first strike bell cause. Just want to double check on how much gold they've actually made off of this. Not that much. Here comes the play. Ehug going into that back line. Where is she? He says with the Heartbreaker, but will be actually shut down as Caitlyn going to be picking up that kill. Teleport in from Ricky Lafleur. Not going to be enough as another objective bounty is claimed on the opposite side of the map by that Shen. So they're able to pick up an objective bounty. They're able to pick up a kill onto a very important member. Although they still are struggling in this mid lane siege as Ghost just not able to walk up as comfortably as they want. Ohami moving forward though with that Shadow Dash. Might be in a little bit of trouble getting pulled back. Maybe the Haymaker drop down as Differentiel going to use that stopwatch to stay alive. But overall, St. Clair continuing to apply this pressure onto the University of Alberta.
Yeah, it's difficult for Alberta. It feels like no matter what you do, unless you get an ace or the Baron push, That's It Gaming, you're just going to keep pushing right on into you. The objective bounty is nice, but you don't want to trade your entire top side and most of your bot side for it. Mid is looking worse for wear as well. So these waves are pushing in right now. If there's an opportunity for Vision to come on the map, it would be now. Alberta is placing some wards, but Fresh there to answer, unfortunately for Alberta there. Could be seeing a pick on the eHug.
Yeah, eHug is on this top side of the map trying to fight Woshi Garvin, but I don't think Garvin actually wins out on that in the end. Differentiel is going to be moving up as well. Spectral Maw going to follow through. Blue buff is going to be part of the target. Oh my goodness, the flash forward in front of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Hong Kong player might just have the tools to get out of here, and somehow, some way, Hong Kong player, I don't even think they flashed in front of the arrow. They just sort of dashed in front of it, and it was enough to keep Woshi Garvin alive. XZ4, though, going to be in a world of hurt here. Lots of damage coming out from Differentiel. 43 extra gold from that first strike. More auto attacks coming down as this Vel'Koz will be able to clean up their 4th kill of the game.
Great work there. Yeah, the St. Clair Saints covering all bases with the teleport from Differentiel. Making sure that wave is caught, and they're going to be pushing in here slowly, hoping to conclude the mid siege and then look towards the bot side, or alternatively, look towards the Baron.
So look towards that Baron, which has just spawned on the map. Of note, all of those yellow borders there mean that is an objective bounty in favor of University of Alberta Amber. As we were mentioning earlier, we don't actually know how much the bounties are because they don't tell us.
Yeah, that is one unfortunate quirk with the spectator system that hopefully we'll get a solution to eventually, but just assume it's pretty good if you get an objective bounty. Like, you want to get it.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's more gold. That's the main thing. You want to be able to start accumulating that gold when you are coming from behind. But thus far, I don't know how many of these objectives are going to actually mean too much, because towers, especially outer towers, not really giving you that much gold and their bounty. But at least for the time being, as it stands at the 21-minute mark, while the kills are relatively close, the gold is not. And a lot of that has to do with all the towers that set Ricky Lafleur has been able to pick up, as well as Barlow picking up that first tower on the bot side so early on into this game.
Yeah, once again, Ricky Lafleur, with the opportunities he's gotten from the top side push, he's been mostly tame, but the rest of his team maybe not.
Yeah, XZ4 going to be needing that Stand United shield to come down. Differentiel just dropping down the life form disintegration ray, trying to dissuade some of that. But Ohami not going to be able to defend this bot lane turret here as Ricky Lafleur takes down more than half of that. Flip side of the map, though, going to be Baron started up by the side of St. Clair as Ricky Lafleur going to try and prevent Ohami from taking any part in this, but XZ4 going to be hit with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Where is she, says E-Hug as they go in. Zenith Blade coming through from this Leona, coming through with another Heartbreaker, going to be taking over Ghosh here. Now the Caitlyn comes down, Long Gun of the Law going to be following in. Heartbreaker once again onto Woshi Garvin. Will not be able to take over that soul, but it will be Viego. Well, will be Viego picking up the Xin Zhao soul at the end of that, so gonna turn wind into lightning as they start up this Baron. On the flip side of the map, though, Ricky Lafleur actually goes down.
Yeah, it seems like maybe he got a little too ambitious in the skirmish, but if you are Ricky Lafleur, you did your job. You canceled any teleport potential from Ohami and made sure that the Baron is going to be yours. We're already seeing pings from the side of Alberta over towards the Dragon, but I think That's It Gaming is gonna have the first move unless we see a teleport here. Ohami is already on the scene.
Yeah, Ohami is on the scene. I don't know how useful Ohami is in these situations. Has that Turbo Chem Tank redemption once again. E-Hug not even going to get crowd controlled for that long by virtue of those Merc Treads. Here comes the stun down onto Fresh, going to flash over that wall with the life form disintegration range. Something knocks them back. I think that was Ricky Lafleur stopping the E follow through to save Differentiel's life. Ohami going to miss that taunt, and this is 3 kills already picked up for the side of St. Clair. E-Hug gonna move forward once again. Ghosh won't be able to get away from the unstoppable Heartbreaker. And unfortunately for Ghosh, man, Vi can't save you from that one, unfortunately. You're gonna be Caitlyn falling down.
Yeah, it's Barlow going for the solo dragon pick. I'll be honest, I'm not too sure what that icon next to the dragon's health bar is. Haven't seen that before.
That's the objective bounty.
Oh, the objective bounty, of course, that makes sense. Of course, you do want to get the dragons if you're That's It Gaming. Alberta wants them a bit more, but they unfortunately are not able to conclude that fight. So, right now, if you are St. Clair Saints, you don't even have to keep looking for these fights. You have enough advantage on your own, an 8,000 gold lead. You can just sit tight, make sure these waves are pushing in, pick fights that are good for you. You don't have to look for these crazy anythings or take a bunch of risks. You are in the driver's seat. Just keep going forward with it. And Alberta,
at this point,
they have a lot to come back from.
Yeah, it's tough, and E-Hug here even going for sort of the old Viego build, opting instead for the Divine Sunderer, Blade of the Ruin King, as opposed to the newer tech with the Immortal Shield Bow. But Woshi Garvin going to be in a little bit of trouble. Here comes the Solar Flare, not going to actually land on to Differentiel. You can see all of that slow coming down. No one's been taken down quite yet, though. Here comes E-Hug into the backline. Going to be picking one up, virtue of Barlow there. That's a double kill, actually, for the Ashes Hong Kong player. Going to be trying to keep everyone alive, but oh my goodness, Barlow picking up a triple kill as Hong Kong players turn into a muffin. It's going to be another kill at the end of that, picked up by Differentiel. And who needs Baron? Well, apparently they still need Baron, but they are going to be looking to end this game here. 15,000 gold in the lead. St. Clair Saints show that this time Eastern Canada will prevail. It will be the St. Clair Saints going home as your final Canadian Collegiate Champion for Gaming Stadium Series 2021.
Well,
nice.
Hats off to the St. Clair Saints. That's It Gaming. An exceptional performance. Clearly a very dominant force throughout the entire tournament, able to snowball such a lead. E-Hug with a fantastic job on the Viego, able to basically help every single lane win. That's a bit of a jungle diff, but no disrespect to any of the teams or anyone throughout this whole tournament. Everybody had played so exceptionally well, and I'm so grateful that we got to see such great League of Legends today.
And to be fair, second place prize is you still get a bit of the cash. It isn't as much, it's 40% of the total prize pool of $2,500, but cash is cash.
Yeah.
You get the moolah at the end of that one, but at the end of this one, I just want to give a huge shout out one last time to all of our sponsors, including Durex, where as we wrap up our broadcast for tonight, you got to make sure that you are staying safe out there with everything going around. You don't want to be losing too much, especially as we get back out and touch grass there. But regardless, get involved in the Durex Canada Game On Gauntlet with Gaming Stadium at Gaming Stadium CS. Join us December 11th and 12th for a shot at $2,000 in cash prizes in League of Legends. Registration is open now if you go to tgs.gg/Durex-lol. So are you open to play? I'm open to play. Flarfels, are you open to play? Are you open to cast, Flarfels?
I think I'm always open to play, always open to cast more great collegiate League of Legends. I love seeing how the scene has evolved. We saw in our previous tournament, it was a West versus East final. Once again, West versus East. Alberta definitely out West compared to St. Clair Saints here in Ontario, I believe. So yeah, hopefully this rivalry sort of continues to brew and continues to fester all of these fantastic players and motivate them for even greater heights. So is there anything else we'd like to shout out?
Honestly, shout out to all the fans out there, all the Rare Atom fans, all the Flarfels fans as well, but also big thank you once again to the Gaming Stadium for setting all of this up, this Collegiate Championship Series for 2021. As weird as it sounds, we're in November. Hope everyone has a happy holiday season. Have a great new year, and we'll see you in 2022. Hopefully it's not a repeat of 2020, as the name suggests, but after all of that, have a great night, everyone. Stay hydrated, gamers. Be good people.
Game design and development is a growing field. The 4 years consists of learning how to design games from the ground up. You will be making games, not just sitting there learning about them. You get small class sizes, which means your professors know you by name. They actually go out of their way to find contracts for us to work as game designers. Having that work-ready experience has me already working in the field.
Study at University Canada West and experience everything that Vancouver has to offer. Discover our new campus, Vancouver House. You'll be studying in the heart of downtown Vancouver. Explore Vancouver during your studies and see for yourself why it has been named the third most livable city in the world by The Economist. Known for its perfect balance between city life and outdoor spaces, the city has something to offer for everyone. Vancouver has an incredibly strong economy. Canadian students are drawn to the city to pursue exciting career prospects. A recent 2020 survey of our graduates reported that 100% of our graduates find employment within 6 months. As a business and technology-focused university offering undergraduate and graduate programs on campus and online, we are dedicated to providing the most up-to-date knowledge required for today's fast-paced industries. Our dedicated Career Development Center specialists will help you prepare to enter the working world with your best foot forward.
Have you been wondering about blue light filtering glasses? Stop searching and take a look at this. Check out Clearly's Blue Reflect and Blue Reflect Plus blue light filtering lenses. This is them protecting your eyes from harmful blue light and UV rays that are constantly emitted from the sun, your digital screens, and other light sources. For reduced eye strain, maintaining your circadian rhythm, and better eye health, period. So, to answer your question, yes, our blue light filtering lenses work, and your eyes will thank you. Add Blue Reflect blue light lenses to any Clearly frames.
Memory Express, Canada's premier destination for computer products and services since 1996. Now, with 14 stores across Canada, we are proud to announce 2 brand new locations open for business in Ontario. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with new product launches, sales, contests, esports tournaments, and much, much more.
Think you know Return It? Think again. With Return It Express, there's no sorting required. Lineups are a thing of the past. It's fast and easy. With refunds deposited right into your online account, you'll be in and out in a flash. Sign up today and go Express.